We're actually live. God knows. There we go. We're live. Sup, ladies and gentlemen, Colon here, and welcome back to each and every one of you. And of course, if you are new to the channel, thank you so much for joining us. I am very happy to have you here. In today's video, of course, or in today's live stream rather, we're going to be looking at all the Q&A stuff. I legitimately didn't look at it so that we could look at it together. And I'm very, very fucking excited for that. Of course, if you're only watching this on YouTube, you should genuinely join us over on Twitch. It is more fun. I promise you that. It is a hell of a lot more fun. Alright, what are we doing? We're doing that. And we're almost definitely doing that. And we're almost definitely doing that. Slink Doodler, how you doing, bro? Someone unknown, how you doing, bro? How's everyone doing? Love you too, man. Bubba's, how you doing? How's your day been? All of you. Or at least, if your day only just started, I'm sure it was a good day. How did you sleep? And what are your plans for today? We've got quite an interesting stream today, by the way. Quite an interesting one. I didn't watch the Q&A for a very good reason. I wanted to watch it with you guys. So I haven't watched any Q&As. I watched the official Q&A. Don't get me wrong, we're not going to be watching that. I'm talking about the Q&As from Balula, from Icy Veins, all of those. Can I say good morning? Because it's night in my country. Where are you from? Someone unknown? It's nighttime in my country as well, but it's morning because I only wake up around this time. Like, I wake up around 3 p.m. Because I work throughout the night. But it's nighttime for me as well. It's 6 p.m. at the minute. So I just say good morning because I know a lot of people are from the NA and Canada region. Super fine. What about you? School just finishing. Actually, COVID made these days so short at school. Nice, Bubba's. Andy, how you doing? Hi, it's here, and the important question has been answered. Has it been answered, though? I don't think we've got all the answers we need. Personally, I don't think we've got all the answers we need. We would need to examine just how big of a poop that would be if we're going to be answering it. Missy, how you doing? Echoes Gaming, how you doing, bro? Metroplex, how you doing? That's why my name is someone unknown. Ah. All right. Fully understand that. Echo, I still think it would be cool if the jailer used Thrall against Draka for the key. Kylie K, how you doing? I don't see how that would happen, though. I'm not saying I wouldn't love to see that, but we've saved Thrall already. Unless, of course, you're arguing that we didn't save Thrall so much as the jailer wanted us to save Thrall. Does that make sense? Enoch, how you doing, bro? Ninja Bears, how you doing, bro? Can you guys hear the music, by the way? Just want to make sure that everything... Yes, and White of the Morning. How does that change anything? Like, how does that answer the question, Andy? I'm a tier, how you doing, bro? GoldenEye, how you doing? I'm good, playing some Valheim. Nice. Opening 320 points meme. Oh my god, love your new setup, Paco. Thank you very much, Stein. Really fucking appreciate that. I just want some heart ranging Draka and Thrall thinking. I wouldn't mind that at all, but I don't know. We've already saved Thrall, and Thrall at this point doesn't look possessed or as if he's being controlled. But then again, when you look at Anduin in that cinematic, Anduin moving towards the Archon looked like Anduin, right? He didn't look different. He was a little bit more angry, but he didn't look different. He kept his appearance. So it is possible, but I highly doubt it. I think we're going to get a reunion between Draka and Thrall, but I don't think that Thrall is going to be the bad guy. Samuel, I have to change my username. Ah, Liam, how you doing, bro? What about Bane? I mean, Bane at this point just sits on the fucking steps and does nothing, so I don't have high hopes for Bane. Fallon, how you doing, bro? I'm just hoping, really. Kylie K, I can see that. By the way, if we can send some love towards Adelia, that would be great. Her aunt just collapsed. She has Parkinson's, and apparently she's blue in the face. Her pulse is down to 20 beats per minute. So the paramedics have just arrived, but it doesn't look good. So if you guys can send some love Adelia's way. I don't think she's going to be joining us in the stream. I think she's on the way to the hospital. But, you know, just, yeah. Hopefully everything works out. Every one of you should know Adelia. She's been a part of this community for a very long time. And that's definitely not great. Luna, how you doing? Dave, how you doing, bro? So yeah, I'm definitely not. I don't know. It was a bit of a shock when Adelia messaged me. That's so fucking. It's so bad, especially if you watch it. Because she saw it happen. She was actually with her aunt as it was happening. So I can just imagine that being absolutely miserable. Quantum, thank you so much for the Prime sub, dude. Really fucking appreciate that. Welcome to the Fat Fuckers Club. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm going to do. You know what? I'll actually tweet this out. I'll tweet this out, and if you guys can just go drop a message on the tweet, just something nice for Adelia so that she knows that she's in our prayers and in our thoughts. Because I just thought, how would we have her see this? Prayers are with at Adelia. Oh my god, are you fucking serious right now? Powerpick, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub, dude. Really fucking appreciate that. 3 months in a row, and of course for the raid, really appreciate that. How's everyone doing? Let me just quickly find Adelia's fucking handle here, because apparently it won't let me. Come on, you bastard. All right, I'm gonna tweet this out in a second. Here we go. Thoughts and prayers are with you. All right, I'm tweeting this out, and hopefully you guys will just say something nice to her. It can't be nice what's happening with her right now, with her family, her aunt, and I know she's very close with her aunt, so absolutely worth doing that. All right, so the tweet has gone out. You guys can just check the Twitter page. It should be the topmost one. Okay, so Power Pig, I have no complaints, dude. Life's good. Life is fucking good. We're about to go watch some Q&As. First time I get to watch the stream live. Usually I'm working and have to watch on YouTube. Rourke, how you doing, bro? Happy to have you here. Rourke, thank you much for the follow. Really fucking appreciate that. Drillinum, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to both of you, to the channel and to the community. Really, really happy to have you guys here. And then, yeah, just hopefully you guys will drop a message there for Adelia. So I find it really irking that we have no info from Varian. They completely took him out of the picture. Well, because as I said before, I think the reason they've not introduced him into the story is because he's not in the Shadowlands. Dine. It makes perfect sense to me that he wouldn't be in the Shadowlands. So, you know. Akalon, did you see Balia's video? We're going to be watching it right now. I legitimately did not watch any of the creator Q&As. I watched the World of Warcraft Q&A, the official one at BlizzCon. That one I watched sort of with half an ear because I was trying to sort up my lights, hoping I could still go online. For those of you that don't know, the reason we didn't stream on Saturday is literally because for some reason my fucking lights just would not connect to the Wi-Fi. And these lights, the lights that I use, Elgato ones, cannot be used without Wi-Fi. I don't know who the fuck thinks that up. Like, I genuinely do not know. How does a bunch of engineers sit around a table and go, you know what we're going to do? We're going to create lights. But here's the catch. They will only work if they're connected to Wi-Fi. Without connection to Wi-Fi, they don't even turn on, by the way. They literally will not even turn on. You can't change the brightness or the nothing, right? it legitimately, the warmth of the light, sorry, you can't do anything. It legit becomes a very expensive fucking thing that just attaches to your desk and doesn't turn on. And for some reason, it just sometimes randomly drops. Like, it will all be added and then just, it disappears. It just doesn't work anymore. So I'll show you guys what it looks like. Here we go with the screen share. All right, so if I click here, these are the lights, right? You can see them here. They just disappeared. On Saturday night, ready to go live, boom, gone. No more lights. Can't turn them on. So I'm trying to get them connected, and they just keep saying there's no lights on this connection. And then finally got the lights added to the connection, but then the light said there's no Wi-Fi. I'm like, bro, you worked last night. What the fuck has changed since then? Since then, nothing has changed, and now you will not work. It eventually, I ended up uninstalling both programs, reinstalling it, still nothing worked. Next day, woke up, lights went on again. I didn't do anything. I eventually just gave up. I was like, well, I'll email the support tomorrow morning and just be like, look, your fucking lights aren't working. What am I supposed to do? Woke up, tasted the lights, they connected, everything was fine. So explain to me what the fuck happened. I didn't do anything to break them. I didn't do anything to fix them. They just decided, nah, screw it. Not working today. We be done now. I mean, what the fuck is that? Reverend, thank you very much for the follow. Really fucking appreciate that. Rory, thank you so much for the Prime sub, dude. Really appreciate that. 6 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Gonna have for myself, think the Eternal Ones got the others. That's why we see this scene, because now we know they hold them. So will the jailer get the other keys in the same way he did before? Well, it depends, right? It depends on what the jailer is after, and also depends who has all of these keys, because there's a very real chance that not all of the Eternal Ones have keys. I know that would make sort of sense, right? I know it would make sense that all of the Eternal Ones have their own keys, but what if that's not the case? What if there are keys hidden? And so the Archon was the first one he needed the key from because she sat on the key, or the key sat on her. But then he doesn't need the Winter Queen, he doesn't need the Arbiter or anything like that because they don't have the keys. Because otherwise, why would he? So, for example, we now know why he wanted Anduin, right? He needed Anduin to get into Bastion and get an audience with the Archon. Steve Denuser confirmed that during the Q&A. But wouldn't Bane then sort of make sense for Ardenweald? Or Thrall even, for that matter, because Thrall is quote-unquote shaman. Wouldn't Thrall then also make sense for Ardenweald? So maybe he wouldn't have wanted to let them go because they would be the only ones who could get into Ardenweald and get an audience with the Winter Queen. Fuck Bane, just yeet him off a cliff or something. Bane is not bothering me anymore. He just sits in Orgrimmar, in Oribos, and does nothing. Like, legit the most useless of all of the faction leaders is Bane. Ever since we've rescued him, he's been sat on his ass doing fuck all. Such a good guy. Such a fucking good guy. Adrenai, thank you so much for the day ones up, dude. Really fucking appreciate that. 6 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So yeah, Bane can go suck a dick for all I care. He is just absolutely useless, right? Thrall just sitting there is also pretty weird to me. Well, I think the Archon survived because the jailer wants her to survive. Which sort of makes it very interesting as to why. Because the jailer had all the time in the world to kill her. I mean, all Anduin had to do was maybe twist the fucking knife and bam, she's dead, right? The fact that he didn't want her dead, or the fact that she survived, I think legitimately means he didn't want her dead. At least in my opinion. That's what that means. Do you think they will kill off Our Lady in 9.1 or redeem her? No. I don't think there's going to be any redemptions. I also do not believe that there's going to be any killing of any kind. Maybe everyone is compromised. Now, cool story, Daniel. That's where things get interesting. What if Bane and Thrall were already broken So the jailer didn't need to. Anduin just took too long to be broken. You can sort of think about Jaina, Bane, and Thrall all being caught in that first cinematic by the jailer's, you know, chain magic, if you will, right? They all got caught. It's just Anduin that fought back. What if Anduin is the only one that took so long to break, but they already broke the others? So the others is already in service to the jailer, and he's just waiting to activate them. All of that shit is very possible, although maybe not as probable. I don't see how that would happen. Cutsy, thank you so much for doing what's up. Really fucking appreciate that. 3 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. No, I would prefer that isn't the case, because I think then it becomes just very bland. As for the question about the Dark Lady, there's been a couple of spoilers around the Dark Lady and the fight specifically with the Dark Lady. They described it in the World of Warcraft What's Next panel. They described it as a fateful encounter, and at the end of that encounter is going to change the fate of the Shadowlands forever. Now, as I said before, by using deduction, right? So just by deducing what is happening. Okay, let's look at the two outcomes that could possibly happen there. One, we kill Sylvanas. Does killing Sylvanas change the outcome of the Shadowlands forever? No, it doesn't. Because with Sylvanas down, that's one of the generals, so to speak, of Zuval. With Sylvanas down, the plan goes ahead as promised, right? The Shadowlands doesn't change. Now we set our sights on the jailer because we've removed one of his generals. He's one of his main generals, so to speak, in the army. Even though Sylvanas doesn't work for him, but with him, you get the idea. However, if Sylvanas doesn't die, that could change everything. Right? If Sylvanas wins that fight, that could change the direction everything, right? Because we don't know who's going to be part of that fight. There's a very good chance that someone like the Winter Queen or someone like the Archon or even someone like Draka could be involved in sort of bracing the assault on Sylvanas, and we get a final cinematic with Sylvanas killing the one that helped us and taking the key, meaning now the jailer has 2 keys and only 1 key remains. Right? That is all very, very possible. Shishiri, thank you very much for the follow. Really fucking appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, in my opinion, why not? Right? I genuinely think there's every reason right now to believe that Sylvanas isn't dying. There's also something, I guess, to be said about the validity of killing Sylvanas based on community sentiment. Blizzard, in my opinion, made the biggest mistake of their entire lives in BFA introducing the Loyalist campaign. Because the Loyalist campaign codified a split within the community, right? I've made this point 1,000 times before, but that really solidified the split in the community, where you have one half of the community very much loyal to the Dark Lady and another half of the community very much despising what the Dark Lady is doing and sort of throwing their lot with those that is against the Dark Lady. The conclusion of the Loyalist campaign, and I do believe that if I ever had the opportunity to talk to someone like Steve Denuser or someone like Christy Golden, they would most likely admit that the conclusion of the Loyalist campaign was not satisfactory. Is there anyone in chat that felt like the Loyalist campaign and its conclusion was satisfactory? That says, yeah, that explained everything, and as soon as that was done, I was no longer a Loyalist. I no longer felt the need to be loyal to her because, yeah, she betrayed me and fuck her. Anyone in chat? Anyone in chat that feels that? I'm to spoilers in the past Sunday show. Could you say what those are or let us know where to find them in the Discord? AKJ, I can't really. I think most people agree it was absolute fucking crap, right? I think most people believe and agree that it was crap. Even if you're not a loyalist, if you saw that ending, you must have felt, well, that didn't fix anything. that's not going to change the loyalist mind. So the problem here is killing off a character that has active followers would almost definitely result in a fucking rebellion of some kind. So yeah, I don't see Sylvanas dying. Not anytime soon anyways. I think if Anduin does not show up in the raid, and with Sylvanas showing regret through facial expressions, I truly think Sylvanas will help our cause in defeating the jailer, and she will have to be working with everyone. So it will be awkward in Oribos, but she will have flavor text for the loyalists, plus Azara and Jaina. Both Warbringers survived the raid fight. Sylvanas will survive, and yes, the loyalist conclusion was not satisfying. We got fucked hard. I chose Sylvanas. Ibrahim, I agree with everything you just said there. I don't know if it's exactly going to work out that way. I do not see a world in which Jaina or even Bolvar or more specifically Kalia Menethil work with Sylvanas. I genuinely do not foresee a world in which that is even possible. I don't see Sylvanas standing in Oribos and then going, all right, Dark Lady, what do you want to do next? Genuinely do not see that happening anytime soon. So, yeah. It's not just going to be tense, it would be a fucking war zone in Oribos. It would legit be a constant case of Sylvanas being chased around Oribos by people that want to kill her. So no, I don't see how Blizzard can save this. They're going to have to come up with something crazy from a story perspective if they're going to make it work. In my opinion, at least. What if she's coming back with Anduin? Even if she comes back with Anduin, I don't think they would trust her. What do you think about, in the Primus lines, he calls the jailer his brother, but refers to the others as the Eternal Ones and not brothers and sisters? I'm sorry if you already speculated on this. I must have missed it. Fallon, we have done speculation on this. I'm not sure if the video has been released on that, but I think it has been. We've done plenty of speculations on exactly that. The whole brother element of it. So, yeah, it's been speculated on, and it's a bit of a long tangent to go down. I feel like it would kind of turn into a mop type of setup. Luna, what do you mean by that? The Caps was expressing how dicked I feel as a loyalist, but okay, man. Ibrahim, the problem with Caps is it really takes up a lot of screen real estate, and then other people's messages get missed. So that's why we prefer not having only caps or people typing in too many caps. I don't think Sylvanas wants to be a leader anymore since she wants freedom. Sylvanas was never meant to be a leader. She says that at the beginning of Before the Storm. She hated being the leader. She never wanted to be the war chief. She never wished for it. So I don't think Sylvanas would have ever wanted to be leader, and I don't think she wants to be leader right now. Right? Valkyrie Pixie, how you doing? Everyone versus Sylvanas and her supporters on two sides of Oribos glaring at each other. That would be interesting. Now that would be interesting. She wants to find herself again, so there is an open opportunity for her. Did you already talk about the debate of who is death, Zuval or something else? Demos, we've spoken about that on Sunday Night Chill Show quite a bit, but then again, we've spoken about that a lot in the past as well. Pikarku, how you doing? So, I mean, we've discussed who death could be. I sort of still lean. I know everyone has their own opinions on this, and I don't mind that other people think differently from this because there's no evidence for either way. But I don't think that Zuval is death. I think Zuval serves death. It's either she dies or she ascends to something beyond imagination. I see Blizzard making Sylvanas becoming death itself. Now, won't that be cool? Can a mortal become death? 'Cause I know she's an elf and technically not mortal, but for the purposes of fucking easier discussion, let's just say everyone that comes from Azeroth is mortal, right? Or everyone that comes from reality, rather, is mortal. Would it be okay from a lore perspective and from a story perspective if a mortal could become an Eternal One or death itself? Ibrahim, no. Steve Denuser, I didn't watch the Lost Codex interview, but he did do an interview with, I think it was SA Gamer, where he explained what necromancy is. It's literally the soul is dragged out of the Shadowlands and sort of loosely attached to the vessel. So the soul no longer resides within the vessel, it's just sort of tethered to the vessel. But I don't remember him ever saying that the soul is sort of suspended within the Shadowlands. It is dragged out of the Shadowlands. That's basically what necromancy is. Now, necromancy in its purest form is about balance, right? In its purest form, necromancy is about balance between life and death, not so much about the destruction thereof, right? But, of course, necromancy in this instance is being used as a destruction of the two, rather than as a balancing act of the two. Payman, thank you for the follow, really fucking appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. For sure, Suval is or was the Jailer of Death. Yes, remember the stones of the first ones reacted to us. Mortals, I believe this is something that residents or souls from Azeroth can achieve. At this point, I still don't really know why it reacted to us, to be very honest with you. So could Azeroth be a key with Sargeras and the Jailer having a deal? The hilt looks as if it could be a Mournblade. Also, he stabbed Azeroth and didn't slice her in half. I don't think the sword is the biggest focus as to whether or not there is a deal between Sargeras and the Jailer. The biggest focus is how exactly did Sargeras come upon his plans? Monkey, how you doing? Azeroth is the first one. Pyman, I sort of don't want Azeroth to be a first one, although I can definitely see why people believe that. The reason I don't believe it is only because of want. I don't want Azeroth to be a first one. I would prefer the first ones to be things that we've never seen before, right? So my personal preference would be, oh my god, look at these first ones. We've never seen them before. Rather than one of our titans or titan bodies that we've lived on for hundreds of years being a first one. Oopsie-daisy, look at this, right? But I don't put anything past it, to be honest. There is a chance that Azeroth is. How are you today? I'm very good. Thank you very much for asking, Bubunki. How are you enjoying Valheim? Where does New Souls come from? If they have the Shadowlands for death, where does Newborns come from? Well, from life. According to the denizens of Erebos, according to, you know, Telenara and those people, souls are literally made by the first ones. So, you know, cool story. How you doing? Has anyone gone to the Forgotten Retreat in Ardenweald? There's a relic of the first ones there. I don't think I have, Valkyrie, but I am busy playing through the Ardenweald quest campaign again. I've done it a few times on beta, but I've not done it on live yet. So I'm doing it now again in my NA Hunter. I'll go to the retreat and I'll check it out. But remember, there's relics of the first ones everywhere. Every single time you resurrect, there is a relic of the first one that resurrects you, so to speak. Which is sort of weird because it shouldn't be the case, but it is. Do you think the powers of the cosmos have an actual consciousness or just avatars of their power, like the Titans or of Arcane Order, the Naru of the Light, and the Jailer of Death? I sort of want to believe that there is an actual being within every single one of the cosmological forces, that it is sort of attached to either a first one of some kind or some big bad power creature. But then at the same time, I think you could also run the risk of introducing too many god level characters, and then the story sort of can very easily become very absurd. Right? And this has happened before. When you introduce too many god-level characters into a story, you definitely run the risk of losing your community, because you're asking people to know about all of the different gods and how all of the different gods interact. You're asking them to know about how demigods interact with the gods, but then there's also demigod creations and god creations, and how does all of this fit together? So it can very easily become extremely convoluted. If you have, say, for example, a first one of every single one of the cosmological forces, that could become rather problematic, right? Very quickly. You can't get there by normal means. It's in the very north of the zone. It's a tiny island on the map. You have to get there by a glider. It's a very amazing place. Valkyrie, I'll definitely go check it out. I like exploring. Remember the quote from Primus? He forged these chains into a weapon. What's that about? The runes? Well, yeah, he effectively learned how to extend very much. The Jailer's story is almost word for word Arthur's story. Mary, how you doing? You've not missed anything yet. We haven't gone into any sort of Q&A stuff yet. in the beginning, not Arthur's story so much, but the Lich King story, Ner'zhul. When Ner'zhul first arrived on Azeroth, remember, he was accompanied by Dreadlords. The Dreadlords were meant to keep an eye on him. They were meant to keep him in line and only allow him to do the job that he was sent there to do. But through the Frozen Throne and the Helm, Ner'zhul learned how to increase his influence over the world and grow his influence outwards. It took a long time, but he learned how to do that. And I think in the same vein, that's how the jailer eventually figured out how to get free. Remember, his chains, according to the lore, the jailer's chains is connected to every single one of the realms of the Shadowlands. Every single one of the realms holds a key to one of the locks to his chains, and his chains is connected to those realms, with the final chain, the biggest chain if you will, being connected to the heart of the forest that lies in Autumnweald, right? Now, I don't care how good you are, if that chain connects the realm to the jailer, all the jailer needed to figure out is how does he make his chain the weapon, because there's already a connection. And you're not going to be able to keep him out forever, especially since the only thing he ever had was time, right? He was locked up. So he had all the time in the world to figure out how to extend his influence along these chains and into these realms in order to break free. So I think that's sort of what he means by it. Do you think Zuvul not wanting to chain up death was his betrayal? Either that or serving it. No, I think he was part and parcel to the chaining of death. Don't get me wrong, Fallon. I genuinely believe that he was part and parcel to the chaining of death. I think he was part of the, shall we say, invasionary force that took over the Shadowlands. But I think in time, he started to listen to the whispers of death. He started to see the point in death and started to realize that what they had done was wrong. That's sort of how I think the story goes. Voodoo, how you doing, bro? In an interview, they said Zuvul had influence on Azeroth. Wait, that went way too quickly. In an interview, they said Zuvul had influence on Azeroth way before the Lich King. What do you think he did? Well, they sort of mention, to some extent, Galakrond, right? So they're sort of hinting at Galakrond perhaps having some kind of influence, or there might be some kind of influence between Galakrond and the jailer. They did say that Galakrond was the first use of necromancy on Azeroth. And by extension, that would mean that the jailer in some way, shape or form had some kind of influence on it. And then of course you also have Odin, and Odin sacrificing his eye, and the jailer most likely having influence on Azeroth through Odin. So there's at least two ways in which that can be explained. They might come up with something very different, right? It's entirely possible that they come up with a whole new explanation for why that might be the case. Killigang, thank you so much for the sub, dude. Really fucking appreciate that. 4 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Akko, I was looking at the tats on Zuvul, and Anduin, the pattern seems similar. Perhaps Zuvul is being controlled as well. Killigang, very good point. Illidan HQ, how you doing, bro? Thank you very much for the follow. Really appreciate that. That is a very good point. Something that sort of dawned on me as we were watching the trailer. So let's just quickly do... Let's just quickly do this. Here we go. Can you guys hear?
Despite all our efforts, the Maw continues to grow. What if Denathrius's treachery is irreparable? The Primus is lost, and Bastion cannot save the Shadowlands alone.
None of this should have happened.
Perhaps the Winter Queen could...
My Archon.
I only want to show you a small part of it, but I love this cinematic, so I hope you guys don't mind that we're watching the whole thing again. Does anyone mind? Do you want me to just show you the part that is relevant to the conversation we're having? You guys don't mind. You don't mind that we watch this again, because I like watching this. Logging out of Valheim. All right, Monkey. Okay, so let's do this.
A living soul seeks an audience.
A mortal?
A king. By all our measures, one who has spent his life striving for justice.
I want to point out, even though we know exactly why this is happening, right? Even though we know exactly why Uther is looking at him, it shouldn't be lost on us that Uther, I mean, this is familiar to him. A king, a prince, blonde hair, walking past him, feeling that same power that he once felt from Arthas, that power of the Maw. There's definitely, I mean, we can't lose sight of the fact that this is a very Arthas moment for Uther, right? Even if you remove the whole jailer thing and the power of the Maw, Anduin looks very much like Arthas would as a young boy. I get why people, don't fucking tell me Arthas is his father. I get why you think that, but I don't agree. Right? We're just going to leave it at that. We'll have our own beliefs on how that exactly works out. All I'm saying is it's an extremely telling moment.
One who would give anything to serve his people.
What is extremely important, and this is something that I missed literally up until now. Listen quickly to the words that Clea says here, right? Listen quickly to the words that Clea says here and the response from Uther at the exact same time. Now, bear in mind, Uther doesn't hear these words, right? This is Clea talking to the Archon. Uther doesn't hear it, but these words are ridiculously important, and I'll tell you in a second why.
One who would give anything to serve his people.
The exact reason for the downfall of Arthas was that Arthas would have given anything to serve his people. Arthas cared about his people a great deal. If you ever read the lore of Arthas, as a young prince, Arthas didn't view his nobility as something that should keep him away from his people. For Arthas, there was no difference between a peasant working the fields and a nobleman. Arthas cared about all of his people equally. He desperately wanted to prove himself as their king. He really loved his people. And it was that element of him that the jailer could use to eventually destroy him, to eventually take him over. You see it when Arthas finally picks up Frostmourne. He's willing to pay any price to save his people. It's just a nice little flashback. I don't think it has any sort of lore implication, but it is a nice flashback to the age of Arthas and how Arthas, they may as well at this point be speaking about Arthas. Up until this point, the only thing that gives away that this is Anduin is his armor. From everything that Clea is saying about him, 100% Arthas. They are talking about Arthas in this.
One who would give anything to serve his people. One whose heart is true.
Very well. He may approach. Step forward.
Now,
My
father not
ascended
confirmed.
have spoken of you. The king held captive in the Maw.
That prison could not hold me forever.
Why have you come to Bastion?
You have a key
This is so cool.
that I need.
You will release this soul from your grasp.
No. He is bound to me, just as you
once sought to bind your own brother.
This is so cool, dude. All right, so if you look at this, right, Anduin sort of breaks free, and you can see the runes aren't lit, right? As Anduin breaks free, the runes are not lit. In other words, Anduin has the ability to break free here. What happens as soon as he sort of breaks away? Schlump, thank you so much for the Prime sub, dude. Really fucking appreciate that. Welcome to the Fat Fuckers Club. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, did the bot get you, Luna? You see the runes activating, and Anduin is no more.
The vessel performed its part flawlessly.
What about the runes on the jailer? Do you guys see something about the runes on the jailer? Like anything standing out to you about those runes? How come she doesn't die? Do you think that she will show a more aggressive approach towards the jailer the more? I mean, she's going to come out swinging, right? These are glowing. Exactly. It's glowing like the armor. What if the jailer is also being controlled? What if the runes on the armor of Anduin is the key to understanding what's being done to the jailer? In other words, the jailer himself is not, he's not in control of this at all. The fact that his runes glow and the glowing runes on Anduin's armor must mean something, right? Blizzard wouldn't put it there if it isn't important, and the jailer's runes always glow. Matches the rune on Frostmourne. The runes, wherever the runes are used, he controls, right? Like 100%. He controls whoever the runes are on. But why doesn't the same apply to him? Why doesn't these runes also mean that he is being controlled by something else? Can anyone chat offer any sort of reasoning as to why this might not happen? I think Death is controlling him as well, to be quite honest with you. I think Death is controlling him as well. I think at some point he made a pact with Death for power, and Death gave him these runes and maybe promised him that he would have all the power in the world, much like Arthas. Much like Arthas' story. So Arthas got the promise that he would have the power to stop the Scourge. What wasn't told to him is the fact that as soon as he accepts that power, what a coinkydink, he now becomes the Scourge, right? He becomes the problem that takes down that takes down his world. What if the story of the jailer is similar? In other words, he accepted the gift of power to maybe save his people or save the Shadowlands, but he was never told that by accepting this gift, he actually just becomes the vehicle for whatever power lurks beyond him. Are different, and unlike something controlling him, they act like a remote controller. Metroplex, well, remote controller or control. Do you think maybe the runes is what gives him the power to control the runes on others? a rocket to go to the moon. And when the nuclear bomb worked, after he was forced to work on it, he said the rocket performed flawlessly, except it landed on the wrong planet. But it's almost the same word for word. I think the Jailer's runes are the clans, are the chains he broke free of and turned it into a weapon of his own. The runes are how the Eternal Ones bound him, and he is now using them to control others. Dragonwolf, like I said, that's been our theory for a long time, right? That's the theory we've been working on. This theory that I'm suggesting to you guys now is one that says, what if he himself is also being controlled? If you look at what happens when Anduin's runes fade, right? So Anduin breaks free. Now, what's interesting here is look at the runes on Anduin's body right now. Right now, those runes aren't lit at all. It might be, the answer to that might very well be that the sword was enough. The problem is after what Anduin does here, after striking down the Archon, the sword is no longer enough. The runes on the sword is no longer enough to keep him controlled. And so the Jailer needs to take full control in order to ensure that he brings it back. Because we can see the runes on Frostmourne, on Shadowmourne. Shadowmourne is glowing, right? Those runes are fully active. They're doing what they're meant to be doing, right? But as soon as those runes activate and Anduin is once again taken over, it just reminds me of these runes that's also active consistently. Maybe that's why they call him Monster, because they know it's death controlling him. I mean, maybe. Maybe that's why only the Primus still calls him brother, because the others have given up on him. The others have decided that he's incapable of being saved. He's given himself over, if that makes sense, right? And so they don't even try. Perhaps it's only the Primus that is still holding out hope that his brother can one day be saved, that his brother can one day be freed from the mind control of death. Look at the Jailer's eyes.
3 keys remain. Then they will see.
His eyes glow the exact same color as Anduin's. I mean, on one hand, one could argue, well, Accolon, it's just so that he can control Anduin. The runes is just a language of power. I get that, but let's think outside the box. Allow your mind to wander to the possibilities, to endless possibilities, if you will, right? Everything here screams that the Jailer himself is also being controlled. Everything screams it, in my opinion. I do, however, let's put it to Twitter. Let's see if Twitter sees the same shit.
Then they will see.
I want to put this to Twitter and see if they sort of see the same shit we do. So I'm just screen capping this, and then I want to screen cap this moment. Man, I fucking love watching these cinematics. They make me so happy. I can't describe to you guys how happy these make me. Alright, we'll capture this as well. Just for shits and giggles. Right, and now we can go to Twitter and quickly ask the question. Alright, let's see. We want screenshots, right? There we go. Screenshots. There we go. Now you guys can go give me your opinion on it. You guys can let me know what you think. Well, the runes are the language of the first one, so it is a possibility that the first one of death is controlling him. Dragonwolf, that's actually genius. I mean, if we're talking about first ones, right? Specifically talking about first ones, then surely there must be first ones of life and first ones of death and first ones of order, right? That would sort of, to me, be what first ones are, the creators of all the cosmological powers and forces within the universe. So I can definitely see that. I can definitely see that. Were Anduin's eyes glowing when his runes weren't, when he jumped and stabbed the Archon? No. Well, Anduin's eyes were definitely different, right? So this is what his eyes look like throughout this. Let's see what the jump shot looks like. Yes, his eyes is definitely glowing. Look at that. You can see it. His eyes is most definitely glowing. So that maybe gives credence. Cuculus, how you doing, bro? Vantir, how you doing? That sort of gives credence to my argument that what we have here is the jailer is capable of controlling Anduin in this moment. Anduin isn't putting up enough of a fight. However, after Anduin... When Anduin does this, however, Anduin fights back, right? This is the moment Anduin goes, nope, I can't fucking do this. This is too much. And this is where the jailer has to basically implement the second part of the plan, right? So now he activates all of the runes to ensure that there's no fighting back. So that maybe proves that, right? Fantier, thank you so much for the Prime sub, dude. Really fucking appreciate that. Welcome to the Fat Fuckers Club. Thank you. Orahawk, how you doing? What Enoch Blade is point out is that the big guy with the rune... wait, I missed that. Oh my fuck. No. Hold up, let me just quickly read that. Pumanki. Pointing out that the big guy with the runes are glowing like he's being under control and Anduin's are being controlled, but the picture you took does not show that. What picture? I mean, the picture does show the runes and it shows the runes glowing. So maybe it's an amount of power control needed. Conduit Streams, thank you very much for the follow. Really fucking appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. I'm doing great, by the way. Thanks. Happy to hear that, Orahawk. As Fallon said, Muazala has the same eyes. Well, right now, it would appear, at least from a general stance, if you're just taking into consideration the glowing eyes and the things that we see here, it could very easily be that Muazala, right? That Muazala is being controlled by death, the jailer is being controlled by death, and Anduin is being controlled by the jailer. Right? That is sort of what this would signify. That might be the reason why the Archon survived. Anduin fought back in that moment. Basogo, a very good fucking guess. As far as guesses go, very good guess. Because I don't think Muazala would be under the control of the jailer, but it's very easy to believe that Muazala could be under the control of death itself. The Winter Queen's eyes glow blue as well. True, but it is different. I mean, the blue that we see with Muazala, with the jailer, and with Anduin is almost, I want to say, greenish blue. Whereas the Winter Queen's isn't exactly that color. The runes are carved on him by the Primus and Death Pantheon to control and jail him because Anduin says he is bound to me, just like you trying to bind your brother. So it's the same. Paimon, that's not necessarily what he meant. The chains were meant to bind him, right? the very chains that we see hanging from him, that was the things that bound him. The runes doesn't necessarily mean that they use those runes to bind him. The runes could be something that happened. If what you're saying is true, then the jailer at this point should still be under the control of the Eternal Ones, because the runes are glowing. The runes are very much active. So how would he have broken free? If what you're saying is true, these runes would have gone dark. If these runes were truly the things that bound him to the Shadowlands or to the Maw, then they would have gone dark at this point, because he's no longer playing ball, right? We all see Soulbind. What if Zuval did some forbidden ritual to save the Shadowlands from Void's attack, similar how Tyrande did ritual to gain power of Ildoon? But as Tyrande now basically is being cursed with the power of Ildoon, same thing could have happened to Zuval. Then he got possessed by being whose ritual gave him runes, and that's why the rest of them hate him, because he did forbidden. Lockdog, I wouldn't say forbidden necessarily, but I in a general sense, I'm willing to believe what you just said. In a general sense, I am willing to buy that, right? So I'm basically buying what you're selling. It could be as simple as a deal, right? They're under attack by the Void. The Lords of Death, as Bwonsamdi calls them, and this is something that I think people should also remember. If you read Shadows Rising, Bwonsamdi specifically says to Nathanos, what the Lords of Death have given can just as easily be taken away. Bwonsamdi knew that the Winter Queen, the Archon, and the Primus wasn't in on this. So what exactly is Bwonsamdi talking about when he says what the Lords of Death have given? I mean, what exactly does he refer to when he speaks of the Lords of Death? So it is very simple, or a very easy to believe explanation to say that when the Void attacked, they were, and Draka actually says this, right? Draka explains that when the Void attacked, many fell. Many fell to the attack of the Void, and it took all of the might of the Shadowlands to stop the Void, to eventually push the Void back. It could very well be that when the Void attacked, the Lords of Death promised Zuval that they could help. If he just accepted their power, they would help. What they didn't tell him, the same as he didn't tell Arthas, is once you accept my help, you accept me entirely. So from that moment forward, my will becomes your will. Do you think in the background controlling everyone is a corrupted world soul by the Void Lords that the main gods were worried about happening from the start, because a corrupted world soul would be too powerful for any of them to handle? Lone Ranger, no. I don't think it's a corrupted world soul. I do think it's death. I think it's death itself that's controlling it. All magic has runes, or most of them at least. So like Illidan saving Azeroth the first time. Andy, yeah, very similar to Illidan saving Azeroth the first time. Illidan accepted power, wanting to save Azeroth, without realizing that power comes at a fucking cost, right? Was in control of his actions. Not really. Arthas was in control of his actions before he donned the Helm of Domination. Once he donned the helm, Arthas's actions actually was no longer his own. What did Automod do? Who was removed with Automod? That Automod is busy pissing me off, by the way. I mean, fuck. Caps, like, all caps isn't good, but Jesus. I don't mind if people use some fucking caps. I'm going to remove this because it is pissing me off. People should be able to use at least some caps. This bot is turning into a fucking Nazi at the minute. Yeah, let's just remove that shit. All right, there we go. About this video. So here's why I think even if they confirmed that, then that's a big retcon. We will watch Ballila's video today. I haven't watched any of the Q&As yet, but we will watch Ballila's video. But let me show you this.
Father, is it over?
If they're now saying, right? If they are now saying that Arthas was in control of his actions, then what the fuck does that line mean? Like, legitimately explain that to me. Arthas asks his father, is it over? Is that something that you ask if you were in control of everything that you just did? If he said leading up to being the Lich King, then nothing I said is wrong. So what exactly did they say? Because if he said all of Arthas' actions up until becoming the Lich King, then nothing I said was wrong now. Because I legitimately told you, while Arthas only had Frostmourne, it was Arthas that did everything. Frostmourne simply made it so that Arthas no longer gave a shit, right? So Arthas no longer had to worry about the whole empathy, sympathy, you know, right, wrong, morality bullshit, right? Because the sword basically stole his soul. The goodness that was Arthas was removed. So Arthas effectively became a psychopath. He did whatever the fuck he wanted because he could, right? And he no longer had that voice in the back of his mind saying, hey, you shouldn't be doing that shit, right? We all have that voice. How often have you looked at someone and thought, you know what? I just want to pick up a pipe and smack this guy in the face as hard as I fucking can. How often has that happened? And then the voice in the back of your mind goes, you shouldn't do that. You could kill the guy. You could go to jail. This is not a good thing to do. Don't do it. Right? Or you're driving and someone's driving like a piece of shit. And you think to yourself, I just need to ram into him as hard as I fucking can. Screw it. And then the voice in the back of your mind goes, no, that's not how you should be living your life. Right? That happens. And the voice is what stops you from doing it. Now, once the voice is removed, which is what happened to Arthas, he did whatever the fuck he wanted to do. But once he donned the helm, his actions were no longer his own. So if he said up until becoming the Lich King, nothing I said changes. Because that's exactly what I said. Arthas was not in control at this point anymore because this line is what sort of confirmed that for me. This line specifically.
Father, is it over?
The fact that he asks that, right, just confirms it. Father, is it over? In other words, I didn't have control over this. I was literally just fucking, I was just watching all of this shit happen. This wasn't the plan. This wasn't what I wanted to do, right? But we will watch Ballila's. We'll actually start with Ballila's video because I've wanted to watch Ballila's video for quite a bit. RSINJ, you'd be surprised how not obvious it is. Yeah, we will watch Ballila's video. Don't worry about it. We're gonna watch Ballila's video. I think the Frostmourne did give Zuval some control over Arthas, just like the Kingsmourne gave him some control over Anduin, but not complete control. They broke free for a moment. Well, true. It would have given him some control, but of course, at some point. Now, remember, Frostmourne was built differently. Frostmourne actually stole Arthas' soul as he was using it. Right? So the more he used this blade and the more he kept killing people, the more of himself he started to lose to Frostmourne, the more he became an empty vessel, so to speak, for the jailer to just take control of him. So in that sense, Frostmourne functioned differently, although it could be that every single time Anduin uses this blade, the Shadowmourne, he is going to become, you know, more and more empty. More and more of his soul will be stolen by this Mournblade. That could be what Mournblades do, right? DRW, thank you so much for the Prime Time, dude. Really fucking appreciate that. 2 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. No, please no. I think Frostmourne just probably used the souls it took into feeding and powering the jailer or death. Well, Frostmourne definitely didn't have, in my opinion, a connection to the jailer. Because that Frostmourne may have been used to ultimately pass those souls on to the jailer. So the ultimate plan would have been use this sword to pick up as many souls as you can, break the veil, and give me the fucking sword so that I can have all the souls I want, right? But I don't know if those souls immediately powered him, if that makes sense. I do think Anduin is going to break free. I genuinely do not see a world in which Blizzard writes a story where Anduin becomes an evil fuck. I don't see that happening. Nowhere near. Genuinely can't see that happen. You could argue that the jailer had less influence over Arthas because he was in physical realm, and Anduin being in the realm of death makes him easier to control. Of course, it would be easier to control because you wouldn't have to deal with all the barriers and the distance. I mean, there is no confirmation. This is an already established fact. Do we know why the jailer used Anduin's sword and not made a different sword, like he made Frostmourne? Well, because Shadowmourne is already very powerful, right? Or Shadowmane, rather, is very powerful. So taking Shadowmane and turning it into a Mournblade most likely just adds to that power. Now the question becomes, how powerful is Shadowmane? Because what if the very thing that saves Anduin is the power that still resides within Shadowmane? What if eventually Shadowmane can push out the Mournblade part of it and be the saving grace of Anduin, right? That is something that could fucking happen. So there's every reason to believe that at some point the plan that the jailer hatched using Anduin's own sword might be the very thing that bites him in the ass, but we'll have to wait and see for that. Anyways, how many of you is ready for the Q&A from Balila? I haven't watched it. I haven't watched it for a very good reason, because I wanted to watch it live. And yeah, we're live now, so we can watch it. I will give you my opinions, my thoughts. It's not just going to be a watch, right? So I'm not just going to fucking sit here and watch it. Because that'd be boring, and there's no reason for that. You're not ready? Well, Andy, get ready, because it is time for us to watch Balila's interview and see what these lore spoilers, shall we call them, what spoilers we can get from this, and maybe what speculation we can get. These Q&As oftentimes really tickle the mind in terms of, oh, they just say that could mean that, or that, or that. So we're going to be watching with perked ears, if you will. Ladies and gentlemen, settle in, grab a coffee, and let's get going.
Hello and welcome to the channel. So, during BlizzCon, I got to interview Morgan Day and Steve Denuser, design and narrative leads on World of Warcraft. The interview was an absolute blast to do. I enjoyed myself a lot.
The one thing I want, the only thing I want in this fucking world, in this life. Calikins, thank you so much for what's up. Really fucking appreciate that. 2 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I want to have the opportunity to sit down with Steve Denuser and Terran Gregory. Like, if I can get to the size of content creator where I'm allowed to interview one of those two or both, that'd be the happiest day of my life. Because I have so many questions that I would like to ask these guys, and very few people ask the questions I would want to know about.
And on gameplay topics like Torghast, and on a lot of brilliant lore reveals. Really brilliant lore reveals. I loved what they had to say. If you are, as an example, a little burnt out in Torghast, then definitely listen on, because Morgan hears you, and that was great to hear. Now, mild technical problems scuffed our intro, so I'm going to cut straight to my opening question. How much agency did Arthas have during the events of Warcraft 3, The Frozen Throne, and to what degree was he under the Jailer's influence? I hope you enjoy the interview, and I'll see you on the other side.
Well, we've learned through the course of Shadowlands, obviously, that the Helm of Domination and Frostmourne were instruments of the Jailer's will, of Domination Magic. Domination was a power that was used to seal him away in the Maw and over...
Okay, that's interesting. That is interesting. So Domination Magic was, in fact, the magic that was used to seal him in the Maw. Interesting that we now learn again about a new type of fucking magic, right? Domination magic. So domination isn't just a thing you do, it's an actual type of magic. Well, if it was death magic, I'm sure they would have called it death magic. Instead, they call it domination magic. In other words, maybe that's a new class coming, Dominatrix or Dominator or whatever the fuck you want to call it, a creature that uses domination magic, right? That is something that is possible, but domination magic being a thing is sort of cool. It's a cool reveal, and it definitely opens up a lot of more discussions that needs to be had on the different types of magic, if you will.
The long eons that have passed, he's found a way to weaponize that and turn that against those who locked him away. And so we've seen his influence steadily growing, and he's been looking for...
So that's what the Primus meant, by the way. That is what the Primus meant. When the Primus said he has found a way to weaponize his chains, that's literally what it is. He has found a way to twist and turn domination magic so that it actually works against them rather than for them, which makes you wonder, did he not know about domination magic before he got imprisoned? Was there a time when domination magic was maybe only magic used by the Primus, for example, or maybe used by the Winter Queen, and he had to learn how to use it?
Ways to get that influence outside the Maw and the Helm and Frostmourne.
Has to be the Primus, right? Because he literally grabs these secrets from the Runecarver, which I still believe to some extent is the Primus. He grabs those secrets. So the secrets he's referring to is very much the secrets of the first ones. Killer Gang, thank you so much for the 4 community subs, dude. Really fucking 5 community subs. Really fucking appreciate that. Can we some love and chat for Killer Gang and the 5 community subs? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very much the secrets of the first ones. The secrets that the first ones sought to hide is, I believe, what the jailer said here. So domination magic comes from the first ones. Interesting.
Steadily growing, and he's been looking for ways to get that influence outside the Maw, and the Helm and Frostmourne were a part of that. That said, you know, there certainly are similarities, deliberate ones that we're showing in the cinematic to have some of those Arthas overtones in what's happening with Anduin, but we see clear differences as well. So when Anduin attacks the Archon, we get that moment where the power weakens a little bit, and you see his personality come through, and he's horrified at what's going on. But then that domination magic kicks in again, the runes light up, and he is once again suppressed to the jailer's will. That wasn't the case with Arthas, right? Like, Arthas made...
All right, Ross, thank you so much for the primes. I did really fucking appreciate that. 3 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I have to go back a bit. Hold up.
Is once again suppressed to the jailer's will. That wasn't the case with Arthas, right? Like, Arthas made choices along the way, and yes, there was a dark power calling to him and all of that, but it was still very much choices that he made that led him along the path that he went. So we're setting up those comparisons and those contrasts as well, and that's something that will play out in the story.
So again, just based on what we said before, you definitely have an evolution within Anduin, right? So when we watched the cinematic, and I told you guys in that cinematic, as
The Maw is irreparable. The Primus is lost, and
A mortal?
A king.
So if you...
By all our measures, one who has spent his life striving for justice. One who would give anything to serve his people.
One who would give anything to serve his people. We spoke about this just before we started watching the Q&A. This was Arthas too, right? But the difference between Anduin and Arthas, the thing that Anduin lacks that Arthas had in abundance is arrogance, right? Arthas had an arrogant streak to him. He had this idea about him that he would be extremely powerful, and he was always trying to prove himself as worthy of rule, as worthy of the light, and he became more and more arrogant as his power within the light grew. This is something we never see within Anduin, right? Never. Anduin isn't an arrogant character. He's never been arrogant. Anduin does not overestimate his own abilities. If anything, Anduin almost always questions his own abilities. So, yes, it is true that Anduin wouldn't go exactly the route of, exactly the same route as Arthas, because left to his own devices, does anyone truly believe that Anduin would ever strike down the Archon, even if it meant that his people would be saved? Let's imagine the jailer promised him that striking down the Archon will seal the world and you will no longer have to worry, your people will be saved. Anduin would never do that. Never in a million years would he be able to do that. Anduin would try to find another way. But it is interesting. Mary, what you just said there is very interesting. Light is a dominating force. Light always dominates. It dominates everything it comes into contact with, or at least tries to do so. So could it be that domination magic itself comes from the light? That domination magic was first used by the light? I can see that 100% being the case.
A softer influence, it's fair to say that the jailer wasn't mind controlling him whenever he was doing all of his bad deeds, but there were subtle influences tailored to Arthas's perhaps personality flaws.
Yeah, I think that you could look at the patterns of what's going on with Ner'zhul, with Arthas, and with Sylvanas as well, that the jailer is kind of refining his techniques and the ways that he's going about his things. He needed agents on the outside to carry out his will. He had willing ones like Sire Denathrius, and he has others that he's tried to coerce or encourage.
Very big, this. Very big, this. This is actually a very big fucking reveal. Let's just listen to this again.
Yeah, I think that you could look at the patterns of what's going on with Ner'zhul, with Arthas, and with Sylvanas as well, that the jailer is kind of refining his techniques and the ways that he's going about his things. He needed agents on the outside to carry out his will. He had willing ones like Sire.
First of all, this proves the argument of Sargeras either being a pawn of the jailer, so being duped into creating this Lich King, because remember, it was the Dreadlords that brought this sword and helm to Sargeras and sort of most likely convinced him that this is the power he needs if he wishes to take Azeroth, not knowing that the Dreadlords were in service to their only master, the jailer. Right? So the Dreadlords weren't actually doing anything to help Sargeras. They were simply helping their master. Getting the helm onto Azeroth is what the jailer has always wanted. Ner'zhul, under the control of the jailer, 100% working for the jailer trying to get free. Then you have Arthas. Arthas was sort of, but it I'm not saying it is, maybe Sargeras wasn't as stupid as the jailer thought. The fact that Sargeras instructs them to create the Lich King, because remember, it is actually said that nothing that the Burning Legion did was without Sargeras' instruction. Everything they did was because Sargeras told them to. So we could argue that when Ner'zhul's body was disintegrated and his soul was bound to the armor, that was at the instructions of Sargeras. perhaps Sargeras knew that the Great Lords was lying to him. That by giving the jailer a body, he would be giving the jailer way too much power. So he tried to limit the jailer's power insofar as the jailer can't move around, but he still would have that power, that army, to eventually invade Azeroth and do whatever he wanted to do. So one could argue that maybe even the story of how Sargeras started his journey, maybe... What if Sargeras actually learned about the jailer? What if the whole story of Sargeras learning about the Void Lords and getting scared of the Void Lords is bullshit? What if the thing that Sargeras learned about is the jailer and the jailer's ultimate plans, and this is why the jailer realized that what they're doing is wrong, how they're doing it is wrong, and that's going to destroy things. I'm just throwing things out there, not saying it's true, but that is an interesting way of, I think, going back and forth. But there's more that comes out of this single fucking bit that Denuzer says here that I find very, very interesting.
Techniques and the ways that he's going about his things. He needed agents on the outside to carry out his will. He had willing ones like Sire Denathrius, and
he had willing ones like Sire Denathrius. Why doesn't he? Sylvanas is willing. I get that Sire Denathrius is a big character, cool character. They like Sire Denathrius, but wouldn't Sylvanas as an example here be better? Killer Gang, that's the question. That's the question I'm ultimately getting at. Is Sylvanas not willing? Is she not a willing agent of the jailer? In which case, why not? Stravid says, how you doing? Why is Sylvanas not willing? What exactly is happening? Valia's new vid. Just Jeff, we're literally watching it as you write that. This is what we're watching. She knows everything. Well, willing would mean that she knows enough to willingly follow along. Doesn't necessarily mean that she knows everything, right? But anyways.
And he has others that he's tried to coerce or encourage along the way. And the results he's gotten haven't always been what he wanted. You could imagine that if the Lich King was an entity designed to get his influence on Azeroth, that these mortal influences, both of Ner'zhul and Arthas, those kind of ended up getting in the way. And so now...
This is what Uther said, right? Uther did state Ner'zhul had no interest in taking over Azeroth. He just wanted to be free of the Burning Legion, right? He had no interest in taking over Azeroth. So he was deviating very much so from the plan of the jailer. Arthas, according to Uther, there was a small part of Arthas' humanity left that held them back. So basically stopped the Lich King from fully destroying Azeroth. So it's very real. What Denuzer is saying here is very interesting. It was their humanity, the fact that they are from Azeroth and the fact that they are human. It's their humanity that interfered with the ultimate plans.
Now, when you saw Sylvanas trying to say to the jailer, let me win this guy over to our cause. Let me convince him. He'll be a better weapon for us. The jailer gave her some latitude there, but it finally reached a point where he said, okay, it's time to go. Like, just make this happen. And that's how we see Dominated Anduin now. And the repercussions of that and of that decision and what's to come, that's part and parcel of the story of Chains of Domination and the story chapters to come.
Okay, and not only that, but there were other elements in play too. Like, when we saw at the beginning of Shadowlands that cinematic where Sylvanas shattered the Helm of Domination, and it literally pierced the veil between our two worlds. And how would that have influenced other things that were happening, and also the jailer's power?
Yeah.
Gotcha. That's fun. It kind of leads me to two things then. If the jailer is continually refining his methods, is it maybe fair to say that he had not as much control over Ner'zhul? And that then makes me wonder, like, Blades of the Fallen Prince questline, and a few of those little hints with Ner'zhul. So one question I've got is, Ner'zhul, what's the crack with our boy from the past? And then, well, you mentioned Domination Magic. So to me, it seems like, does that then come from the first ones? And are we seeing something, or whoever it is, Are we seeing something that they can do that we see it framed by the jailer and it looks obviously very dastardly? So yeah, domination magic. I mean, first ones, what's our vibe there?
So when it comes to Ner'zhul, yeah, we're gonna be delving more into that story of what happens when this mortal that it looks like someone is gonna go along with the plan and then they don't.
Wait, we're gonna dive into the story of Ner'zhul? I would be fucking so happy, dude. I would be so happy to dive into the story of Ner'zhul. Holy shit, yes, please.
That doesn't please the jailer. And so those, whatever is left of Ner'zhul after all that's been through with him, you can imagine that is receiving some of the jailer's ire. So it just may be that we see a little more of that story as Shadowlands unfold.
There are definitely opportunities on that. There are definitely opportunities on that one as we, explore spaces like the Sanctum of Domination. Who would the jailer have trapped away in there?
Arthas, Ner'zhul, the Sanctum of Domination. Who would the jailer have trapped in there? Arthas, Ner'zhul. Who else could we be seen trapped inside there? So yeah, 100% these people would be suffering, right?
What are some of the people or souls that he would have been tormenting? So there's definitely opportunity with the new raid coming up in Chains of Domination to explore questions like that.
Yeah, awesome.
And then we'll also learn a bit more about the powers of the leaders of the Shadowlands, the Pantheon of Death, the Eternal Ones, how that relates to the jailer's imprisonment. We'll learn, if you look at the things that message from the Primus when you get into the his seat of power there in Maldraxxus, the things he says about the jailer, and we know that the Primus was a master runesmith. That he has those, is able to infuse magic into those languages, and so what was done to Zoval.
Very sneaky from Balilier. Very sneaky. Master Runesmith and then instantly showing the rune carver. Very sneaky, I would say.
To make him the jailer, that's a cool storyline to explore for sure.
Hey, yes, there are cogs turning. This is fun. Yeah, so to keep it up with the lore then, Garrosh Hellscream, everyone's favorite anima battery. In that Afterlives short, it looked like he was there. So obviously not to do spoilers, but could you give me a tease?
Well, it was cool when we were talking about what characters to feature in those Afterlives cinematics and what story we wanted to tell. Obviously, part of the function of those cinematics is to explain what these, the reasons we called the series Afterlives was like, hey, let's talk about what these realms are about. And so through Uther's story, we got to learn what Bastion did and what its function was. And so when it came to Revendreth, we talked about, what kind of character would embody this sort of soul that would be sent there, that was filled with pride, but that still had some quality in it that didn't deserve the maw, but like maybe this person could be turned around. And that was really like Garrosh's story, right? Was like, he had this path before him, and circumstances and choices that other people made and all those things kind of led him to go down a certain way, but you could have seen perhaps a different route for him to take. And so he became a really great embodiment there. And obviously he wasn't part of that initial core Shadowlands storyline for the 9-0 stuff, but now as we go into Chains of Domination, we have a chance to explore some more of those other stories and seeing. So, we feel like Garrosh had a really great arc, and that he had a really, culminating moments in Warlords of Draenor. So we don't want to retell a huge story with him, but I think it's safe to say that we will get some, some payoff for his appearance in the Afterlives trailer, and I think that you'll see some fitting events that will transpire. But I don't want to go into spoiler territory.
Yeah. It is awesome. It is cool though to talk about Revan.
Do you guys want to see Garrosh? How many of you actually want to see the story of Garrosh? Like, see Garrosh being added? Because I'm definitely fucking for it. I am 100% for it. It does sort of make me worry that he states that, you know, we don't want to lean too heavy into the Garrosh story. He had a great arc, and it was sort of, you know, it was sort of done and dusted there. I don't necessarily agree with that specifically, because I think the arc that we saw Garrosh take and the story that we saw from Garrosh in general was only the bad sides of him, right? It was only the worst of him that we saw there. Now, I genuinely don't want a redemption for any of the characters. I've made this point before, right? I hate redemptions. I think redemption stories are oftentimes way too forced. They ask the viewer to literally ignore everything that happened and just sort of now swallow this new redemption pill, if you will. But I do think that Garrosh's arc needs to be introduced to explain to us the reasons he did what he did, right? In a way that we could accept that, okay, that sort of makes sense in a very twisted and weird way, rather than it just being a straight up redemption. Oh, I'm sorry, look at me, I feel so sorry for myself. And it would be great to have Garrosh at the forefront of some battle at least once.
Revendreth and the different afterlives and what makes them unique, you know, like Revendreth, as Steve mentioned, it's unique in that it isn't potentially people's final resting place. It's more about the rehabilitation and can these soul be saved, or do they need to be whisked off to the Maw? And similar to Ardenweald, it's more about that cycle of life and death and rebirth. So that's one of the fun elements of Revendreth that is also good to keep in mind.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Garrosh is a battery. He's a source of great power because of that big life he led. So that's a fun story to tell.
Cool.
So I guess a little bit of confirmation for something we've known for a very long time. We've argued about this. We've speculated on this. We sort of always said, right, that it seems like the bigger the character was, the more power they accrued, the more things they did in their life, the more anima they have. So the soul grows effectively with the power level of the mortal. This would mean that someone like Ysera would have an absolute crap ton of anima within her, because Ysera was a very important character, a very powerful character, and obviously a character that did a great many things within her life. So it is sort of nice that is confirmed, that different characters do have different power levels or levels of anima, and that it is sort of the things that you did in your life that would control or determine that. Will you upload this year to YouTube? Would be amazing. It will most likely be uploaded to YouTube, just with a lot of it cut out and more just focusing on the discussions that we're having about it, rather than just showing the whole, all the answers and questions and all the rest of it. But I'll leave that up to Alex to do with what he wants. But most of this will most likely be uploaded to YouTube, yes.
On the lore, just for a little bit more. Okay, so a little bit of Titan stuff. Do you think the first ones and the Titans ever met? Like, were they roaming the galaxy in the same time frame?
Fuck yeah.
And the other part of that is, it's probably a bit for the future, but Azeroth, is she the Titan of anything in your mind? I think that might be a big reveal for the future, though.
Well, the great thing about Shadowlands is that it's really served as a springboard for us to delve into that more cosmic side of the Warcraft universe. Yep. and that cosmology chart that we had planted in the very first Chronicle volume. This is our first chance to really go to to see that personified, to see one part of.
We've discussed this, right? Yeah, it is the map. I'm glad that they're bringing up the map. I don't have to search for it, but we have discussed this, I think, like 2 or 3 shows ago. Shadowlands really is the opportunity for Blizzard to go Warhammer level, right? So what I mean by Warhammer level, how many people know anything about the Warhammer universe in chat right now? When I search for the map, I get a picture of Akko looking at the map. Well, yeah, pretty much. But if you know anything about the Warhammer universe, you'd know that there is a shit ton of story around mortals and races and all the rest of it, but there is a crazy amount of story around gods and the god level threats and the sort of the gods opposing one another, and you have chaos gods, and you have mortal gods, you have all these weird sort of god creatures, and those really do push the story in different directions. The gods, in some ways, actually determine the story for the mortals, and then the mortal story builds into it even more. You know, basically, you have characters that wants to kill the gods. You have characters that like the gods. It's a whole mess. But that's the one thing that Blizzard or World of Warcraft has sort of missed for a very long time, has been the bigger stories of the gods. I don't think a story can really come into its own until you start talking about these gods of the universe. And Shadowlands is the perfect way for that, right? Shadowlands does introduce for the first time the gods of our universe. And most likely, what I'm seeing at least, is someone like Sylvanas wants to take down these gods. Other people may want to protect these gods. So it's an interesting thing, I think you could say. Let's get over with what the Primus said. It also points out that the Primus, Winter Queen, Archon, Sire, Zuval, they were not the first ones. Well, who's ever said that they were the first ones?
Of it as a place. And just to plug, we've got a book coming out called The Grimoire of the Shadowlands that's written from the point of view of a broker. And one of the chapters in there discusses a different point of view on the cosmology of the universe and what it means and so forth. And that's
Am I getting a new map? Are they spoiling me with a new map? If I get a new map, we're going to have trouble, because we're constantly going to have to pull up a new fucking map, right? If we're getting a new map, this is Blizzard spoiling me. 100% fucking spoiling me. I can't wait for that book, by the way. 100% need that in my life. Yeah, double map. I'm just going to have 2 maps up discussing the differences.
It's a really fun chapter with some overtones there. So I don't want to spoil the thing there, but like, you know, we're planting a lot of mysteries of the first ones. There were a lot of mentions here and there in Oribos. We've discovered a few things along the way. We've found these artifacts that react to us for reasons that, you know, we have yet to uncover. But clearly they were these mysterious and very powerful beings that kind of architected the framework of the universe, of which the Titans, the Pantheon of Death, pantheons of all these different influences are kind of like the next layer down from those first ones, those progenitors of the universe. So it's what we're doing is really laying the groundwork for stories that will pay off perhaps even years down the road, but we will learn a lot more as we're going through the rest of Shadowlands. And yeah, there's a lot to talk about after in what comes after the Chains of Domination update.
Dude, I need to get that book ASAP. It's going to be very, very fun.
In my life. Oh my God.
Final lore thing. We've enjoyed what's going on a bit with, you know, Yrel, and there's a mystery there. There's the light. There's interesting opinions about Terralion from the various faction people. So what do you think Yrel's up to these days?
Well, so one of the things that we've tried to do with, you know, with that Magar orc storyline where we got
Lost Ghost, thank you for doing something. Really fucking appreciate that. 9 months in a row. Thank you. Talinda, thank you so much for the follow. Mokines and Flow Roll. Thank you so much for the follow. Really fucking appreciate that. Thank you. Satek, thank you so much for the 7-month sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Thank you.
Got to see, you know, the you know, if you instead of being in the past of Draenor, we got to see like more of the timeline parallel with us on Azeroth, and you see that conflict didn't just go away between Yrel and her forces and of Grommash and his Orcus forces. So clearly, I think there's some more story to tell there. Legion gave us some great opportunities to delve into the light more with Zira and the things, her interactions with Illidan and Terralion's point of view on that, Velen's point of view. I think.
Well, I feel like Illidan and Shadowlands has sort of given us a lot of insights into, yes, the light, obviously, and Blizzard sort of likes to hint at future expansions. And, you know, if you go back 2 or 3 expansions, you sometimes see a little bit of a thread of where the future of the story may take us, but also dragons, right? The dragon story, I tweeted out earlier today that I have a feeling the next expansion will deal very heavily with the dragons. If you've played the Autumnweald campaign for any length of time, you know that there's a massive part there that actually deals with you going to Alexstrasza and, you know, first you want to collect the token of lost love from Alexstrasza, and Ysera sort of argues that it is her first love, and then you learn that no, it's actually her love for Ysera. Alexstrasza has never loved anyone more than she's loved Ysera, and I do believe that that is all of it is sort of setting up the next expansion as being something within the Dragon Isles. But then if you look at the Shadowlands, you look at the Light's sort of role within the Shadowlands, we know from Revendreth that this is now the second expansion where the Light features very heavily, back to back, with the Light attacking Revendreth for some kind of slight that was made against the Light. You can almost believe that someone like Uriel, who obviously is dominated by the Light and does what the Light believes to be true and will follow the Light into death if that is what the Light demands, would most likely eventually set out, right? So there's definitely an argument, I think, to be made for that.
Velen learned a lot about the Light, and you know, and at one point he may have been blindly devoted to that, and I think he's gotten some different perspectives there. And so that's definitely a storyline that will be playing out. And the thing to keep in mind is that you know, these forces.
Wait, I just want to hold up
of Grommash and his Orcus forces. So clearly, I think there's some more story to tell there. Legion gave us some great opportunities to delve into the Light more with Zira and the things, her interactions with Illidan and Turalian's point of view on that, Velen's point of view. I think Velen learned a lot about the Light.
No,
and
that's not.
It's what we're doing is really laying the groundwork for stories that will pay off perhaps even years down the road, but we will learn a lot more as we're going through the rest of Shadowlands. And yeah, there's a lot to talk about after in what comes after the Chains of Domination update.
Dude, I need to get that book ASAP. What do you think Uriel's up to these days?
Well, so one of the things that we've tried to do with you know, with that
Sorry that I'm going back and forth, guys, but I literally just, I wanted to listen to what he said here at the beginning, because I sort of missed what he said right at the beginning here.
Our orc storyline, where we got to see, you know, the you know, if you, instead of being in the past of Draenor, we got to see like more of the timeline parallel with us on Azeroth, and you see that conflict didn't just go away between Uriel and her forces and of Grommash and his Orcus force.
The question that I have, based on what he said, you're at the at the end of this paragraph or monologue, I guess you could say. At the end of this, he speaks about Velen and how Velen sort of lost hope, or at least lost his blind trust in the Light. And obviously, if you go back to the cinematic where Velen says to Illidan, you know, you're not coming with us, and Illidan is like, you know, didn't fate show you this or something like that? And he said fate had nothing to do with it, right? It sort of shows you that Velen no longer necessarily believes in the Light as concretely as he used to. Do you think the Light would be okay with that, chat? Do you think the Light would be okay with one of its most devoted followers, right? In any way, shape, or form, Uriel and the Light, you know, Uriel and sort of Velen would have been similar, right? Velen wasn't as bloodthirsty as Uriel, and definitely didn't want to do, I guess, all the things that Uriel did. But I don't think the Light would be okay with one of its most devoted sort of losing faith in it. So again, you can see a sort of story starting to play itself out where the Light might invade because it needs to bring its followers back into line, or back in line.
The Light and
Dave Monkey, how you doing, bro?
At one point he may have been blindly devoted to that, and I think he's gotten some different perspectives there. And so that's definitely a storyline that will be playing out. And the thing to keep in mind is that, you know, these forces whether it be light or order from the Titans or shadow, like characters in our world tend to ascribe good and evil motivations to those things, but really those powers don't care about morality. They
Thank you, Steve Denuser. Thank you. I have said this. How many times have I fucking explained this? If you are, and we've done this experiment before, thought experiment. As a human, when you step on an ant, to the ant, you're evil. In your mind, you barely noticed it. The ant does not exist to your mind. To your mind, the ant doesn't matter. So people really need to, it's like, the best example of it is in H.P. Lovecraft's universe where they're talking about the outer gods, and there's a specific point in the, I believe it's in Call of Cthulhu actually, where they describe the outer god Cthulhu and explains that these outer gods are outside the realms of good and bad, good or evil. These are moralities that's really human, right? They don't matter to gods, if you will. So I love the fact that Denuser says this. The light, the void, they're not evil. It's just that we don't matter to them. In the grand scheme of things, if they have to destroy a planet with life on it in order to get their ultimate goal realized, they're going to do it. And they're genuinely not going to give a shit. Good or evil is something that we as human beings attached to stuff based on our own beliefs. And I don't think it's as universal as people want to believe.
They just are driven to do what their nature is. And so the nature of the Titans is to impose order on things. And if you are on that program and you are helping them accomplish their goals, then they will be benevolent towards you and they will help you and they will guide you. But perhaps we'll learn what happens if you don't, if you aren't.
Oh my God, tell me we take on the Titans. That would be the happiest day of my fucking life. That would be the happiest day of my life. Tell me we take on the Titans. Fuck those guys with their bloody order and their bullshit.
Aren't someone who agrees with their agendas. The same could be said of the light. What happens when Illidan didn't want to go along with Zira's plan? Well, sparkles rained down from the sky because of that. So that's definitely a storyline that will be showing forward. And, you know, even in, for example, Visions of N'Zoth, when you think about the things N'Zoth was saying, he wasn't like, serve my evil will. He was like, I can make you stronger. I can help you. There's a bunch of bad stuff out there. You should be joining me and letting me help you do these things. So, and, you know, you could say, was he lying to me? Well, part of it probably was. But there's truth in that too. Again, these things exist beyond the morality that we as mortals think about. And so that kind of more cosmic storyline unfolds.
I think it's important that people remember, all of us actually remember how important it is for the writers of the story to think in this way. Not only is it a really cool way to think about it, but so often you get writers of stories that attribute their own morality to the story, where they tell you what is good, what is evil, what is right, what is wrong. The best stories out there, the best stories ever made, is stories that you decide. So I always like to use this game as an example because I think it's one of the best examples out there of a game that did exactly that. You have Dragon Age Origins. In Dragon Age Origins, it is a very political game, right? There is politics all over the place. And yes, a lot of it does coincide with real-life politics. But the brilliance of that game is they introduce to you the Templars. They introduce to you the Circle of Magi. It is up to you which one of these two you want to follow. At no point do they show you good or evil. Both have good things for them and both have evil things for them, right? It is up to the viewer to decide which way they wish to go with it. I think it's important to note just how magnificent it is that the storytellers in World of Warcraft has the same mentality when it comes to the cosmological forces. Rather than saying good, evil, good, bad, these are the ones you should like, these are the ones you should hate, they're taking a more, this is what they are. You decide whether or not you agree with what they are. We're not making that decision on your behalf. So if you want to take the gift of N'Zoth and you want to believe that N'Zoth is a good guy, that really is your choice. Now, there's limitations within MMO storytelling that allows you, or really limits how much you can allow players to go down that road. And unless Blizzard really goes out of their way to fix those limitations and sort of create a world in which people can make those individual choices without it really ruining the game, I see it similar to the Loyalist campaign, where at some point Blizzard does have to bring an end to the individual agency that every player has, because the story needs to move forward at some point, right? That said, though, it's still interesting that, or it's nice to know that that is sort of the belief from the writers themselves. Nalara, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Folds, I think that those moral questions and mortal points of view versus the point of view of these cosmic ancient powers, that's definitely going to be something we'll explore.
Awesome. I think, yeah, like, unbelievably hype. That would be, yeah, yep. I think that would do incredibly.
I share it.
Okay, I guess time for the fastest, most awesome 10 minutes of gameplay discussion that we've ever done. So, right, let's roll. The progression structure of Torghast, where we've got our, our wings that we do, and then
I just want to say, I don't get why Torghast gets all the hate that it gets. I don't necessarily agree with it. I think Torghast served the purpose that it had to serve for the first patch. And so, first release, right? I think if Blizzard made Torghast, if Blizzard did too much with Torghast right from the start, players might have felt more compelled to spend far more hours inside Torghast than what was ultimately necessary. Right now, you do your level 8 twice, and you've got everything you need, right? There's some reward issues within Torghast, 100%, some mistakes that was made, but then again, mistakes will always be made. No one expects anything to release perfectly, especially when you're dealing with systems that can only really be tested once everyone is testing it, right? But I think a lot of people ascribe a lot of hate to Torghast that isn't warranted, in my opinion, because I love Torghast. I find Torghast extremely fun. And I personally would love an unlimited floor Torghast. I would love more floors in Torghast, but that's just my playstyle. I do, however, believe that people who don't like Torghast as much should have a way to do it in and out, quick and easy, and they move on. I do not think that Torghast is the type of system that should be tied to the game in any way, shape, of meaningful progression. I think Torghast serves a purpose to people that like that kind of gameplay, but it most likely should serve a purpose of cosmetics, mounting, things like that. No soul ash and things like that, I think, should come from Torghast. And if there is soul ash that comes from Torghast, it should be something that's quick and easy to do, with most likely, I would say, more avenues to do it in. So, for example, if you do like Torghast, you can do Torghast and you can get your soul ash from that. But let's say you don't like Torghast, well, then maybe you can do something else that would give you the soul ash instead, rather than just having to do Torghast, because that's the only way you can accrue or acquire that soul ash. That would be my opinion on it, but let's listen to what they say.
Then Twisting Corridors. Can we see a change to that progression structure and some of the framing? Like, for a personal anecdote, I love the idea of Twisting Corridors. I really want to dive into that big roguelite experience. But if I've already done my other wings for the Soul Ash, maybe I'm feeling like, I don't have as much fuel in my Torghast tank left. So what are your thoughts there?
Absolutely. We have been, Torghast very early on from Shadowlands, alpha and beta was something that we knew we wanted to engage the community as much as possible. We wanted to get it into their hands. We've made major changes to it, as you've seen through the course of its development. From, originally it was going to require a key to get into. That was really, something that we were experimenting with in Visions, or Horrific Visions. Heard a lot of feedback around that, around timers, around things of that nature, that we made major changes based on that feedback. What you're mentioning is something that we also feel like is for sure an area of focus for us. You know, I think a couple weeks post Shadowlands launch, we got a lot of feedback about, you know, Toriast is really hard and it takes a long time to get through. Like when layer 8 opened up, for instance, people were really struggling with that and failing and then getting literally nothing. You know, you die a couple times.
I don't think Torghast is too hard. If anything, I think it's too easy. But if they're gonna make it harder, there needs to be a way to collect your rewards at the end of every single floor, or maybe at the end of every second floor. It cannot be a system, like I've said before, where you have to finish all the floors to get your reward at the end of the road, right? That would never work. But in terms of, for me personally, I think Torghast could be a hell of a lot harder. I think it could be something akin to the Mage Tower, where you really get pushed to the limit, and you feel like every floor is an achievement. That's what I would want. That feeling that every floor is a massive achievement and you get some reward at the end of that is yours. It's always yours. You don't have to worry about it. Even if you don't finish the next floor, you've already got those rewards from the first floor. You get to go. You can move on with your fucking life. You don't have to keep worrying about it, right?
Times the Terrorgru shows up, escorts you out, and you have nothing to show for it. And that was something that we felt like we really wanted to take another crack at that with the Chains of Domination update. So no specifics, but like you mentioned, lots of inspiration from other titles. And if you think about other roguelite or like games, you know, when you might get through halfway through a run and you fail, often there's some element of progression that you're unlocking. Maybe there's some new options that you opened or currency that you're earning to help you unlock more meta powers that will help you progress through the...
Fallon, as I've already said, I would like Torghast to be more cosmetic and uncoupled from the progression system in the rest of the game. Because Torghast really breaks every rule within the game. We heard Ian say this during the Q&A. Ian made it very clear. There are things in Torghast that they legitimately broke the rules that just wouldn't work in the real game. It wouldn't work in the real game. Isilith, what's going on? I go, it is too hard, only in that it is an all or nothing prospect. Mind you, I have only failed a run one time over 5 characters, and that was in a group that was led by an idiot. I get that. Right, copy my title. Okay, Isilith, I get what you mean, but as I said, I think Soul Ash should drop from other things in the game, and the mission table itself isn't enough. The mission table doesn't give nearly enough, and also I don't think the mission table should be the only place. I think, especially now with the new Mega Dungeon that's being released, remember the new Mega Dungeon is in an area that is now connected to the mall. There's nothing stopping them from saying once you complete the Mega Dungeon, you also get some Soul Ash, right? At the end of that Mega Dungeon run, there is some Soul Ash for you at the final boss, or every boss drops some Soul Ash. I do think that Torghast should be decoupled. It should be a choice rather than being forced, because it falls into the same category as the Island Expeditions. Island Expeditions, right at the start of BFA, were the only real way you could collect Azerite. If you didn't do Island Expeditions, you would fall behind on your Heart of Azeroth. What I would like to see is, and eventually Blizzard did open it up, right? So you didn't have to do Island Expeditions anymore to keep up to date. You could just do dungeons or world quests or whatever you wanted to do, and that would give you more than enough Azerite to actually level up and to keep moving forward. I would like to see that. I do not like when Blizzard takes any system. I don't care how good the system is. Personally, I love Torghast, right? And I would run Torghast every single day. In fact, Torghast is probably the thing that I've done most in the Shadowlands. I genuinely don't do much of anything else but Torghast. I love that fucking place. But at the same time, even though it is a system that I like, systems are inherently love-hate. Almost every single system in every single game that has ever been released will have a portion of the community that love that system and a portion of the community that absolutely hate that system. And really, if you make a system and that system is the only way in which you can progress in another part of the game, that forces half the community into a system that they hate, but they have to do it because of other systems that they actually love. So I do want Blizzard to open that up, and in that way, you do make Torghast a thing that stands on its own two legs, and you don't have to worry about people feeling forced to do something that they hate, because that's not how games should work, right? Games shouldn't work that way. A game is meant to be fun, and especially in MMO, you should have the choice, what do I like, what do I dislike, and then play the things that you like and dislike, right?
The feature itself. So that's something that we really want to look at and make sure that, if failure is something that we expect, something that we might say like, okay, maybe you didn't get the best powers this run, take another crack at it, that you don't leave there completely empty-handed, that you feel like you earned something and we're working towards your goal and making.
I just want to say the other thing with Torghast specifically is that it was designed to be roguelike. Now, I haven't played a great many roguelike games in my life, but those that I have played, they want you to lose. The whole point of a roguelike is that you will eventually lose, right? They keep making it harder and harder and harder until the point where you can't continue and you sort of have to collect power, right? You have to get stronger, you have to progress more in order to go. So the game is designed to be harder, just in general. Apocalypse, how you doing, bro? Thank you so much for the community sub. Did really appreciate that. Saving Raven, how you doing as well? I've not played Hades yet. I want to play Hades, but I haven't touched it yet. So, in my opinion, you should reward people based on the knowledge that they will fail a roguelike experience, right? It's what it should be. It should be tied to failure. If it isn't, then you're not really making a roguelike. You're making a game that pretends to be a roguelike. So in that regard, I do think take the roguelike to the ultimate extension and reward people based on what they've done, not based on what they should have been doing.
Incremental progress there. Whereas for Shadowlands launch, what we ended up having to do was basically just nerf everything, right? We really.
Can we get some love in chat for Savin Raven? Thank you so much for the 5 community subs. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much for paying it forward, Savin Raven. I really appreciate that. Arkiel, how you doing, bro?
Tuned it down because that when you felt like you were failing, there was just nothing for you there from that partial progression. So we want to take another look at that and really focus on that aspect of feedback.
Awesome. Yeah, I think the potential's just completely immense with that stuff. So that's really exciting.
Also, I'm sorry that I'm pausing so much, guys, but I mean, if you just wanted to watch the Q&A, I'm sure you wouldn't be on this stream. There's something, and I hope that the Blizzard developers take this to heart. With BFA, the Blizzard developers really closed themselves off. They stopped really communicating with the community. They sort of left the community angry and upset. And I get why, right? Because every single time they tried to reach out to the community, they were met with a lot of hate. People were angry. And the problem is the longer they left reaching out to the community, the angrier the community got. And then whenever they did respond to the community just showed the anger that was building up. This meant that they didn't want to respond to the community. So you kept going in this like weird thing that just doesn't fucking work. It doesn't work out. What I love about this specifically is it feels like Blizzard has their finger on the pulse of, and perhaps chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but I genuinely feel as if Blizzard's finger on the pulse of the community is far better this expansion than almost any other expansion in the history of World of Warcraft. Whenever they do interviews, they touch on exactly the things that's bothering the community. They seem to understand why the community dislikes certain things, and their approach is far more relevant. It's an approach where the rest of us go, oh, yeah, that's exactly what we wanted. Good call. That's good. Lassia's Babby, the customizations thing, I guess I will just talk about this. The whole customizations thing, I think people are extremely unfair towards Blizzard with the customizations. Shadowlands got the biggest customizations upgrade in the history of World of Warcraft. We saw major customization options across every single race. Some races got a little bit less, other races got a little bit more. But at the end of the day, this is the exact thing that happens every single time you give the players something good. They start asking for more, not realizing that that takes a long time to do. Remember, the art team doesn't just sit around on their asses and don't have work to do. Every single new zone, every single new raid, every single new thing that's introduced must be made by the art department. If all they do is make customizations, we get nothing new, right? Nothing new is made, ever. Because, well, they're making customizations. And the question becomes, how many customizations does people need before they've had enough? And based on what I'm seeing from the community, fucking never. The community will never say it's enough, even though maybe at one point they'll have 1,000 hairstyles, 2,000 fucking earring styles. There'll be it will take you 5 hours to make your character just by scrolling through every single option, and then people will go, oh my god, no more customizations? What the fuck is this? What am I paying you for? Well, when is enough? I think World of Warcraft is in a pretty good spot when it comes to customizations. And there will always be things where people go, oh, I wish I could have this, and I wish I could have that. But I don't think it's fair to say that you should have everything that you want. Because at the end of the day, it is a balancing act. How much resources do we have available? And when I'm talking about resources, I'm not talking about money. I'm talking about literal man hours. How many man hours do we have available, and how much of that do we want to spend on customization versus the actual game and making that better? And if you ask me, 5 new skin colors versus a whole new zone, it's an easy pick, right? For me, at least, that's an easy pick. I'm sure there's some people that go, fuck the new zone, give me more skin colors. But for me, that's an easy pick. I want a new zone. I don't really care about more customization options, but that's because I just hit the random button a couple of times and go, yeah, that looks fine. And then I move on with my life. So all this has really done is just, it's given me a few more random things that I could maybe choose. Give me new zone colors, bro. Truth.
For another one, so our narrative, our covenants, we're uniting, we're banding together, given everything that's going on. We've also, from a player power perspective, we're getting the enhanced soul binds, or enhanced conduits, I think. There's ability balance passes happening. So with all of that and that sort of narrative framing of covenants uniting, could we expect to see changes, maybe less friction in covenant swapping, or just are there any more sort of developed thoughts on how that's playing out?
Absolutely. So with the Chains of Domination, like you mentioned, our main focus there is taking the framework that we had built and continuing to expand upon that. So the primary thing that we'll be adding, we're going to continue with the renown and, introducing multiple renown every week, earning that through different elements of gameplay. And then you'll actually have new unlocked abilities on your soul binds, as well as being able to progress through your renown track again to empower some of those conduit slots. So that
all right, I just want to say, I hope when he says abilities, it's abilities that he can actually, that we can use. Because it's great that we have all of these abilities and choices within our soul binds, but I would like to see a few more usable abilities, even if it is something that's on a 5-minute cooldown, right? So you're going to use it once in a fight. It's still nice to have a button that does something that makes you feel like you're playing a different class to, or a different version of your class to the Kyrian or to the Ardenweald, the Night Fae, or whatever the case may be. So I do hope that that's what they mean. And Lassius Babby, I sort of got the idea that you were more talking about the outrage around it. So I wasn't actually responding to you specifically when I made the point of the customizations. I just think the community is almost always very unfair to what they expect from Blizzard. But even then, I don't think anyone can fault Blizzard this expansion. Their response and their ability to understand how the game is progressing and where the game is, I think is amazing. I'm done. Never play it. No more buttons. I'm all about them passives. I hate passives. Not hate passives. I think passives is fine if you choose them. So that's great. But I think actives is better. So the ability to actively change your gameplay and actively change the way you interact with the world, I think, is better than just something that happens that you have no control over.
They'll be even stronger. So that was something that we thought was, overall, we're very pleased with how that has turned out. I feel like that Covenant choice is something that there was a ton of, discussion in the community, but I feel like ultimately has landed in a pretty awesome spot. I feel like there's obviously more we can do, even in the prior to Chains of Domination, in the 905 update, you might have seen we're making some pretty major changes to things like flesh crafting. Like when I'm looking at my options, and I feel like that Covenant class ability is really interesting between them, but then I'm looking at flesh crafting versus, say, the file from Kyrian, where I can cleanse bleeds, and it's very strong in combat, works on necrotic, right? Like, holy crap, that's a really strong power. And then you compare that to flesh crafting, where it's like, I have to sit here and channel for 4 seconds. Like, I can't do that in the middle of my raid fight. I'm on a clock here. So we definitely wanted to look at opportunities to find.
I might be one of the only people that never use my fleshcraft. If I forgot to use it at the beginning of the fight, I don't use it again. Like, there's no world in which a 4-second downtime to summon a fucking shield does anything. It doesn't increase my damage enough, even with buffs, that makes it worthy of using, right? So I do think that's a good idea. I think they should definitely change it. I know they are changing it quite a bit. Ultimately, the world that I would like to see, and I think I have a sneaky fucking suspicion that in 9.2, this is exactly what we're going to get. But I think in 9.2, we might enter the world where the Covenant have realized they cannot stand against the Jailer alone. They must stand together. And when I say together, I mean together. As in, screw it. You can collect any soulbind you want from any of the Covenants, and when you collect a soulbind, for example, let's say you're Necrolords, and you collect Clea as your soulbind, you gain access to the Kyrian class ability, right? And I think that is, in my opinion, the ultimate route that Blizzard will end up taking with this. Not because of a balancing thing, but perhaps more just because it makes sense in the story. But again, too early to say, too early to pass judgment. I think, personally, Blizzard have done a pretty good job, a reasonably good job with balancing them. There's not been that many balancing issues. I'm a Necrolord Affliction Warlock, and everyone keeps saying Necrolord Affliction Warlocks isn't a good Warlock. I'm doing fine, right? If I was a Mythic Raider still, I probably wouldn't have got Necrolords, because then 1% DPS is a big deal. But as a casual player that does some dungeons every once in a while and just enjoys Torghast, I couldn't give two fucks, right? Necrolords is fine for me, and I get to do everything that I care about and everything that I want to do. So, to me, I think it's still in a good place, if that makes sense. Scatorius Morgan, how you doing, bro? Thank you for the follow. Lord Growls, King Stell, thank you for the follow. Really fucking appreciate that. Welcome to the channel, guys. Thank you.
Find areas where people feel like, I really want to be this Covenant, but I just feel like it's a little bit behind. We still feel like there's work to be done there, and we'll continue to do so. And with Chains of Domination, like I said, that updating and expanding upon soulbinds and the conduit system in particular, we want to add new options to conduits that you might not have had before. So speaking of Fleshcraft and those signature abilities,
I just quickly want to take some time. Adelia, how are you? And guys, could you now share some love for Adelia? I told you guys earlier, for those of you that don't know, Adelia is going through quite an ordeal. I haven't seen her message. I think someone asked me, was it Isilith or was it Andy that asked me if I saw Adelia's message? I haven't seen her newest message, Andy. But yeah, if we can send some love Adelia's way, part of the community, she's been a long time member of the community, and her aunt is not doing so well. So any amount of love that you guys can send her way, thoughts and prayers. Adelia, I do hope that things work out. And if you don't want to talk about them publicly here, she's passed. Adelia, you have my absolute condolences for it. I am so sorry to hear that. Adelia just lost one of her family members, so If you're feeling pain, Adelia, I'm pretty sure a lot of us in the community is sharing that pain with you. So if there's anything we can do, if there's anything we can help with, just let me know. You have my Twitter DM. I'm very, very sorry. Zeradras, please keep me updated on your aunt's situation. It fucking sucks. I'm really sorry. Adelia, yeah, DM me on Twitter and we'll talk. Late stage cancer. Cancer is a fucking bitch, dude. I know. I lost my mum to cancer. Cancer sucks. Fuck, that is not good, Adelia. I know, because again, I watched my mum deteriorate as well, so it's not good. Cancer can go fucking suck a dick. We genuinely need to find a fix for cancer. Just 100%. Although I am sort of happy in that I think it was Elon Musk. Elon Musk sort of said within the next 10 years, and I have to believe that he's friends with some of these people that work on cures for this shit, but he said that within the next 10 years, we'll probably have a cure for cancer. So it takes far too many people, and our treatment at the moment for cancer kills more people than it fucking saves. So we genuinely need to fucking fix that shit. 100%. Need to sort that shit out. Cyberpunk, why not? I'm so sorry, I've lost both my aunts to cancer, sending love your way. I want to thank the rest of the community as well. You guys are fucking amazing, right? You guys are amazing. I know, Islith, I know there's a lot of technologies going into testing and trying to fix it. So, yeah. Hey, if Resident Evil is what happens at the end of the day, Apocalypse, that'll be fun as well. It'll be fun as well. Who doesn't want to live through a zombie apocalypse? Like, fucking hell, guys. We're gamers. We've trained for this. In fact, I believe with a zombie apocalypse, the gamers will be the final people to live. Saturdays, this community is amazing. First time I saw someone dying like that, I was strong at that time and I had my ups and downs. Adelia, I am so sorry. It does suck. All you can be is fat zombie, mate. Dude, I will not be eaten by a zombie. No, cardio is not rule number one. You just have to outrun a fucking zombie. That's not hard. Anyone should be able to outrun a zombie. Training headshots, cardio not so much. Truth, you just need to be able to shoot the head and then you're done. I'd be down for a zombie apocalypse. Let me get my nukes. Decomposed corpses wouldn't rise. All right, are we going to finish this?
You know, why aren't there conduits that could change my gameplay or impact those signature abilities? So that's an area that we really want to explore, adding new options there for players. And in terms of changing or reducing friction, that's not something that we're looking to make adjustments to in Chains of Domination, but I definitely think that is something that we'll continue to listen to feedback. And like you said, there's also story elements to it that, you know, maybe someday down the road, that'll make sense for us to start to explore that, because...
Yep. Didn't I just say that? I fucking just said that.
As we develop our features and our content in World of Warcraft, we always look first and foremost to really try to sell the fantasy, to sell that story, and make sure that our systems are supporting that. And when those two things, when the story and the systems are working together, we feel like that's when we find the most success for both.
Cool. Yeah, no, that's fun. And like the idea of getting more stuff for my soul shape, that's fundamentally quite exciting.
I like what they're talking about there. Adelia, like I said, you can talk to me. When my mom passed, my brothers were very, very little. So I sort of had to step up, man up, and, you know, be strong there. So you're definitely more than welcome to come talk to me if you need any help. Just back to the interview. It's interesting that they said the conduits that they're working on now will change signature abilities. Because that is definitely something I have felt is needed. Yeah, chat, you can spam hearts in the chat as much as you want. And yeah, Adelia, if you ever feel alone, that's why Discord exists. Discord is there for everyone to fucking hang out in. And if you feel alone, if you feel like you don't have friends, jump into Discord. Someone is bound to come join you and keep you company and laugh with you and play games with you. That's the whole point for the Discord community. Shoulders cry on. When both my gran and dad passed in November, he had to put up with my shit. Apocalypse and I was happy to do it, considering you put up with my shit for much longer. We'd love to see select mode for Torghast, like normal, hard, unforgiven, with different rewards. Just Jeff, I could get behind that. Yeah, Poo Monkey is pretty much, she lives in Discord, so you're very welcome to go hang out with Poo Monkey. If you ever need a conversation, you'll find Poo Monkey right in Discord, playing Valheim or whatever game I guess is flavor at that point. So yeah, always welcome to go talk to Poo Monkey. And she likes talking, as anyone who's been in Discord should know. But all right, so just back to the interview. Because, you know, I don't want to bring people down, and I think the reason, Adelia, I think the reason you're here is to sort of maybe get your mind off of things for a little while. And I do think that this interview will do exactly that. This interview has been amazing so far, and I do think that the changes that they're envisioning is something that I can get behind. The ability to choose a different conduit that doesn't only just grant you some passive power, but actually allows you to change things, right, in some major way. I think that works brilliantly. Also, I've been playing a lot of World of Warcraft again lately. So if you're on the Arthur server on NA, 100% add me. If you want to clear your mind, imagine Akko dancing naked on a table wearing a lampshade on his head. No one wants to fucking see that. Isolith, there is not a person in the world that wants to fucking see that.
A few more options too. I personally like the turtle.
Yeah, that's one of those really neat, flavorful. Yeah, my fave, love them. Okay, to I guess quick fire through a few things. In terms of the release plan for content, saying back Legion 7.2, you know, that patch, the world content and stuff came out a fair bit before the raid unlocked. Could we expect to see something similar with 9.1, or is it probably patch comes out 2 weeks later raid?
Steve, do you want that?
Yeah, so in terms of Chains of Domination, we do want to set up the raid narratively through the kind of early chapters of that campaign and get people able to be in there soon, because we know everyone's itching, especially for a raid that has as much story and cool factor as you know, the Jailer's Sanctum is going to have. Yep. That's pretty big. So one of the things that we're trying to do, you know, oftentimes in the past, we've had these kind of quest lines or campaigns that play out, and then like at the very end of it, you get a quest to go into the raid and kill the boss. And what we're doing instead is we're trying to set that up earlier, like you said, in the first couple weeks of content. But then so that's like the raid path is open to you, but now the story continues as well. And using the renown system, we can unlock, pace out those story chapters in a way that feels really satisfying to players. We've gotten a lot of great feedback on renown, and we want to continue that kind of path going forward. So the story will continue even after the raid is unlocked.
Mm-hmm. And in terms of
I sort of, the one problem I have with this, and just very quickly, Zillow, if you're wondering why the mods banned you, I do not appreciate anyone going after any content creator in my channel. I have zero problems with any content creator. I don't need chat to have problems with content creators. If you have a problem with a content creator, go tell that content creator you have a problem with them. This is not the place for it. I'm not at war with any content creator, nor do I want to be at war with any content creator. I just want to do my shit and fucking move on. The one thing I wish Blizzard would do is tie the story to every single renown level. I don't know about you guys, but these last few renown levels that I've now had to try and get has felt ridiculously empty. Because I'm done with the story. The story of the Necrolords have been complete. So now all I'm really getting is, all right, I'm sort of unlocking some power every renown level, but I was looking forward to the renown levels because they would give me stories. So I genuinely think Blizzard should space it out in such a way that every 2 or 3 renown levels gives you story right up until the end. Right? So literally right up until the last bit of renown that you can unlock for that patch should give story. Who dives into lore this much? Dave Monkey, happy to have you here, bro. But there will be new content soon. There will be. I just don't want these empty renown levels. Is basically what I'm getting at.
In terms of the pacing of the Shadowlands as a whole, we've really enjoyed and feel like there's been a lot of value behind these larger, like Chains of Domination, where there's a ton of new content. There's a new raid, a new mega dungeon, updating Torghast. And then there are those patches in between that are the smaller ones that are more focused on, systems update, tuning, more evergreen features like adding, we've added time walking dungeons and raids in those in between patches in the past. And that's something we feel like has been successful, and we would look to continue with that philosophy of making sure that we're updating things at a satisfying rate.
Okay, cool. So I believe you guys got to head off to another group interview. So it was a pleasure. I will do everything I can to actually be properly ready at start time next time. But
I was gonna say so many story secrets, but you came in late, so this didn't work out.
Oh my god!
We didn't get the next expansion of them. Damn.
You were this close.
Can you imagine being an actual friend of Steve Denuser? Like being his friend and actually sitting down with him, and then maybe getting some, like, you go out drinking and then he drops a couple of hints as to what the next expansion is going to be. That would be fucking insane, dude. Found a scroll in Rivendrift day 1 on the top of Sinful Tower and felt like I found a huge secret at the time. I'd love to work with him. I think working with Steve Denuser would be amazing. That would be bad. Don't talk about your job off the job. I mean, if your work is story in World of Warcraft, right? Is that really work? Like, for example, whenever we're playing other games, so whenever we're jumping into a different game, there has never been a time where someone asks me a story about WoW, and I think to myself, oh my god, I really wish they wouldn't ask me about WoW. I talk about WoW all the time. It's like, no, I fucking love talking about WoW. I can talk about WoW all day long, and I wouldn't get tired. And if you're the one writing the story, why wouldn't you want to talk about that all the time? You fuck with people all the time, tell them wrong lore tips. Of course it is, especially when he can get problems for telling you. You'll be using him for hints. It's not being friend. Arkiel, I do not think you and I are talking about the same thing here. If you find something you love and can make money off of it, it's not a job. Truth. Help Sylvanas get a better treatment than Garrosh, Vol'jin, Thrall, like Alliance leader got Eero moment. I mean, Sylvanas did take the job with the worst job security in the world, right? Being the Horde War Chief is legitimately not the way to ensure a future. It comes with 0 pension, 0 job security, and a failure rate of about 1 year. This is just what it is to be the Horde War Chief. So anyone that takes that job is bound to get fucked because of that. It's just a miserable job, right? Khajiit, thank you for the follow. Really fucking appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. All right, I loved this interview, by the way. I thought this interview was one of the best ones yet. Didn't take it though, to be honest. It was given. Truth, she didn't have any real choice in it whatsoever. We do have another one here, which is also with Morgan Day, once again, and Steve Denuser. This is with Warcraft Radio, which is about half an hour. Do you guys want to watch this one? Anduin has been king for a while now. Just like Defense Against Dark Arts teacher in Hogwarts. Truth. That was also a very quick job. Alliance is always innocent and prideful. I think the Alliance story is about to heat up. Like, I do think the Alliance story is about to heat up quite a bit. Now, let's hope we get different stories here than the same we just got from Balila. That would be my ultimate hope, is that we get something else from this than just the same discussions that we got from Balila. But then again, I don't think Blizzard would take 2 interviews that just asks the exact same questions. So let's get into it. This is the interview with Morgan Day and Steve Denuser from Warcraft Radio.
And I don't know the next one missing.
BFA.
Okay, you're right.
Yep.
There's no it's like a silver bluish thing.
Yeah. No, I actually have the one for the classic re-release, but I don't have it up on there on the stack. I need to get it up there. But anyway.
There's definitely chat. What you guys are talking about now is 100% important. That whisper, the whisper from the old gods, the golden one claims a vacant throne. The crown of light brings only darkness. That, in my opinion, 100% Turalian, and Turalian now taking the throne. Because at no point does it state that Turalian takes this, that the golden one is going to take it by force. There's nothing that suggests that Turalian was going to do it against the wishes of other people. It just says that the vacant one, or the golden one, claims a vacant throne. And then that the crown of light brings only darkness. That's the whisper. That's it. So it fits 100% with Turalian.
Anyway, that's not why we're here. Yeah.
Exactly. We're all here.
All right, well, Morgan and Steve, thanks for joining us today. My name is Athelis from Warcraft Radio, and I've got my friend here, True Villain Manny, from the For Azeroth podcast. And so far, it's been an exciting first day of BlizzCon. I feel like, Steve, we've seen a lot of you today. Morgan, not so much.
Less so, sorry.
Less so? No, that's okay. But I want to jump right in. So we've got a number of questions. Obviously, we saw a bit about patch 9.1 today, and there's certainly a lot to unpack there. But one thing I want to do is
something that I am a little bit scared of. Sanan, thank you very much for the follow. Really fucking appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. How far do you guys chat? How far do you guys think Chains of Domination is from release? Based on what we saw at BlizzCon. Vazaroth Wakes. I don't know yet. 3 months? No, they didn't say 9.1 is launching in the next month. 9.0.5 is launching next month, right? It's not gonna be. You're gonna look at least 3 to 4 months before 9.1 is ready, because 9.0.5 is launching next month. If we go by Blizzard's tried and tested schedule, it's always 3 months, 3 to 4 months between every expansion. So we are most likely looking June. The question was, based on what we saw at BlizzCon, we saw very little world. We saw no footage of anything happening. We saw some screenshots. I don't know how far they are from actually completing this. Would you guys say there's a chance that it could be delayed a month or two? COVID's definitely going to play a huge part in it. Toots Plays, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really fucking appreciate that. 2 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'd say I would probably okay with 3 to 4 months. 4 months would be, in my opinion, good. There's always a chance, I'd say. That's why I think longer than 3. I think 4 months, most likely, would be a good amount of time to make sure that the patch, because Blizzard has everything to lose here. Kajim, thank you so much for the primes. I really fucking appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I would say Blizzard has everything to lose here and nothing to gain. If Chains of Domination sucks, that sucks, right? That just brings everything down. The expansion launched so well that Chains of Domination needs to continue that. I don't think it's impossible. I think it's very easy to do because the game already works. You just need to add on to it. But I want Blizzard to take their time, make sure it launches perfectly, like we got with Shadowlands. Blizzard announced that they're going to push back the release, and we got a fucking amazing expansion. I'd like to see more of that. right? Didn't show a lot of screenshots of the raid, etc., because it would cock the lore. Soberphobic, I don't necessarily think so. So the raid is one thing, but the fact that we didn't even see any of the zone, we saw no sort of flyover of the zone, no sort of camera going through the zone, none of that suggests that it's not even ready for that yet. So, you know, makes no sense. New expansion is coming 2022. There's no time for delays. Blizzard have shown that they can make the first of all, the new expansion have not even been announced. So there's no date that's been really announced yet. There could be speculation, but the date itself doesn't matter. And Blizzard have shown that if delays is required, they can delay it. Not only that, but based on the speed, Blizzard have more than enough time to delay stuff and just limit the amount of downtime at the end, right?
I want to kind of take a step back and reflect on maybe a little bit from 9.0. And I know you guys just want to talk about the future. I promise we'll do plenty of that. So Morgan, I did an interview about a year ago with Ian about race to world first progression and things of that nature. And I just want to talk with both of you that may have a raid perspective on this. Castle Nathria. We went from Nyalotha, which people enjoyed, but then we got Castle Nathria, and it's like being universally looked at as one of the best raids of all time, I feel like. What changed? I mean, did something change? Did you reflect on Nyalotha? Was there a different process?
I wonder, though, if that's true. I'm not saying he's lying, but based on the amount of videos I've seen from people really not enjoying Castle Nathria and not hating it either. So I watched Preacher's video on it, where he didn't hate the raid, but he didn't love the raid either. So I am sort of wondering if, like, what audience is he specifically talking about here when he says that it is much loved? In that maybe he's talking about the normal and heroic audience, and the mythic audience didn't like it as much. Maybe it's the mythic audience that really liked it, and Preach is just one of a few who didn't like it. But I do think I've seen a lot of, like, sort of dislike. As much love as I've seen the raid get, I've also seen a lot of hate for the raid. And when I say hate, I don't mean hate as in blind hatred like BFA got. I mean hate as in just people who felt really meh.
Just going into this, what were some of the things that you felt like you learned from Nyalotha that you applied in your design process for Nathria? And then what are some things that you've learned from Nathria that you feel like you're applying towards the next raid that we're looking at?
Yeah, totally. We, look at all of our raid tiers as an opportunity to really dig into and sell, first and foremost, the story of what we're trying to sell with, whether it be Castle Nathria with the launch of Shadowlands, or the Chains of Domination. The Sanctum of Domination with the Chains of Domination.
This is something that I think is really cool, and that really does showcase the change or the tremendous success that the story in World of Warcraft has had, right? Where almost every single decision Blizzard nowadays make is story-driven, right? So the raids is really meant to tell the story of the world or the area that they're currently in, trying to bring that story either to a conclusion, opening up more stories, depending on what it is. I just wish that someone could get that philosophy to the quest design team. If we could just have the quest design team also focused on only telling the story, that'd be amazing. If we could get rid of all these kill 10 of this, collect 20 of that, and just have story-driven quest design in World of Warcraft, the game would be complete. In my opinion, the game would be complete. You never have to change anything. That's the game. Let's go with it.
Get those mixed up sometimes. And Castle Nathria, very early on, we knew that there was so much rich story to tell with Castle Nathria. And, one of our very first, concept pieces of concept art from Revendreth, like you might have seen at BlizzCon when we announced Shadowlands in the first place, had that huge epic castle right in the middle of Revendreth. And when we all saw that, we were like, so we're going to raid that, right? Like, like that's where we're going. Like, you could have known nothing about the story. You just knew you wanted to go in there. And, we really tried to just sell that story and that fantasy. And with Lord Denathrius himself, and all of the other things that was going on with the anima drought and the huge anima vaults that you discover while you're progressing through there. That's something that we always look to try to.
It's as loud as it can go on everything that I have. The video itself is just quiet as shit. Like, look at that. I genuinely can't make anything louder. It is just quiet. Believe me, it's quiet for me as well. I guess just turn up your headsets as much as humanly possible. Because I'm literally sitting here as well going, fuck, I wish they could just turn this up a tad. Just a little bit so I can actually hear what the fuck they're saying.
To pay off. And I don't know that there's a specific thing that we really look back on Nyalotha and said, hey, let's avoid doing that. It's really just about trying to take the themes that we have to work within and make the best of them. And with something like Castle Nathria, as well as the Sanctum of Domination, there's so much to work with. There's so many cool characters. You learn a lot about these people as you're progressing through the Chains of Domination update. And also there's some really cool characters in Sanctum of Domination that you would remember. Something that we always look to do.
Volume Master. Well, we could probably check that. What's it called? Volume Master. Chrome Web Store. Add to Chrome. I do not like that. It legitimately says, read and change all your data on the website you visit. I don't like that. I mean, I'd be happy to fucking... I fucking hate that. But okay, never mind.
Sanctum of Domination, there's so much to work with. There's so many cool characters. You learn a lot about these people as you're progressing.
Now to find that goddamn
Domination update. And also there's some really cool characters in Sanctum of Domination that you would remember. Something that we always look to do when we're developing a raid zone is to make sure that not only is there a cast of new characters that you're excited to kind of take it to, but there's also some memorable faces in there. That's something that, with...
Is that better? Alice is going to change your volume. Yeah, but still, reading data, never good. Okay, so now you guys can hear it. Okay, good stuff. Everything about you? Well, they know that I've watched this interview.
Nyalotha, we had less opportunity there because there's all these old god creatures versus something like Castle Nathria where you're in the Shadowlands.
Zazel, thank you for the
follow, Domination. There's, so much history to draw from. And, you might have seen the What's Next panel where Jeremy mentioned that there are some big bads from our past that we will be seeing again and revisiting with characters like Kel'Thuzad. So that's something that
the Kel'Thuzad fight is going to be really interesting. Like, seeing Kel'Thuzad once again, that throwback, I feel like that's going to be really fucking cool. Never go to Twitch stream of yours. Azazel, I'm happy to have you here, dude.
We always look to try to make sure we're hitting those really awesome epic story beats and also have things that keep you grounded in, Warcraft's history.
Yeah, I think when people are looking at the quality of a raid, like they're obviously looking at story beats like you talk about and design elements. They're also looking at balanced experiences and bosses that get progressively harder and what tier are we in the expansion. Should the first tier be easier?
Isherith, I've done it in the original. I'm talking about him coming back. So something very bad is going to happen to Arthur's storyline. Very bad? Most likely not. If you listen to the previous interview from Steve Denuser, there is sort of a hint at Ner'zhul and Arthur's being punished by the jailer. And that's something that we might be seeing.
And what was really interesting to me with Castle Nathria is that you all right off the bat went for challenging just right away, right? You didn't hold back. You just kind of went for it right off the bat.
Isn't no. Calthazard is one of the bosses that we're going to be fighting in Chains of Domination. In the new raid, the Tower of Domination, so to speak, Calthazard is one of the bosses we fight there.
Did you feel like you hit the mark that you were looking for in that? People generally starting to kind of get gated up on Sludge Fist and that sort of thing?
Yeah, we always have a pretty rigorous tuning process that we go through. We work a lot with the combat team, the encounter guys.
Right.
We're always communicating with them. We try to get the best sense of what we can with the new meta progression systems that have come out. So with Shadowlands, we've got Renown, you've got Conduits, you've got Soulbinds. There's also Legendaries that are making a return. So we spent a lot of time trying to make sure that we had a really clear understanding of
Kazim, I like your point there
on the player's power. So that's something that as we were progressing through the Shadowlands beta,
thank you very much. I really fucking appreciate that.
Trying to get those
to the
features
channel
to the players' hands as quickly as possible so that we could make those tuning changes. And another really big thing that changed this time around, which is, in some ways made tuning a bit easier, and in other ways it did make it a bit more difficult, was, with Shadowlands, we removed the ability for items to Titan Forge and Warforge.
Right.
So we had a much clearer picture of what the player's power would be from not only having a really good understanding of all these meta progression systems, but also knowing, okay, when they come in the raid, they're gonna have this gear, and there was a lot less wiggle room.
I do agree. I think, thank God for the removal of Titan Forging, Warforging. I think a lot of people are still getting used to the fact that Titan Forging, Warforging is no longer a thing, and also getting used to the whole no longer being showered with loot. Because now when you do get that piece, that is the piece that you wanted, right? There's no upgrade to that piece, no better way to make that piece any better. So I do think in that regard, it'll take a couple of expansions, I think. Well, actually, just this expansion. I think by next expansion, people will be well and truly used to the fact that, hey, it's gone. It's never coming back. It's great now, right? I do think some loot changes still needs to be implemented, but for the most part, I think the loot works just as well as it should work. Brune, like I just said there are some areas in the game where the loot still needs to be changed a little bit, right? So in terms of when you're talking about Mythic Plus, for example, it should reward maybe a little bit more loot, especially if you're doing some of the high-end Mythic Plus stuff. But then again, for the lower-end stuff, I think it's fine if it doesn't give that much in terms of the upgrade or in terms of the loot table. But yeah, I think for the most part, the vast majority of the Shadowlands is in a pretty decent spot when it comes to the loot, with here and there some changes, some tuning could be made just to award people that is doing much higher content and that can actually do it. Personally, I never want Titan Forging and Warforging back in my life. I think that was the worst decision Blizzard ever made, because it really did take gear from the place where, oh my god, I just got this piece of loot, I'm so fucking happy, to, oh, another piece of loot, I guess I'll just disenchant this one. So I think gear, once again, matters. Now it's just a case of how do we make sure that the gear matters, but also doesn't feel as if it's completely unobtainable at the same time. Digit, how you doing, bro? And then Madris, thank you so much for the Prime sub, dude. Really fucking appreciate that. 4 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
This time around than what we might have seen in some of the previous expansions raids.
Were you still surprised to see things like stacking 4 unholy DKs, at the top end, right?
Nothing surprises me anymore. I've seen enough of these raids where, we always try to design our encounters so that certain classes have different strengths and weaknesses can really shine, right?
Yeah.
You want to have that opportunity to feel like a hero in this fight or on the next fight. And, when we're talking about people who are, working at that level, they will find any little thing that they can do to, optimize as best they can. So when we...
I think I just want to throw this out there. For a while, we saw this a little bit in Legion. We saw this quite a bit in Warlords of Draenor. for a while, Blizzard really tried to balance the game, right? So they really tried to balance the game, balance the classes, and find this place sort of where, you know, it wouldn't matter what class someone played. All that mattered is that, you know, you like this player and this is the player that could play. You guys remember the whole change of the philosophy. It used to be bring the class, right? Not the player. So different classes. It wasn't so much a philosophy, it's just how it worked out. Like, you needed certain classes in the raid. If you guys remember back in the day, to Warlocks and the ability for Warlocks to increase all other magic damage, you needed, you needed a Shaman for Bloodlust or for Heroism. So, you know, you needed different classes in order to do different jobs. And then, of course, Blizzard tried to change it to bring the player, not the class. And I think that sort of led to a very bad... that sort of led to a very bad game design where the high-end guilds still found ways around that, right? There were still fights where the high-end guilds were running with 12 mages because it just so happens that the mages are very overpowered in this fight. So I like the new approach, and you sort of hear it from Morgan Dayer. Nothing surprises them anymore. I like the fact that Blizzard is no longer fighting the top-end guilds. Because let's be real. In a normal guild, no one is going to take 12 mages to a fight. Most likely, you don't even have 12 players that play mage at high enough level to get the boss down. You cannot optimize the game for the top 1%. It's just impossible because they're always going to look for the break in it. So I do like the new philosophy that Blizzard is following here, and I do think it was worth just pointing out that his answer here sort of just solidified that. We don't mind. If the top 1% wants to do that, we can't stop it. It is what it is.
We see certain things like that. We're like, yeah, they're strong on this fight by a little bit, so of course we're going to see more of them. And we always do try, you know, towards the, you know, back end of the raids to make sure that we're testing enough of those elements of combat and class design that, you know, you might try to stack early on, but then maybe you're going to hit a different, you know, road bump in the fight where you have to, you know, kind of take a step back and look at what your composition is again, and maybe you have to switch.
This actually happened in BFA. I can't remember with which boss, but I think it may have been the second raid. There was a boss where one of the top-end guilds stacked... I'm trying to remember which one, but there was a boss where they were stacking one class to get through the first phase, and then they realized by the last phase they couldn't deal with it because of their class stacking. The classes that they stacked, sure, could burst through the first phase, but then couldn't survive the later phases. And so they had to change their stacking altogether, which I think is good, right?
Switch it around. So that eventually it turns into a much more balanced composition there.
All right, Manny, why don't you go ahead?
I have to say that in the raid, you had so many things that like were then reflected in the outside world. Once you got through Sun King, you then saw Kel'Thuzad waiting for you if you were event there. Or like once you defeated Sire Denathrius, all the animal was cut off and it was no longer flowing into the maw. Are we going to see events in the next raid also reflect in the outside world, even if it is in the maw? Like one thing that you have shown is that we're going to see the true eye of the jailer.
Interesting.
Is it going to be that once we take out the true eye, we'll no longer be dealing with the eye of the jailer system?
Steve, do you want to take that one, or I can, or?
Well, I'll just say
in there that's really awesome, but spoilery. So
yeah, I'll just say that. Yeah, I'll say that in general. Yeah, we really like having some consequences for the encounters that you face, and in the past, a lot of the times, certainly there's been cases where the story was all dependent upon the last boss of a raid being downed to kind of get the completion.
Right.
And we're being more mindful of putting more story in other places so that even if you're not a cutting edge raider, you can still see story progression continuing. And an example of that is the Covenant campaigns and things like that. And you'll definitely see that sort of thinking going forward in Chains of Domination and future updates.
I like the new philosophy from Blizzard. For a long time, I don't know if you guys remember playing basically World of Warcraft from the beginning. Almost always, like you would... Let's go back to Wrath. What happened right after you killed Arthas? Does anyone remember the ICC raid? What happened right after you killed Arthas? I'm not talking about the cinematic, obviously awesome, everyone's very happy, but what happened to the world after you killed Arthas? The answer, nothing. The world was pretty much the same. Nothing changed. The Scourge was still doing their thing. The story still suggested that he was alive. So nothing really changed. Whereas the new philosophy from Blizzard, I love the fact that the Shadowlands is reacting to the things that we're doing. The zones is reacting to the things that we're doing. Macmillan, how you doing, bro? I love that. I love the fact that I now, as I'm completing my story, I can see things in the real world change, and I would love to see even more of that, right? So as I'm completing my campaign quests and my campaign story is progressing, I'm seeing a physical change to the world. The world is reacting to the things that we're doing on sometimes even minor levels, and this is something you see very well laid out within the Maw, where the more powers we get, the easier it sort of becomes to deal with the Maw. The longer you can stay in there, you're starting to feel more powerful in the Maw. I love this new Blizzard approach where, yes, it is becoming more RPG. The world, it's not only us reacting to the world, but the world also reacting to us. WoW Up, Olvar the Viking. The add-on is called WoW Up. Or the client that you use to update your add-ons is called WoW Up.
Because we feel like there's a good a couple tracks there.
Total dweeb. It can be something as simple as the armor of the Primus for the Necrolords. Like, legitimately, that is as simple as it gets. But every single time you complete a story and you collect another piece of armor, it goes on the statue. And when you run in and you see the statue with all of these pieces of armor, you know that I put it there, right? That's my work. My work put those armor pieces there. Now, something that I felt like they may have missed that could have been really cool is attaching some kind of buff in the zone with the collection of every single armor piece. Now, I do know that we technically do get buffs, like your stamina goes up by 2% every couple of levels of renown, and that's sort of supposed to be tied in, but I think there could have been more done with those armor pieces to actually make them feel more impactful whenever you are equipping this armor pieces to the Primus, and the Primus obviously is empowering us as a consequence of our work within those zones. But yeah, just something so small, something so minuscule as seeing it progress. So, for example, with Ardenweald and completing more and more quests, more and more renown levels within Ardenweald, you see the heart of the forest actually grow and once again become this giant fucking heart that really does power the entire forest. Again, that's a visual feedback loop that is created where when you run into it, you go, oh, I did that. Right? I did that. And then you see your friend's screen and he's like small, tiny little fucking no heart. You're like, you don't get on my level. You know, I'm just so much more powerful than you. Look at my heart. Right? Like I said, an outside buff would have been nice, even if it was something small, just like maybe a little bit of extra haste whenever you're just killing mobs, or you do a little bit of extra power whenever you're fighting against mobs. So something like that would have just been a lot of fun. Something like zone-wide 1% buff per piece. Dragonwolf, even something like that. Yeah, just a small thing that makes you feel more powerful as you complete these storylines and as you complete these sort of arbitrary things that needs to happen. You feel more powerful in the world reacts to you very differently. Maybe some creatures that used to be red becomes yellow because they now have respect for you because, you know, you've earned the respect of Maldraxxus, so to speak. Things like that is smart. But, I mean, I'm not hating on what Blizzard have done even up until now. I think these are small things, and Blizzard can't obviously do everything at once. But yeah, I would like to see even more of this. Ellen, thank you so much for the follow. Really fucking appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
There that you can follow, and eventually people will get both of them, but we don't want to feel like your progression on learning the story is blocked because you're not at that last raid boss yet.
But yeah, I mean, like you mentioned it earlier, you know, seeing that anima flow kind of switching on and off and having an impact on the story. Sorry, having an impact on the world based on the story that played out in front of you is something that we really, really love to try to execute on anytime that we can. You know, even going back to, I think one of the first times I can remember doing that was in Tomb of Sargeras, right? After you had to kill Jaden, and then you get out of the raid and you look up at the sky and you're like, that's not supposed to be there, right? Like,
yeah,
that was
Argus
the
is
first
just
time
in
they
the
did
sky
that.
at that point.
Yeah.
And that's something that we think is a really, really cool opportunity.
But that just shows the progression, right? That was the first time Blizzard really did that, where they changed the world significantly, just based on a small action of killing the final boss. Look at how much we've grown since then. Can you guys imagine 2-3 expansions down the road? Veil of Eternal Blossoms was sort of similar, but it was different. It was actually an in-game event that changed the Veil entirely, right? So there was a very different reason for that. We're talking about here just killing a boss and seeing the world change based on that boss kill, not an entire event that changes the world, of which there have been a few of those, at least. Arnold, how you doing, bro? But imagine, guys, just quickly close your eyes and imagine 2 expansions from now. With how Blizzard is progressing. Go back to the days of Legion and how the world RPG'd towards our choices. And imagine what 2 expansions from now will look like. Just how much RPG will be in the world 2 expansions from now.
Well, yeah, without getting specific, I can say that when you complete the Sanctum of Domination raid, you will see a very visible difference in the Shadowlands.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, very vague. Good vague booking. I like it. That's great.
That's enough to get me.
Yeah. So one of the things I want to touch on is, it was almost a watershed moment, I feel like, for the World of Warcraft community. You get down to the end of the Race to World first. You've got 2 guilds under 5% at the same time. Everyone's watching. I'm sure you guys were probably watching at that point. Those are great moments. And I think one of the things that you guys have capitalized on in the past, maybe not for a viewership audience necessarily, but are these sort of mythic only phases, right? These things that people really look forward to. They don't happen very often, but when they do, they're usually very impactful. Things like getting to the end of High Mall, and I like to say it's the Kool-Aid man, like, oh yeah, busting in kind of thing. Are we looking at any of that in Shadowlands? Can we say with definitiveness that at least one of these tiers will have something like that? Is that something that you guys think about every raid and you say, no, we're not going to do it this time? Is that important to you?
I don't think we don't think of it as like a box we need to check.
Yeah.
Right? Like the High Mall example you gave, we felt like there was a really cool story opportunity there.
Sure.
With Cho'Gall and Margok and what the heck was going on here, and selling that in a way, or executing on that in a way that wasn't just gonna feel like it's a pushover. Like this is something that, okay, cool, this is Cho'Gall, he's a really big deal. We have to do this justice. So we always look at opportunities to add something like that where it makes sense from a story perspective. With Denathrius, he had multiple floors, and we were really taking the fight to him in his castle.
Yeah.
And it didn't really feel like it would have fit without feeling kind of forced. Like maybe we could have added a 3rd floor. Like we definitely talked about it from the perspective of like, hey, it might be cool, but it would just feel forced. Like, could we do this? Yes. Would it make sense?
How do you guys feel, chat, about mythic only phases? Just a quick question to you. What are your thoughts on the idea of mythic only phases? Because personally, I've always been a fan. I've always been a fan of a mythic only phase that really takes... Now, I get from a story perspective, maybe sometimes it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, because like you just said there with the Side and Athris thing, adding another floor, the question becomes, well, why would he have another floor? Why didn't he use the floor for all of the others? But at the same time, I think adding another sort of... So, for example, the mythic only phase with... was it Archimond? Right, where you had this mythic only phase, and it was legit fucking insane, right? Fighting Archimond right at the end there. I do think that we should have more. Illidan was another example of a very good mythic only phase that just made sense. Mythic is supposed to be harder, and it's supposed to be the canonical part of the game. Do you think there's a risk that you could potentially overuse it to the point where it just no longer has that impact? Do you think it's better that Blizzard sort of keeps it as a sometimes we'll use it, a lot of the times we won't? Or do you think, nah, they can use it every single time and people probably wouldn't mind that much? Unmaker, where he has different energy aura? Yeah. Well, we've had a bunch of fights in the past, right? Where this has happened. Use it if it would benefit the fight. I mean, to be fair, you could use it in every fight, right? The benefit really is a choice. Okay, so I can sort of see where most people is sort of leaning towards. Most of you think, well, you know, sort of using it every single time might not be the best thing. Bossing going over 9,000 only in Mythics. I think Blizzard is doing it good. I'm torn. So my personal feeling on this is literally as if I have a split personality. On the one hand, I wouldn't mind seeing every single end boss have a mythic only phase. But then at the same time, I'm thinking if every single end boss has a mythic only phase, you could run into the problem where people doing it on normal and heroic doesn't really feel like they did it because they didn't have that mythic only phase. But then again, I have other things that I think could be really cool as well. So for example, in mythic dungeons or mythic raids, having extra bosses. What raid was it that introduced this? I think it was in Cataclysm. The very first raid in Cataclysm, where there was an entire new boss right at the end if you did it at the hardest difficulty, right? If you ran it, I don't know if Mythic existed back then, I can't fucking remember, but I think it was on Heroic or something like that, where you had Sinestra, which was an entire different boss. I remember when we finished the raid, and suddenly there's another boss, and we're like, well, what? Why is there another raid? At the time, we didn't really focus on the world first race or on what's being added extra to the game. So it was quite a surprise knowing that, oh, there's going to be another fucking boss we need to kill here. I'm sort of a fan of that as well, right? Extra bosses in Mythic that just provides that extra level of challenge that I think maybe even if you don't do a Mythic only phase, just adding an extra boss could make it really cool, right? And it could just add that extra flavor, if you will. So yeah, I was just throwing it out there, wanting to hear what you guys thought of it.
It's not really. It would just feel like, yeah, they're ticking a box off. Where when we do it, we really want it to feel memorable and special. And you know, we've seen things like that in the past.
Algalon was also
in Siege of Orgrimmar when we fought
hidden,
Garrosh and,
but also
Mythic only phase.
Algalon was more just hidden behind you having to do a couple of things in order to unlock him. I can't remember if Algalon was actually a boss that you you could only do because you were somehow, I mean, raids work differently then, right? You had 10 and 25 man. I don't remember. Was Algalon on 10 man? We raided 25 man at that point, so I never did the 10 man version until I just did some reruns just to get the achievements for it. But was Algalon on 10 man? I don't remember Algalon being on 10 man. I think it was a 25 man only boss. Completely new phase like Margok and Gul'dan, or an altered lost phase like Archimonde and Argus. Silvercoppin either way would work for me. Algalon was hard mode, and I think hard mode was only 25 man, if I'm not mistaken. Sinestra and Bot would have been another good example of that. Yeah.
There was a story to tell there that really was driving the
both, so you could do it on both. Like I said, I never did the 10-man version of it.
Maximum from Limit at one point made the comment, you know when you drop through the floor, it's going to be a good encounter, right?
Is that just like status now?
It is, yeah. So anytime you want to really sell it, apparently, drop through the floor. That seems to be the thing.
I have to go talk to our dungeon team. He's like, can we just double all of them?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, absolutely. All right.
Also, I have to say, at that time, raiding at that time, I wasn't a guild leader or a raid leader. I was just raiding in a team. So I would just go wherever the group said we had to go. We didn't watch guides or anything back then. You just followed the fucking raid leader. He wanted to do Algalon, then you go do Algalon. How did you do Algalon? I don't know. We just fucking did it. He was there. We killed him. So yeah, I don't remember a whole of a lot of how you unlock the different bosses in terms of those raids, and I don't do old raids as a rule. I don't run them every single day, so I don't really know. My point just is, I think having special encounters at the hardest level adds to the flavor of the game. Even if it is just a special part within an encounter or a special mechanic within an encounter that changes the encounter entirely, I think that adds a bit to doing it at the hardest difficulty.
All right, Manny, go ahead.
I think there are a lot of bosses that really do follow that, like in Blackrock Forge, when you are going.
I just want to ask anyone that's watched this interview: is there a lot of lore in this interview, or are we not getting, are we not getting any lore? Because I would like lore. I mean, it's great that they're talking about all this raid shit, and that's fine. But give me some lore, bro. Like, fuck. Give me some lore. Adelia, maybe. If it's good enough and I like the interview enough, we'll make it into a video. If it's not good enough, then fuck it. Then I won't make it into a video.
Going up the elevator, and then you realize that you are seeing what you're about to face. And so foretelling those sort of fights is a really great thing. But what we saw now in the cinematic was Anduin turning and becoming something quite dark. And if I'm the Winter Queen, I've got to be really scared for how numbered my days are. So I got to ask, like, how are the Covenants reacting to what we saw, the actions of Anduin? Can we expect that we're going to see that, like, rally into...
I do think the one mistake that he made here is... I do not believe... I think the Winter Queen knows that the despise level that the jailer has towards her means that he will not send just anyone after her. The Winter Queen will only be in danger when he himself can make it to her. This we know. For some reason, don't ask me why, but we hear the denizens of Erebos talk about this all the time. The jailer despises the Arbiter and the Winter Queen. He hates them with a fucking burning passion. The others, they just chained him up. He doesn't really mind. He just wants to get free. But the Winter Queen and the Arbiter, for some inexplicable reason, because we don't have the explanation yet, he hates those two. So I think they kind of know it, right?
Into the Maw. And is that going to, like, ultimately completely change what we did in 9.0 in the Maw? Or are we going to now see those things just added on top of our Maw dailies?
Well, yeah, that's a big question. So the events that you saw in the Chains of Domination cinematic, when Chains of Domination goes live, you'll pick up in the aftermath of that. So the Covenants will know about it and will be reacting to that fact. And as you say, they'll quickly math out when the jailer says 3 keys remain, what that means for them. And there's a lot of things.
This is sort of a confirmation of a question we got during the Shill Show. People were asking, are we going to help Anduin escape? This is sort of confirmation of that. As Steve Denuser just said, 9.1 picks up in the aftermath of what Anduin did. So most likely we will not be the ones who help Anduin escape. This brings even more questions. Is the Maw now truly inescapable, or have the jailer found a way to get people in and out of the Maw? Because if we're going to pick up 9.1 after this, it means that 9.1 will launch and we'll get that cinematic with Anduin doing what he's doing. And then we'll have a summon back to our Covenant calling us quickly because the Archon have been wounded.
Things, individuals, Covenants that need to be get their defenses in order. But really the theme of Chains of Domination is about, we spent the Shadowlands story building up our individual Covenants. We made a choice. We committed to them. We got Anima to restore some of the
Still haven't been able to make the choice to join the Maw Covenant. Just want to throw that one out there while we're talking about things happening in the Shadowlands. Still haven't been able to choose the Maw Covenant, which little irked about.
The flow throughout the zone that we were part of a covenant of. And now it's about those covenants coming together, combining their strengths, playing off one another in ways to take the fight to the jailer. So they don't just want to play on the defensive, they want to go on the offensive. And so that's where the action really kicks in. And when we go into...
I wonder how much that's going to reveal of the different covenants. Because yes, right now the covenants is in defense mode, right? Right now the covenants is sort of taking a step back. They're just trying to get their footing again. It's like a boxer that's just been hit really, really hard on the fucking jaw. And you can see his feet sort of wobbly and his hands are not really up. This is what the covenants are, right? Back to the ropes, not really sure what the hell's going on, punches flying everywhere. But I wonder if once they get into action, how much will that reveal to us, the players? Right? How much will that reveal to us of who they are? Are we going to see more control being exhumed by them? More rigidness and rigidity sort of being applied to how they rule their covenants? Are we going to see a relaxation of the rules, so to speak? How much of that domination magic that was used to enslave the jailer will now be turned on their own followers to ensure that the followers do what is meant to be done? And how much of that will be revealed to us in the final encounter with Sylvanas, when maybe she reveals to us the domination that has taken place? Make no mistake, the mention of domination magic, and that's the thing that was used to sort of enslave the jailer. Domination is not a good thing, right? It's not good to be dominated. And the fact that these creatures use domination magic in order to enslave might show a hell of a lot about them. Venom, yes, we reacted to that video first.
To the Maw now, it's going to be in order to get our place of strength. So this new landmass that you saw at the end of the cinematic called Korthia is being pulled into the Maw. Now that's a new part of the Maw to adventure.
It is good.
And
yes.
We're going to be encountering secrets there because this was the city of secrets, and there's lots of things that the jailer is looking for there. He specifically targeted this place to pull it into the Maw, and now we'll get to learn what he's after.
The fact that place is called the City of Secrets kills me. Absolutely fucking slays me. The City of Secrets. What secrets? What secrets are hiding inside that city? What will we uncover? Do you have any idea how much time I'm going to spend running around Korthia looking for little tidbits of secrets? Looking for anything I can get my fucking hands on that gives me any sort of story. I'm going to go to bed for a while. Maybe I can sleep too. Thank you guys for all the hearts today. It means a lot. Adelia, take care of yourself. Thank you so much for hanging out. Really appreciate it. And let me know if there's anything I can do. Vizzy, how you doing? Secrets. I can't wait for the secrets. 100% need those secrets in my life. The Kieran are going to do a Victoria's Secret fashion show with their wings. Let's hope not. The Winter Queen is the offense. She is that bitch. I could agree with that.
But in the course of that, as our covenants come into the Maw, we establish a way for them to get in and out, so it's not a one-way trip anymore. And it's going to be about pushing back against the jailer's influence. So you...
All right, so basically answered my earlier question. There is going to be a way to move in and out of the Maw. This makes the Maw even more dangerous. I just want to say, the fact that the Maw is now escapable and enterable both ways, does that mean that the jailer can also now move in and out of the Maw? Is this opening the door for him? Is this exactly what he wanted us to do in the first place? Because, yeah, that might be a little bit weird. Vizzy, did you stream today? Jack the Dipper, how you doing, bro?
You'll find that other parts of the Maw are changing as well. And we'll have these covenant strikes where now we'll see the forces of the covenants hitting at places that we've adventured in before that were super dangerous. And now what happens when a necropolis of the Necrolords comes in and starts bombarding a place? And now we've got those forces that we can fight beside. Now it changes the dynamic quite a bit. And so things like the Eye of the Jailer, for example, that really kind of limited our time. Now, as you're gaining ground, as you're fighting, you're going to be able to push back against its influence and really find new places within the maw, new opportunities there, and it really changes.
I'm sort of glad that the Eye of the Jailer is disappearing. That to me is a good thing, or at least the ability to push back on it. Vizzy, I want to see that fucking cosplay. I really want to see that cosplay. Imagine if the Jailer just wants our Hearthstone. I mean, they can have Hearthstone. Fuck that game. I haven't even explained how he's walking around. No, but I think we're going to learn that. Jack the Dipper, thank you for the follow. Really fucking appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Up the gameplay in some pretty cool and fun ways.
And maybe, just maybe, your mount will finally heed your call.
Maybe. I hear rumors. Who knows, though?
Just not your flying mounts. Just not your flying mount. Yeah.
No, that in the other zones though.
Hey, yeah. Right. The jailer still has his limits. He's not going to put up with too much nonsense from you.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Want to touch just briefly on the Mythic Plus scene.
I think the mounts in the Maw is good. I feel sorry for the people that had to spam to get that mount that they could use in the Maw, and now everyone's just sort of going to be able to get it. I think that is sort of sad, but then there are ways around that, right? Blizzard could say, well, you first have to do Torghast, or maybe do the Torghast raid if you want to be able to use your mount in the Maw, or whatever the case might be. I do think that is something that Blizzard could play around with, just so that people don't feel like they've been shafted going for their mount, unlocking their mount, and then they're legitimately now everyone can use the mount in the Maw. I think the mounting in the Maw is good. I don't want flying ever in the Maw, so I do hope that Blizzard never even thinks about bringing that back. I fucking did Twisting Corridors before they nerfed it. It kind of pisses me off that now all mounts are usable now. But Isodith, you did get an entire patch with it. So this Battle of Torghast, I wanted the mount for its locks.
Obviously, MDI has been exciting. I've enjoyed watching it this particular season. But I did want to ask, I noticed you've made some major changes, right, going into the next patch, and not even that far out. Looking at tanking, for example, I think the general comment was, it feels like it shouldn't feel like you have to kite all over the dungeon in order to survive at higher level keys, right? Just last night running a 12, like that was super apparent to me. Mistweaver, I'm already running out of mana all the time, which is another issue we should visit on. But in terms of tank, yeah, he was constantly moving all over the place. So is that? Do you see other things like that?
Homophobic? Well, yeah. I think there's a lot of games where sexual innuendo is very prevalent. And yeah, the Shadowlands is no exception. If you have a filthy mind, there are a lot of chuckle moments within the Shadowlands where you go, all right. So yeah, it is definitely there. But then again, WoW has always had those moments where it could be very sexual if they wanted to go that route. So I wouldn't say it's just the Shadowlands that has it.
Where we feel like we kind of missed the mark maybe a little bit. Are there other areas that you're currently investigating and looking at making wholesale changes to the way that things play out in Mythic Plus?
Yeah, absolutely. We always look at, tuning on, especially on the live game as a work in progress, right? We're never completely happy with how those things go. Kiting in particular is an interesting one because a lot of our tanks have such good tools to do that. It's like, well, I could take damage or I could not take damage. Which one would I rather do? So a lot of them just end up opting for, the former and just leap away. We actually, we've been trying to be pretty active in tuning a lot of those problem spaces. For instance, a couple of weeks back, I want to say maybe 2 weeks ago, we did look at, those tank buster mechanics that a lot of the trash and the bosses might do, and really tried to wind some of those things back because we were just finding that some of those in particular could just one-shot your tank, especially if they're like active mitigation wasn't up at the time, and that can just lead to chaos or a wipe, and it just didn't feel great. So that's definitely something that we're slowly kind of dialing back and really keeping an eye on. And like you said, in not only in I think you were mentioning 905 that's coming up. There's a lot of class changes in particular, as well as some covenant changes like Fleshcraft is getting completely redesigned coming up here in 905. So those are things that we're always looking at adjusting, and especially with
Where's the
Chains of
lore,
Domination,
bro?
where we look at these big, meaty patches. These are times where we have a chance to make potentially larger changes than we would be comfortable making in a hotfix, because we really, don't feel comfortable making, a certain degree of change in a hotfix, because if you're not a player who is, as highly engaged as you are, you might not really realize that thing changed. And we also want to make sure that we have a really high degree of confidence in those changes in a hotfix, because we don't have a PTR or a test environment for people to check that out, give us feedback. We can take another crack at the tuning knobs on it. So those degrees of changes that would really move the needle on some of those topics you're talking about with Chains of Domination. That's absolutely an area that we would look to
ask a
make
lore
adjustments
question.
on.
Fair enough.
Lore question, quick. I need lore.
Okay, so with Mythic Plus in 9.0.5, you're introducing the Valor system, and that is almost that you're taking lessons that you've learned from the PvP, how popular that has been in Shadowlands. So
I do love the fact that Valor is back, by the way. I think Valor not being in the game was a giant oversight and something that they should have done a long time ago. We should have had Valor a long time ago reintroduced into the game.
So going between seasons now, you have these currencies like
Leo,
Valor that's going to be introduced, and Conquest and so forth, including Stygia. When you're going between seasons, in the past you've reset them, or you have inflated the next tier so that people can't stockpile, or you have just moved to a completely different currency. What are you planning on doing with these currencies as you go between seasons to avoid some toxic behavior or people feeling like they've fallen behind?
Yeah, absolutely. That's something that we're always looking at. And honestly, we get a lot of feedback from, a lot of these really awesome high-end guilds that are just saying, like, please don't make us stockpile these. Please save us. Please do something with this. So
give me a break between tiers.
Exactly. So as we're looking at Valor, that's something that we would look to continue to do, where we would, do something like we do with Conquest, where we just we call it versioning it, right? Like you make, all right, we're going to send you some gold for your Valor, and you're going to have to re-earn it. And that's absolutely something that we would look to do with the Valor system as well, so that you don't feel like, well, I need to make sure I'm...
Velenum, I 100% agree with you there. 100% agree with you there. Sorry, I'm not even really paying attention to these questions because they're not giving me any fucking lore. But I agree with you. I think Shadowlands right now is one of the best places World of Warcraft has ever been in. Because, true, Shadowlands does actually, for the first time ever, I can't point to a single thing in the Shadowlands that's done badly. You can point to things and say, well, that could be a little bit better. That could be a little bit more, more fluid. Maybe it could be a little bit easier. Maybe a bit more could drop here or there. But I do not believe that anything in the Shadowlands is bad right now. I think almost everything works. It's a lot of fun. The Shadowlands changes and it doesn't stay the same. Vizzy, exactly. The whole world drags you in so much, and it really allows you to be captured by it, which I think is the first time really ever in World of Warcraft that has been the case, where the whole world drags you in, and you almost always feel like there's something fun to do just around the corner. You just have to go look for it. So I'm very proud of Blizzard and what they did with Shadowlands. We needed it, considering what a big nightmare BFA was. Blizzard needed this. We needed this. So yeah, I'm very happy with it, to be quite honest.
Getting a whole bunch of this. For Valor in particular, I think there will actually be an update next week, so that there's a lot the tuning numbers that we have been putting in there, we're continuing to iterate on. But Valor in particular also has a bit lower of a cap than some of these other currencies do. So it just won't be possible to stockpile like months and months and months of it.
Fair enough. Wanted to talk briefly about PvP since we've only got about 8 minutes left here. PvP meta right now, it's a bit bursty.
Oh yeah.
Are you happy? Are you? Yeah. No, it's so funny. So I'm not a serious PvPer. I have a lot of friends that are, and I remember trying to go in, and I main a Mistweaver, so I'm like, oh, maybe PvP will be the thing that we're good at right now. So I jump in and I'm with and you know, it was, I don't know, there's something about it. It's super bursty. If you don't go in with very specific bursty specs, it almost feels impossible to rise up. So is that something you're happy with? Do you have specific things in mind that you're looking at to make PvP feel a little bit more balanced?
Yeah, so we've been trying to take a much more active hand to this expansion with Shadowlands and continuing into Chains of Domination, where we do want to make sure that we're keeping a really close eye on some of those things that, you know, the burst elements of it aren't necessarily a problem, right? Like, I feel like if there's a certain amount of buildup or some amount of counterplay, I can see that big attack coming, right? Like, I always point to when we talk about this, like, you know, there's that video that we all love. I forget what year it's from. Josh probably remembers of Orange Marmalade, like basically 2v1ing in our BlizzCon tournament. And there's been videos of like dissecting how he was able to do that, right? Like there was a lot of buildup to that moment. And that feels like something that while it might, you know, while he might be able to kill someone really, really quickly, there was a lot of skill and there's some setup and you also had time to react to that. So there's a lot of things that we talk about in terms of the types of bursts that we always want to take a look at in terms of, is this fair or does this just feel bad? You know, like there's a recent change that we made a few weeks ago where everyone's favorite, you know, Boomkin ability Convoke, you know, it could cast New Moon, which would just, you know, do a ton of damage. And it could happen like right away also. So it just felt, and they can cast that out of stealth. So it just felt like, what do you want from me, game? And moments like that, we do want to take a look at and say like,
I sort of, while I'm not a PvPer, by any stretch of the fucking imagination, I do sort of feel like it's a very difficult thing to balance. And I'm sure there's far more PvPers in chat than what I would ever pretend to be. But it is difficult to balance because on the one hand, World of Warcraft really is built around burst specs versus sustain specs. If you take a spec like Shadow Priest, for example, or you take a spec like Affliction Warlock, historically, while Shadow Priests and Warlocks have gone through moments and periods of being bursty, historically these have been classes that don't have as much burst, but they do have a lot of damage sustainability. The problem is, if you go with PvP, if you go with a burst meta, you sort of cancel out the sustain classes because they can't burst and therefore they're not as worthy of being there. But then if you go with sustain, you sort of cancel out all the burst classes because now you need sustain, you no longer need burst. So I don't know exactly what the answer is to that. I don't know if you could ever answer it. Because if you think back to the days of TBC, how many people PvP'd in TBC? How many of you PvP'd in TBC? All right, there's some of you that PvP'd in TBC. Okay, what did you do whenever you encountered an Affliction Warlock? Well, yeah, let's say SL Warlock, because Affliction wasn't really necessarily a thing. You fucking ran. Because the only class that could defeat an SL Warlock was a Retribution Paladin, or, you know, a Paladin sort of spec towards that, if he did everything perfectly. Like, the Paladin couldn't make any mistakes. I mean, still, he would most likely die. But if he did everything perfectly, perhaps he could survive that encounter. No one else could. There wasn't a single class that could do anything to a Warlock, because the Warlock was just destroying it. Right off the bat, the Warlock was just running around, laughing its ass off, dotting everything and killing it. It was a slower meta. It wasn't a meta with a lot of burst, and the Warlock could basically do whatever the fuck it wanted, right? No one else could really stop it. That's sort of the payoff. The second you make the fights last a bit longer and you remove some of the burst, suddenly you have Affliction Warlocks running around saying, oh, well, look at that. I'm just dotting everyone up and just standing back, and I don't really give a shit, right? I'm just sort of standing here. So the fact of the matter is, Dragonwolf, I saw videos from TBC where some of the base rogues in the world lost to Affliction Warlocks that knew what the fuck they were doing. Because here's the problem. If that Warlock came out of that stun, it would lead to basically fear until dead. That's all the Warlock did. Because back then, your damage really didn't break your fears, and you could fear as much as you wanted. You had 3 different types of fears. So at the end of the day, there really was no way for you to stop that Warlock. The Warlock was just going to play with you and play with you and play with you until you were dead. And again, it really boiled down to, so it also sort of depends on what level of TBC we're talking about, because they did sort of balance it towards the end, but even then, it was still very much Warlock focused. It was only really in Wrath that Warlocks became a little bit more, okay, we can sort of play against this fucking class now. We can sort of survive them. So yeah, I think I don't know if there's a way to really balance it. I don't know if there's a way to really influence it.
Okay, can we tune this back a little bit to give the player an opportunity to react? Or in some cases, PvP, arenas, rated battlegrounds, it's a team game. Can my teammate do something about this also? And overall, in terms of the pacing, that was a very deliberate decision to, essentially remove the item level scaling, where it would, if I'm hitting a much lower item level person, it could change the numbers there. We definitely wanted to take a look at that and say, okay, what if we just took a big step back and see what would happen to the game, see how it would change the pace? And we're overall happy with that direction. I know, for instance, I play a ton of rated battlegrounds. I love rated battlegrounds, and this expansion, it's been really fun. You can, get kills and score kills quick enough to where they can't run back to their corpses or they can't respawn before we can take the point. So we talk about PvP not just in the arena lens, but also through battlegrounds as well.
That makes
how does
some
that
sense,
feel?
actually.
Because when the burst isn't as high as it is right now,
I think as players, we sometimes forget that there's more elements to the game than just the things that we think about. So you'll often, as a player, think about PvE balancing and go, it's fucking scuffed in Mythic Plus and I can't do this. But then you don't sort of remember that there's a lot more to PvE than just Mythic Plus. And the same with PvP. I didn't even, whenever I talk about PvP, I genuinely do not think about RGB. Well, RBGs, sorry, Rated Battlegrounds. RGB I never think about. Fuck lights. But I genuinely almost never think about RBGs and what the impact is of changes made to RBG. And that sort of makes sense, right? You do need burst in order for it to work. So I don't mind lights like this. I hate, if you see my PC, and let's see if I can quickly show you this. That's my PC. No lights whatsoever. No lights. No RGB, none. None, fucking none. I designed it that way. Every single fan I chose, I legitimately said, no fucking RGB. I don't want it. I don't need it. I hate that shit. Of course, there's no lights in here. I don't like the lights coming out of a PC. It should just be a PC. It should just do its thing and be very dark and black. So this is a black edition, basically.
It might feel it feels different, I would say, for the arena player, but it can really hurt the experience of a battleground, for instance. So it's definitely something that we're discussing as, holistically.
That's fair. I'll ask one more question, then I'll let Manny take the last one. This is something that has been talked about a lot on Twitter lately, obviously across the community. Actually, I feel like we've been having this conversation for years, and Ian even alluded to it recently.
So, of course.
Allowing Alliance and Horde to play with each other. So we understand the line that you guys usually give on this, which is that, at the end of the day, it's core to the Warcraft story. But then every expansion we end up working together in the end, and we're not a happy family, but a family by the end of it. At what point, do you just go ahead and let me raid with my friends? I'm an Alliance player that tries to play at a high level, but I have really few options for doing that compared to folks that play on the Horde side. You've done something like that with the PvP system, where you've given a little bit of the ability to do mercenaries and things like that.
Just want to point out, really, this is his fault, right? If you're an Alliance player, what are you doing? You can't sit there and go, you know, I don't get a lot of raids. I don't have a lot of high-end guilds. What am I supposed to do? Come to the Horde. It's not hard. It just makes sense from every perspective. There is, objectively speaking, the Horde is better. How many people did I just piss off? Illuminix, how you doing, bro? Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Now, you can play whatever the fuck you want. I'm Horde, right? And I only care about the Horde. So if you got triggered by that, that's your problem. But yeah, Tatiana, how you doing?
But at what point do we just allow people to play with each other? You know, bringing the community together instead of dividing them. It used to be in half. Now it's more like 90-10 in some cases, depending on what kind of content you're trying to do.
Well, you know, we talk a lot about the spirit of Warcraft and what it embodies and what it means to us and to the community, to the fans. And you're right. Like we do want to preserve that fundamental alliance and horde that, you know, are the DNA of this franchise and have been there since the beginning. And just, you know, we can't do it this year for obvious reasons, but like that sense of when you stand on stage at BlizzCon and you say, you know, you hear a voice say, "Where my horde at?" You know, and that power, we don't want to do anything that would lose that. But, you know, that said, we do always talk about the game and what it needs, and that, you know, the game does change over time, obviously. And so it, you know, it's not something we're committing to right now. And Shadowlands is continuing that story of the Horde and Alliance working together to help save the Shadowlands and Azeroth as well. And, you know, well, it's something that we'll continue to think about and talk about. Okay. And so it's good to see community reaction and what you guys.
All right. So this is actually something that I do want to talk about, because this is actually something that I have an actual stake in. I've made multiple videos in my channel's lifetime on this topic, so I do think, I won't say I'm an expert on the topic. I'm an expert of nothing, but I do, at least by virtue of just thinking about this a lot, I think have some authority when it comes to this. I have made this point multiple times before, and I will make it here again. The factions should not be based on race. They should be based on ideology. I think when I hear Steve Denuser say what he just said, and when I hear Ian, what Ian said during the BlizzCon Q&A, it becomes very clear that Blizzard might be going the same direction as I would want to go with the story. The fact that he says, "Where's my horde at?" And you have at BlizzCon people going, "Yeah, for the horde, for the alliance," and people just losing their fucking minds. I think what needs to be realized here is that the Horde and the Alliance really are ideas. And ideas need to have power. The only way you give an idea power is if people choose the idea. Now, simply choosing the race that I prefer to play, in my case, Orc. Orc has always been something that I've been very much drawn towards, and it's been something that I've really cared about as someone who started playing World of Warcraft in Warcraft 2, you know, all the way back when that released. I've always been a massive fan of the orcs. And so for me, I want to be an orc. But just because you want to be a specific race doesn't necessarily instantly mean that you ally yourself or align yourself with the Horde. The same could go for a human. That while, yes, you're a human, maybe you do not agree with the overarching ideas of the Alliance. Now, there's no better race at this point that symbolizes that sort of strain, right? Is the stream still going? Did it stop for anyone? Pause the video, but we're still going. All right, so people can still hear me. Okay, just wanted to make sure. The best example that you have of the different races not really fitting in anymore is someone like Bane and the Taurens, or someone like Saurfang and the Old Horde, right? They did not fit in with what the Horde wanted to be. They didn't make sense in the Horde. The Horde wanted to follow Sylvanas, but you had players within the Horde that didn't agree with Sylvanas' move. If you look at the Horde as a general rule, they are more bloodthirsty, and they're a little bit more chaotic, and there is a little bit more of a warlike need for people that want to play the Horde. They want to be at war. They want to do, whatever is necessary to achieve the victory. And then you have the Alliance that's far more based on honor, not honor in the same way as the Orcs speak of honor, but more in the sake of there needs to be structure, and there's a king, and there's a this, and there's a that. And the Horde almost strikes me as more of an individualistic group of people, where every race for itself, and we only really look to the war chief when and if we're at war. Otherwise, the war chief can sort of go suck its own dick. And then on the Alliance side, you have more of that. We follow the king of the Alliance, for the king, shit like that. Now, I'm not saying that as the two races or as the two factions exist right now is how it should stay. I do think we need an expansion where the Horde and the Alliance is pulled apart quite significantly, to where the Horde and the Alliance is two very different ideas. And then you give players the ability to choose the idea that they wish to follow. So if I want to be an Orc, but I believe more in what the Alliance stands for, then I join the Alliance, and this is now my faction. I'm an Orc, sure, but I agree with their viewpoints. And if I'm a human, and I prefer to be with the Horde because I like what the Horde does, then I choose the Horde, and that is the faction that I enjoy, and that is the faction that I want to play, want to support. At that point, at that moment in time, what ends up happening is when you yell for the Horde or for the Alliance, people will truly lose their shit, because a lot of people that play Horde only play Horde because maybe they wanted to be a troll. Maybe their friends are playing Horde, so they're sort of forced to do it. Whereas now, everyone that plays Horde because they believe in the Horde. And everyone that plays Alliance because they believe in the Alliance. And Ashcan, to the point that you're making where you'll fuck up the entire history of WoW, no. The history of WoW will still exist. Remember, history is history, right? And history changes. But the fact is, there's ways to explain it within the story where, yes, in the past, the Horde and the Alliance were based around these races fighting one another. But as times changed, we no longer believed believed in the message of the Horde, and we left for the Alliance. And the humans no longer believed in the history of the Alliance, and we left for the Horde. So history can change, right? And history is not what should determine the future at all times. I don't believe in a world where the factions should be removed. 100%, I hate the idea of the factions being removed. Whenever people say just remove the factions, I always think to myself, now you are destroying the essence of what World of Warcraft is. But I do think the factions need to be reinforced in a very, very real way. Because over the course of time, and this is again the same with almost everything that happens in World of Warcraft, in every game really, it's not that Blizzard made one decision and that sort of destroyed the Horde and the Alliance. It is death by 1,000 little cuts. Every single expansion where we got these giant Horde v Alliance expansions, and then we get together right after that in order to fight some big bad. It destroyed a little bit of that. This is the other, this is the enemy, I should kill the enemy. And it sort of brought us to the point where now people are saying, but why are they my enemy? Why should I look at the Horde and feel they're my enemy? We've been working together for so long to defeat these enemies. We may as well just work together all the time. But if you introduce that choice, that ideological divide between the two factions, suddenly I know why I chose this faction, and I know why I refuse to work with the Alliance. Or I chose the Alliance and I know why I refuse to work with the Horde. And it's no longer based on the race. So people in chat were talking about the Pandarans. That is, in my opinion, the best sort of system you can have. Every race makes a choice similar to the Pandaran. where you start off neutral, you play through the old story of World of Warcraft, learning about the Horde and the Alliance and what makes these two factions so unique and so different from one another. You sort of learn how the Horde and the Alliance would work, around certain problems, and how the Horde would face a certain problem, and how the Alliance would face a certain problem. And at level 50 or even at level 60, you make a decision, right? This is where you're offered that choice, and now you can say, okay, I think I'm okay with this. I think I want to be Horde. Throughout the entire story, whenever I had to make a decision, I found myself leaning towards the decision that the Horde would make. Or no, I want to be Alliance, because whenever we made a decision, I felt myself leaning towards the decision the Alliance would make. And so I'm gonna make the ultimate decision and join this faction. This is now my faction. There's some faction pride there, because right now I think faction pride is at its lowest point ever. When you ask people, or when Chris Mason stands up and he yells for the Horde, it's really a legacy thing. I don't think it's a thing that people still feel as deeply as they used to. I probably still feel it as deeply as I used to because of my history with World of Warcraft and Warcraft in general. But I do think there's a lot of people that don't get it. A lot of people, when you say for the Horde, just go, yeah, all right, who cares, right? It doesn't matter. And I do think that there needs to be a time where Blizzard goes back to that. That at least is my opinion on the matter. The whole For Azeroth thing is something I could never find myself yelling. Like, 100% never.
Guys want to see as well.
And we do recognize, the problem that you're discussing. And we, there's, the story elements that Steve has mentioned. There's also just balance. There's, you mentioned the MDI. Night Elves are really good in the MDI right now in dungeons, and we feel like the balance there is actually okay. But there's definitely the social element to it that we're listening. We definitely can see that and hear the community in that, and are discussing that topic ourselves.
Okay, so I guess just as a last question, with 9.1 and with Warcraft going into the future, what is the aspect that you want fans to be most hopeful about?
Ooh,
that's good.
Well, I'll that's a pretty broad question. I'll take it from a story perspective, and then maybe Morgan can talk about from the aspect of playing the game. But one of the things that was important going into Shadowlands, for example, even though we're going into this realm of death, it's a hopeful place. It's a positive place, and there's a lot to do as the heroes of Azeroth. We can help. We can make a difference, and I think that's an important message that is fundamental to Warcraft's DNA. So I think that no matter what the circumstances of the story are and what some of the characters are going through, we always want players to feel like they are some of the beacons of light to this universe, and they're what make Warcraft what it is. And so
Steve Denuser said two triggering things there: hope and light. The two things no Sylvanas loyalists ever want to fucking hear, right? Thank you for the follow, Psycho. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you.
Our storylines, even though sometimes they can go into pretty dark places, we always find a way through. And so that's something that we continue to build upon, I think.
And Steve mentioned this from a hopeful perspective, but in that same light, it's been a really tough year. And as you've seen, Shadowlands and World of Warcraft, we just announced Burning Crusade and Chains of Domination. This is a really vibrant, growing community, and it's so awesome to be able to share in these experiences with everyone around the community, and really just have found a home in this game over the years. And I feel like we've got so much momentum behind us, and it is only going to get better from here. So I'm just super excited about just the future of World of Warcraft.
All right, well, fantastic, guys. Thanks so much for joining us on this Warcraft Radio interview.
All right, I didn't get the lore that I was sort of hoping for with this interview. Not a bad interview, not by any stretch of the imagination, but I was hoping for more lore, I guess. I was sort of hopeful that we'd get a hell of a lot more lore, a lot more story. Then again, I guess it's not everyone's cup of tea. Not everyone in World of Warcraft cares about the story, right? What did you guys think of the two interviews? Let's talk about Ballila's interview, right? Because I think that's the one we all care about. Thinking about Bob, how you doing, bro? I play a Horde Human Priest of Discord. The Ballila interview was the bomb. It was fucking amazing. Haven't seen Bells yet? Oh, the Grey, you came in late. Because we watched Ballila's interview first. How do you not care about the story? Mary, I'll tell you, there's people that I know that's played The Witcher and doesn't care about the story. They don't even know what the story for The Witcher is. So, you know, there are people who just don't give a fuck. Midnight Thunder, Lost Codex did one too. I'll definitely watch the Lost Codex one. We can probably watch that tomorrow. We can watch the Lost Codex one tomorrow. I just don't want to watch too many. It gets sort of boring after a while if you're just sitting here fucking watching, you know, video after video after video after video, and chat's like going, dude, can we talk? Can we hang out? And I'm like, no, we're watching videos now. You know? So we'll watch the Lost Codex one tomorrow. Lost Codex is always very interesting because they do a lot of lore as well. So it's definitely going to be interesting. I just don't know, based on everything that they gave Ballila, if we're going to get much more out of him, you know? I don't know how much more they can really reveal. Maybe check if the Lost Codex one has something we haven't heard. Well, we'll do it tomorrow together. I don't want to sort of pre-watch it because at that point it's no longer me really reacting to the cinematic or to the interview. At that point it's just me showing you the interview, right? Said something in his overview of his interview about the next expansion being a light expansion, but given the cosmology chart, I personally think that it would be leaning more towards an Emerald Dream expansion. It's been a hot topic since TBC. So Sober, we did talk about that. I myself said it's one or two things, right? So it's not set in stone that it's going to be a light expansion, but it does appear as if the next expansion could very easily be either light or dragons. One of the two is my opinion. I think it's going to go one or two ways. Not entirely sure which way it will go, but I do think it's going to go one or two ways, right? Have to be one cosmic power based, why not both? Would you like a mixture of cosmological bases? Because I feel like every cosmological force has enough story to entertain its own expansion. I feel like if you start merging the cosmological forces, then it can be hard to focus on everything, because anyone that tells me that there's not enough story within the light to really blow us away doesn't know enough about the light. Or the dragons, for that matter. Now, that said, there's every reason to believe that the light may have had a hand in, if not the creation of the light, most likely the creation of the creators of the dragons. The light didn't have a creation in the dragons, sorry. So, yeah, they could definitely be there. Wherever there's a light expansion, there's almost guaranteed to be a void expansion. Side stories like the Light and Revendreth, yeah, that could definitely happen, right? So while you're having this Dragon Isle expansion where we go to the Dragon Isles, you see the Void and the Light both present within the Dragon Isles, and their stories is sort of arcing out of the Dragon Isle story. That's something that could happen, but I wouldn't want a story where it's sort of shared equally. I don't think World of Warcraft necessarily has the attention span to tell the story of 2 or 3 different cosmological forces all at the same time. Only a side story. There is enough story, but the mix gives more variety. True, there's more than enough story. The problem is you are dealing with attention real estate, right? So how much attention real estate do you have? And how much of that attention real estate can you ultimately bring to the fore? So if you're talking about a dragon expansion, how's the raids going to be divided? Are you going to have one dragon raid, and then one light raid, and then another dragon raid, and then another light raid? And then is the light raid the final raid? Is the final raid a mix between dragons and light? what about the dungeon? So you can have dragon dungeons, light dungeons. You know, where exactly does all of this fit in? So I just feel like when I say it's ancient real estate, I mean you have only so much real estate that you have available in order to tell the story. How much do you give to each? So what we see normally within World of Warcraft is when they have an expansion. So for example, right now, the expansion of Death, what you end up with is this is Death. This is the expansion of Death. And the light sort of plays some part and you see something of the light there. You even have a dungeon where the light somewhat features within that. You have the Drust playing a very small part in that story as well. But the overarching story is about Dave, right? So I do think you could run into some problems, right? Love your content, Echo. Keep up the good work. Fuzak, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. We ride the dragons into the light dungeons and rain destruction on all. Dragonwolf, I guess that could work. It's too bad we've had so much Legion saturation. I do eventually want to see Discord Beyond the Burning Legion. Discord Beyond the Burning Legion. Salzi, I don't think I understand what you mean. You want to see Discord Beyond the Legion. What would Discord have to do with any of this? Disorder. Okay. Okay, that I can actually... I can see that. But yes, I would like to venture into the realm of Disorder. I think we do need to go into the Twisting Nether. I personally, when you say Discord Beyond the Burning Legion, I thought to myself, I mean, are you saying the Burning Legion isn't of Disorder? Are you saying there's a different force to Disorder? Because the Legion really is the army of Disorder. So how would that work? But I do actually get exactly what you're saying. Slave to the Cross, thank you so much for the 5 community subs. I really fucking appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We need some love in chat for Slave to the Cross and those 5 community subs. I'm just quickly going to go to the bathroom, get some more water, and I'll be back. Here we go. Dinosaur Ruby, thank you for the follow. Really fucking appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey, if I could, I'd take my camera to the bathroom, but then I'd probably get banned. So, unfortunately, you do have to get chair stream. Because, well, it's just how it fucking works. That's a nice chair. Charles Higgins, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. I love this chair, by the way. This might be one of the best chairs ever. Don't you find it weird that Targaryen needed to be summoned to Azeroth so he can conquer it? Doesn't that mean he can't reach it because Azeroth is in prison, hence the runes in the cosmic map? I guess that's how death controls the physical realms, and that's how all the forces tries to conquer the physical realm, but they can't because death holds it with an iron grip. Rawesh, not entirely, right? Not entirely. We see Sargeras. So Sargeras was summoned the first time because it would have taken him far too long to move, right? It would have taken him far too long to move from one one end of the Great Beyond to Azeroth, and that's why he sort of wanted to be summoned there, if you will. But then at the same time, you have Sargeras actually getting there, right? In Legion, he does actually get there. Well, he tears open a hole, but he still does get to Azeroth. So it's not always necessary for him to be summoned there. I don't think it would be hard for him, because remember, he is a Titan, so he would still be in that realm. So I don't think that's necessarily a giveaway, but it is an interesting thought. Dinosaur, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub, dude. Really fucking appreciate that. Welcome to the Fat Fuckers Club. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Habali, how you doing? You got there after the Machine of Death broke, remember? I mean, I don't know. Sargeras is a lazy fuck that wants to be summoned to his dungeon. Exactly. Sargeras just doesn't want to move to his dungeon. Why would you need an exclamation point chair? I mean, I don't think anyone has ever asked what chair I use, Slave to the Cross. I don't think I've ever been asked that question. Remember, these people will give thousands of dollars to see a naked fat ass dancing for them in OnlyFans. Ashcan, what's wrong with that? We never saw it. So necromancy was weirdly explained. What do you mean? What the fuck is that? Why is there a cuppa now? Oh, the OnlyFans cuppa. But yeah, the chair is a Herman Miller Aeron version 2 or remaster, whichever one you want, or however you want to say it. And this is by far the best chair I've ever sat in. Every other chair I've ever had has been uncomfortable after a few hours of sitting. This is the only chair I've ever had where we've been streaming for 4 hours now. I don't feel anything. I'm fine. And we've done 15-hour streams where, all right, let's sit down and let's have a stream for 15 hours. So it's all good. How much is it? This chair is expensive. Mine was about $1,600. This one that I have, but that's import costs included. So I don't know exactly how much. Not for anything because it numbs your lower body. No, thank God. I used to break my heart watching you wiggle as you were in pain. I fucking remember that. Yes, it's Herman Miller, the Grey. Yeah, about $1,500K. You can get it cheaper. I think it starts at like $1,000, and then if you add on, so mine has all the separate additions to it, right? So I have the armrests, I have the lumbar support that is completely sort of individually adjustable, but you can get it cheaper if you don't take all of the other add-ons, so to speak. So you can get it for about $1,000, but then you can get it secondhand for $400-500 easy. I have a friend who bought his Herman Miller for $30. Is poo still a thing? Asking for a friend? Depends on who's pooing. Akalon, do you check Discord DMs? I check them, but I get a lot of them. I do check them, yes. When, like, the problem with DMs, and I feel bad, but the problem with DMs is if I respond to every single DM I get, I would not have time to do my work. I would genuinely not have time to create any content of any kind. I'd just be discussing, because the thing is, a lot of people want to have conversations in DM, and I get that. People have theories that they want to share, and they get really excited about those theories. The problem is, Sometimes it's theories that I hear 4 or 5 times on the same day from 5 different people, all having the same theory, and every single one of them wants to have a discussion about their theory, even though, you know, I've already had that discussion to some extent. So a lot of the time I'll just read Discord DMs and I'll take what's interesting about those, and if they inspire a video, I'll say thank you to whoever wrote the DM, thanking them on the video to say that they were the inspiration for the video or for the DM. And sometimes I'll just respond with thank you so much, this is very interesting, and then I'll just leave it, right? Because if I got into a conversation with every single DM, that'd be 12 hours of my life every day just responding to DMs. There is a general chat on Discord. The lore discussion channel is where if you write in there, there's a good chance I'm gonna see it, because I read the lore channel every single day. Again, I don't respond to a lot in the lore channel, but there's we have actual scribes on Discord. So if you head over to our Discord right now, you will find there's actual scribes in Discord, and their only job is to interact with the lore, right? That's all they do. They interact with the different theories. They correct lore if it's wrong. These are people that know their lore very, very well. And so if you want to know something about the lore, they're the people that you need to ask, the scribes of the beard. And all of that conversation happens in lore discussion and lore media. And then sometimes if there's a very interesting theory, the scribes will bring it to me. So if I miss a theory, the scribes will highlight it and they'll bring it to me, and they'll be like, dude, you have to see this theory. This is fucking insane. So yeah, that does happen. But I have friends on Discord that I'll respond to all the time. So people that I know very well. So I'll respond to them as soon as I can. But then there's an endless amount of DMs that I get everywhere that becomes very difficult to sort of respond to, all the time. But if you do get in, like, the way the friends work is if I've responded to you a few times, you've most likely made the friend list, and then I'm just going to keep responding to you because it's an interesting conversation. Enoch, I play games with you in voice chat. If you want to fucking ask me something, ask it when we're in voice chat together. You don't have to DM me. What the fuck? Like, you legit get to just ask me in voice chat. That's, by the way, another way that you can just come chat to me. I'm often in the Discord voice chat. I haven't been in the last week. I haven't been in Discord so much, but I am often in Discord voice chat, and anyone is welcome. You can join the Discord voice chat whenever you see me in there, whenever you see other people in there, and there you can ask me whatever, and I will respond to every single thing you ask me there. Fear Nap, thank you for this update. Really fucking appreciate that. Welcome to the Fat Fuckers Club. Thank you. Not that hard to become his friend. No, I would say it's fairly easy. I'm an easy guy. Maybe if she could though. Whose kid should she have? Wait. Who's asking who can have kids? What? Show up to Ventur on my DK. So annoying. You don't get full conduit energy when you swap. I don't think undead can have children. I'd be well surprised if they can. I mean, the lore canonically states that they can't. This is why Sylvanas wanted to use the Valkyr to raise new undead, because they cannot procreate. She actually says that to Garrosh in Silverpine Forest. If you do that entire questline right at the beginning, she tells Garrosh that, as you know, War Chief, my kind can't procreate, right? And so even though Sylvanas is not exactly like the rest of them, right? Even though Sylvanas isn't exactly like her followers, because she is sort of made better. She has undergone an entire ritual that makes her better and that makes her whole again. So she is not rotting, same as Nathanos for that matter. I still don't think the ability to have children comes back, right? Fruit Grinder, thank you for the follow. Really fucking appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Zofia, thank you so much for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. 30 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sophia, how are you? Did you hear about that theory that Modraxis the Zone is an actual being? Olvar the Viking, I have, and I have discussed it. My opinion on it is very likely. Very likely. Makes sense to me. Hope we can get a housing system in the near future. I feel like Blizzard is scared of housing ever since they introduced fuck my life, garrisons. Ever since they introduced garrisons, I feel like they may be scared. I'll be willing to taste that theory with Sylvanas. Me too. Have you talked to Pyro since the BlizzCon chat? Lucius Babby, not yet. No. I'm sort of waiting for Pyromancer to get back to me. He just needs to get back to me as when he's working, when he isn't. And I sort of understand why he hasn't yet. He's probably also, because I know he took off this weekend. So there's probably going to be a week or two where he can't get off. Because, well, that sounded weird. Where he can't take time off. I'm sure he can find ways of getting off, you know, in his spare time if he really needs to. But where he can't take time off, for maybe the next week or two, because he did take the weekend off. Sorry for reposting. I was looking about Nurzul and found out Terrangor mission was to get the Book of Medivh for the Dark Portal. Later on, authors invade Dalaran for the same book for Kalthazard. Could it be possible that the Book of Medivh have rune magic knowledge or Shadowland knowledge in it? I mean, it is entirely possible, but remember, at that time, Medivh was very much connected to Sargeras, right? So that could also be another reason why those invasions happened. It is interesting that Arthas wanted to take it as well. With the continual integrations of loot context, wouldn't surprise me. If there was impregnation magic lying around somewhere, I don't think Blizzard would ever go that route. Like, to be fair, Blizzard doesn't mind innuendo. But one of the things I like about World of Warcraft is that it's not 18 plus. And I kind of like that about WoW. I like the fact that World of Warcraft is more 13, you know, PG-13. It's fun and it's good, but it doesn't go too far to one side or the other. So it makes it playable for everyone. I remember that Blizzard didn't make loopholes that Death Knights can have loot. They just won't feel it. One of the things Sylvanas really wants is to get pregnant. I can help with that. I'm sure there's plenty of us that would love to help with that. It's fun, it's good, and it's over. Have you ever thought about Frostmourne's sharp needles? How can you hold such a thing? I mean, would they even feel pain at that point? I wonder... Like, I feel at that point we'd go full weeaboo. Like, if Blizzard introduced things like cock magic to World of Warcraft, that would be full on weeaboo, right? At that point, we'd just be inviting the weebs into the game. Can you imagine getting Sylvanas pregnant and she gives birth to some horrific Walking Dead baby? I mean, Kristen Kruger, I can imagine it. I don't want that, though. But Akalon, we were tossed into a pile of corpses and we had to shove them away to get out. Well, true. Sorry, I started a breaking thing. Someone write a fanfic with Sylvanas, with Akalon and Sylvanas for meme. Bro, the amount of memes that exist, I should show you guys this. Hold up, let's quickly go... let's just quickly look here. Akko meme clips. I'll show you guys. There's a new meme now of me. Oh, this was sort of funny. Look at this. This one is I genuinely fucking don't know why I find this so funny, but I do. This is, I don't know, this is just good. Wait, this is new. Chat, my biggest poo is maybe this big, but the jailer's poo must be massive. All right, that is fucking brilliant. That is very good. Ovidi, this is great. I'm trying to see if there's another one. Yeah, let's not look at that one. What about this one? No, that's Cocky Bros project. Oh yeah, this one. This is what Discord gets up to, by the way. This is all Discord ever does. Jailer size pleasure me. Like, what the fuck is this? The lore and Accolon memes, like the memes is, in my opinion, all that's necessary. Like, the memes make this Discord. According to them, it's energy. According to them, I'm just stocking up on energy. Change domination. I thought sound of BDSM. Yeah, according to this meme, at least 100% BDSM. 100%. Oh yeah, this one was good as well. Look at this. Oh, I love the memes, dude. Can imagine someone is taking from behind. That's probably her go-to thing. I can't remember. Where is the bath vault one? Is it up? It's up, right? The thing that I'm eating in real life, though, is this. So IRL, I was taking a sachet of this, but obviously in the meme it changed. But yeah, this is... I laughed a lot when I saw this one for the first time. Grissers, I find it funny. I fucking love the memes. This community is just... yeah. Best ever when it comes to memes. But I do think they live for it. Oh my god. Slave to the Cross. Were you seriously literally just waiting for this? Can I show you guys how quick this happens? This will now be turned into a meme. We were literally just fucking talking about it. Bam, up there. Now the whole meme army starts and works out what memes goes where. That's how this works. That fucking quickly. Like that. Boom. Here we go. Memes. I'm gonna check with sim for Dark Lady for her bathwater. Bro, I would sim for Sylvanas all day long. 100%. Who wouldn't? By the way, if you want a link to Discord, that's streamerlinks.com/Accolon. Gives you a link to everything. My YouTube channel, Discord, basically everything and anything you want. Soberphobic, thank you so much for the Prime sub, dude. Really fucking appreciate that. 2 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hopefully Sylvanas doesn't yeet herself off of the new raid after we fight her. I don't think so. I don't know what we're gonna get with Sylvanas at the end, but I'm sort of hopeful that it's gonna change the story of the Shadowlands. That's what they said. It's gonna change the direction of the Shadowlands, and I'm sort of thinking she might survive. Winestar Dipper, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub, dude. Really fucking appreciate that. Welcome to the Fat Fuckers Club. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys are far too kind. All of these subs. Love you guys for it. So yeah, I'm sort of very excited for it. It's gonna change the weeb vibes for sure. No, I don't think there's gonna be weeb vibe changes. Streams are getting stronger. The streams are getting a lot stronger. If you think just a week ago, we were sitting here with about 60 people online, and now we're at 222. You guys fucking rock. I love you guys. If Sylvanas is correct, what else is there to do but break the cycle? And if she's wrong, she's still right if you think about it. I don't think she can be wrong. Because I think the cycle is wrong. 100%. I think the cycle needs to be broken. I think Sylvanas is too big of a name in the Warcraft universe to be killed off, or staying dead at least. The composer, I agree with you. 100% agree with you. I think as a character, there's too much loyalty, and there's too much active following of this character to kill her off. And more memes are coming in. More people are getting the meme material ready. Death. I don't want her to become the Seven Raven. What you just said there, I don't want. Money B, thank you for the follow. Really fucking appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't want a mortal, if we can call it mortal. And when I say mortal, I mean everyone that's from reality and not from some cosmological force. I don't want a mortal to become an eternal one, so to speak, right? Or cosmic level powers. Because I do think there needs to be a divide between us and the gods. I think once you get into the game of, oh, us and the gods, we're the same, that to me just doesn't feel good. I don't like that idea. I think the game will eventually make us choose between light and void with mixed up factions, and the beginning will happen with breaking the Shadowlands. We'll then go to each cosmological force, kill the masters, and then the final eternal battle. Khajiim, if other stories is anything to go by, we will most likely never be able to kill the final gods. But I get your drift, and I want something that's similar. I know I was agreeing with her, just the way she was going about it. Anduin was definitely not disagreeing with her. There was a moment where Anduin started to understand what she ultimately wanted. But yes, her forcing Anduin is going to leave a mark. And I just want to say, I don't believe that even the end of World of Warcraft would bring an end to the story of WoW. Because if you think about the IP of World of Warcraft and you think about the expansion of the story of World of Warcraft, there is unlimited amounts of expansion opportunity and potential. Let's imagine for a second World of Warcraft dies, right? Let's say 2 expansions from now, World of Warcraft just no longer makes money. There is more than enough world and story to make an RPG or to make an RTS or to make a first-person game out of it. The sky is the limit when it comes to the development of the World of Warcraft IP, and Blizzard have put a lot of money into the development of that IP. So the end of WoW would not be the end of the story. So World of Warcraft would almost definitely not end with the sort of killing of the Clockmaker, if you will, because that would bring an end to this universe, right? Evelyn, how you doing? Is Malfurion dead? And if so, if we can save Tyrande, is she going to be okay with him gone? Malfurion is still very much alive. I mean, in Shadows Rising, we actually see Malfurion sitting next to Tyrande, as Tyrande is now the Night Warrior. If your question comes, why has Malfurion not done anything to help Tyrande? It's because he's fucking useless. For some reason, he's just decided, well, you know, my wife is dying, but I'll go do my own thing, like sleep and shit. Like mobile games. Don't say that. Don't give them ideas. Fuck. It's Big Tiger. Thank you for the follow. Really fucking appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Only WoW can kill WoW? Yeah, there's never going to be a moment, like guaranteed never going to be a moment where World of Warcraft gets killed by another game. I don't see that. I don't see the game that kills World of Warcraft. I see Blizzard being the ones to kill WoW when and if the time comes where they're just no longer interested in making it work. Before that, I don't see how an outside game could even try. Half stuck in the dream, trying to find a leak and thread. Also, where's Doggo? He cares so much for Anduin, so where is he? Well, he's not in the Shadowlands. He's keeping the peace basically on Azeroth. So I don't even know if he would know canonically what has happened to Anduin. Like, he knows Anduin's been taken, but I don't think canonically he knows what Anduin is up to in 9.1. Not yet. Not even the Riot making one. I don't think Riot Games is going to kill WoW. No. People might leave for a while to go play that. People might decide to go try their hand at the Riot game, but at the end of the day, we're talking about a game that survived for 16 fucking years, dude. We're talking about a game that is still smashing records after this many years. More than a decade and a half, and it's still breaking records in terms of selling multiple copies and millions of copies on release day for a new expansion. I don't see any game having that kind of loyalty towards it. And the people that play LoL or League of Legends aren't people who's necessarily going to leave League for an MMO, right? So League is going to, I think the League MMO will do well, don't get me wrong, but I think it's going to be the same as Final Fantasy at the end of it. Final Fantasy has a dedicated player base and people that love Final Fantasy, but the people that love Final Fantasy very rarely also love World of Warcraft. Because it's two very different games, right? Final Fantasy means nothing to me. I've tried it once, didn't enjoy it all that much. I didn't really give a shit about it, right? So for me, Final Fantasy holds no water. And I think that's true for a majority of World of Warcraft players. That doesn't mean I already see people coming in here, and I knew Vizzy would be one of them, because Vizzy, I know you play Final Fantasy. Some of them do. Obviously, you'll never have... there's no such thing as a rule for 100% of people. But yeah, some people will like both, but the majority won't, because they like things in WoW that Final Fantasy doesn't have, or they like things in Final Fantasy that WoW doesn't have, and therefore they just don't do. They don't do either, right? Or they don't do both. I played in Season 3, and I can confirm the Riot MMO will be good, but won't hold a candle to the history and passion of WoW. If you like a good story, you like both. ESO is good, but again, ESO has things that WoW doesn't have, but then WoW has things that ESO doesn't have. And at the end of the day, that's good. So I'm a huge fan of differences, and I like the fact that, so I'm not against more MMOs coming into the market. I think it's great when you have people that like different games. I think that's fine. You should have that, right? If everyone liked the same stuff, how boring would it be? In my opinion, differences is all that matters. Like, differences make people more interesting to me. So if you and I are not the same, you instantly become far more interesting to me. If you are exactly like me, I'm not as interested, because there's no friction. There's nothing to learn. You know, so no one's like you. Games is the same thing. So I don't think it's bad. We should have as many MMOs as humanly possible, so everyone has something that they like. I've actually done some deep dives into lore and enjoyed it quite a bit. WoW will always be the base to me. The lore of League of Legends is amazing. It is amazing lore. Wildstar was good. Mike will agree. Wildstar was a lot of fun. I enjoyed that shit. But the game bent that I'm on currently, I don't have, there's no itch. Oh, there's no scratch for that itch, which is sad as fuck. Because the game I want to play right now, I've already finished. So either I play the game again, or I just hope that there's another game like that. Ashkan, thank you for trying out, dude. Really appreciate it. Take care of yourself, dude. Warhammer 40k Universe are my favorite. They're jam-packed with lore and goodies. Wasteland 3. Single game Ryan makes. Tried LoL, Wildstar, Valorant, but they all suck. Wildstar wasn't really, it wasn't Riot that made that, so no great story rules forever. WoW should die in some massively epic ending with its story. Venom, I don't agree with that. Valheim is very good, but Valheim is not Wasteland. You've never heard of Wasteland? Are you fucking serious? You've never heard of Wasteland 3? How's that possible? How is that even fucking possible? Please tell me there's someone in chat that's heard of Wasteland 3. Alright, luckily there's someone that's fucking heard of it, but it seems like most of you have no idea what Wasteland 3 is. Fake gamers. Lol. I wouldn't say that. It is a very niche game. I think it's not the game that everyone's gonna play. No, not Borderlands. No, I don't play Borderlands. Well, I can't say don't play it, but I've never played it. I'm not a huge fan of looter shooters, so that's why it probably wouldn't be my type of game. I prefer sort of storied games. Looter shooters get boring to me after a while. But let me quickly venture into a little bit of a thing here for you guys. And then we'll see. I'll quickly show you guys the game. Borderlands is one of the only shooters I can play, and the story moves along so fast, so that's nice. I mean, I have no idea. I've never played Borderlands, so I genuinely can't really say it's good or bad. Don't fucking lag on me now, bro. Let's do this. Is there sound? Can you guys hear anything? It's very quiet. Should come from system. Can you guys hear the sound? All right. As long as you've got sound, that's good. So we'll do new game. Because I want to show you everything. Does appear as if they have a new build. I've already finished it on the hardest difficulty. Every story has an end. Take Lord of the Rings, for example. Because it's not stretched so vastly that it becomes endless. I mean, it depends.
It's been a rough few years for the Desert Rangers. When the world ended, they tried to bring some order to what was left of Arizona. But then, the Cochise AI woke up, and they found themselves in a fight to the death with its robot army. In the end, they had to nuke their own base to kill the damn thing for good. Been hard going ever since.
Sound good? Or do you need it up?
Then, the Rangers heard from a fella calling himself the Patriarch. Said he owned Colorado, but his kids were trying to steal it from him. And if the Rangers were to come and put him in their place, he'd give Arizona all the food and supplies it needed to rebuild and survive.
Whoa! Sorry, Major. No way we're getting through that.
10-4, Cody. Advance team reported an alternate route across a frozen lake. Find it.
Copy that.
Well, reluctant as the Rangers are to interfere in family squabbles, they weren't really in a position to say no.
Our route's around that dam on the far shore. Scouts, check out the ice and lead us across.
Yes, ma'am.
So the Brass sent Ranger Team November across the Rockies. Because the aid he was promising the Rangers wasn't just their best hope. It was their last.
Okay, Major. All good. Come ahead.
Yeah. It's been a rough road lately. But that's the thing about the Rangers. It doesn't matter how hard it gets, or how many of them fall. They keep on fighting. The Rangers never stop fighting.
Yeah, we're Rangers, by the way. And as you heard, we never stop fighting. This is what we do. This is what we fucking live for. Create custom characters. Now we get into the whole fucking shebang of character creation. So let's start with Coyote, male.
We can handle this. We're in it now.
Get ready.
Spotted.
We'll do Stoic, and now we have to choose a background. This gives experience bonus, perception. First, we have to decide what we want to make the character. So what fighting style are we going for here? Have I played Disco Elysium? No, I haven't. But we have to choose what fighting style we want to go for. So in order to do that, we actually first have to go starting weapon. And for starting weapon, we have to decide. We can go shotgun. And this would most likely be, I mean, I can change it. County, how you doing? This is called Wastelanders. So I can go shotgun, but then I would probably do something like a heal leader or a kill leader even. Could really work well. I could go bladed weapon, which is also pretty fucking strong, but very weak early game. So I wouldn't do, like, you need to be at least level 3 or 4 before this build starts to make any sense. Sniper is also pretty good, but only in the late game. Like mid to late game is where sniper sort of starts to make sense. We are going to build a sniper this round, but I don't think we're going to make this guy the sniper. For this guy, I think I'm going to go with semi. Yeah, we'll go with the pistol. So in order to do that, we need to go to skills. And now we have to say, we're going to go small arms. We have 5 skill points. So we want summon small arms. And then I think I'm going to put 1 into first aid. Sneaky shit. Is sneaky shit the one that I want? Or survival? Which one allows me to see traps? Because I do fucking need... I need lockpicking. Need lockpicking, but then I need also... I think it's this one. Although I don't need sneaky shit on this guy. No, we don't need sneaky shit on this guy. So instead, we'll rather go with... We've got lockpicking. And we'll do maybe... mechanics? Some landmines and traps? Trying to remember, this is detection time. This is how you detect things, I think. But sneaky shit will be on the other one. Explosives is... If I'm gonna do a kill leader... Yeah, we'll do kill leader on this one, so we'll go this. This should be good for now. So now we can go back in here, and we can say small arms requires coordination, luck, and awareness to be very high. So then we'll go coordination, luck, and awareness. We'll do this sort of basic, but then I'm going to remove strength. Actually, don't remove strength. Remove some intelligence. We don't need intelligence right now. Remove some charisma and give myself a little bit more coordination. That should be a good starting build. Appearance. I don't give a fuck really. We'll make a guy look like that. Skills. How's it my... Oh, my fuck. Yes, okay. I get what I did. Alright, that should work. And now quirks. We've gone for leader. We've gone for small arms. So now we need to look for a quirk that makes sense. Armor, circus freak, combat speed, and crit resistance. Death wish. Doomsday prepper. Status effect resistance is plus 35%. Lone Wolf, initiative plus 20%. Medical Marvel. Lone Wolf could be good because we don't really need leadership bonuses since we're going to be the leadership. We're going to be the leader. So we don't really need those bonuses, even though those bonuses are nice. Since we're going to be the leader, it doesn't really matter, but I'm probably not going to use this character forever. So it should be fine. The Masochist, don't want that. 2-pump chump, start combat with +2 for the first 2 turns. Waste Roamer. I think we'll go with Lone Wolf, even though I don't think I'm going to stick with this. So now Hawk. Hawk will give Stoic...
Get ready.
Stoic Feminine. Have we decided... Hold up. I can't remember if we did the right... So for this one. Perception, fire bonus, explosive damage bonus, critical chance, melee damage bonus, no. Kiss ass, no. Barter, no. Evasion, no. Crit resistance, no. Raider Hater, damage to humans. Sex Machine, combat speed is up. Stoner. The Boss. Vicious Avenger. He's gonna be our leader. I'm wondering if maybe... Evasion, no. Barter, no. Kiss ass, no. Let's go crit chance. Goat Killer. Back, and then for this one, I know I want to make her a sniper, so Goat Killer again has to be the choice, because basically crit for snipers, fucking everything. Did you do any speculation on Korthia in this live stream so I can go back and see it? Or it's too blank to do any? We've not done a lot of speculation on Korthia. But we have spoken about it on some level. We have spoken about it. Okay, so we'll choose her, even though she doesn't look at all like her picture. We'll do sniper rifle. Now we'll go skills. We want to do sniping, sniper rifles, 2 skills, maybe. No. Sneaky shit, absolutely. And then we'll do... Since we have sneaky shit, do I have lockpicking? KLT has that. Okay, so... For this one, sneaky shit is everything. Animal whispering. Where's that? Here we go. Because you get animals that increase your stats by a fucking ton. Okay, so here we go. And quirk for this one is gonna be... Two-pump chomp, no. Waste Roamer, Way of the Squeezins. I think Circus Freak. Even though Circus Freak might not be the best for... This is actually, I think, the best one. Even though it does mean she's going to take more damage. She's going to be in the back most of the time. So in order for this to work, we need intelligence, awareness, and luck. So we're going to go attributes. Get that a little bit down. Get that a little bit up. Awareness can be up as well. And then intelligence, awareness, and luck. So we'll go with intelligence full. Actually, remove one of that and put that into... that as well. Oh, 2 more points. Good job. We'll do that. All right, and there we go. Here we go. How you doing, bro?
Hold him up. Black train on this keep is shot. Just buy me a minute, and I think I can get the weapons online.
This is where this game gets good for me. This combat mode is everything to me. Like, the way this combat works is just... I don't know why, but I fucking love it. Alright, here we go. Oh, for fuck's sake, are you serious? Good job. That's gonna be out of range. Let's take this guy down. Okay. Are we gonna risk it? We've got a 57% chance to hit that. And a 57% chance to hit that. 95% chance to hit that. Alright. Bit of graphics. It's very similar to that, but it gets really intense. So this is just sort of to introduce you to it, right? Why are you guys standing so close?
There's the problem. Hang in there, November. Almost got it.
Right, can I hit that 64? Good job. Good job, boys. I think we can see if we hide there. Can we reach that? Yeah. Of course we'll fucking miss. Okay, so we have a 95% chance to hit both of those. Ooh, we locked out. All right. Higher than 95%. I don't know why. No, that sort of shows. So the more, so for example, Hope here, because she's standing behind a higher pillar.
November, you have targeting control.
So now we can choose this bad boy and go.
Over here, you two. Come here. Listen, if you want to live through this, we gotta take out the bastards with the rocket launcher up on the dam. We'll each find our own way up there and catch them front and back. Got it?
Understood, Major.
Good. And remember, Arizona's depending on us. There's no giving up here. There's no going back. All right, move out.
Right, good job. Good job, boss. Can't remember which fucking button highlights things again. Okay, wait. G fucking G. Can't remember which button highlights things again. Fuck me.
Cover! Get off the ice!
Rup. Why you want to move to Texas? Why is that? This ranger was beaten to death. Right, do we have anything to loot? Someone sliced open this ranger's abdomen and removed these intestines. Judging by the expression that is frozen on his dead face, he was alive when it happened.
How should I know? Maybe you blew her up already.
Liar! I want her head. It's gonna be me who bring it to Jarrett. Where is she?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, now we have to sneak this shit.
You're denying me my glory.
Get that fucking gun off of me. I don't know.
Stupid cow. You're wasting my time.
Okay, now we have to sneak this shit. Hawk. Come on. Can you hit it?
Thanks.
Good job.
Don't think I could have lasted another second. Really did a number on me.
I've missed that shot before and then she kills her. Like Jody Bell dies if you miss that shot.
Thanks. You guys are lifesavers.
Very welcome, Private Jody Bell. Any other survivors from your squad?
Not likely. Most of them burned with our transport. A couple more went under the ice, and... Wait, Major Tom. He might have made it. Saw him take off like a bat out of hell after we wrecked. Don't know if he'll come with you if you find him. He gets pretty spooked, but take these. Might get his attention.
The story is good in this game. The story is everything in this game. The story is absolutely fucking amazing.
Major's just his nickname. You can just call him Tom when you find him.
Let's get you moving.
Gotta catch my wind first. Let me stay here and guard your rear while you take care of the ones around the corner. Be careful.
So what I don't know, you'll see now, the next sort of... There's a part here that I genuinely don't know how it fucking... Like, I don't know how to stop it. Okay, what are we getting? A tape. Good luck. The tape from Jody's folks, wishing her well on her mission with the Rangers. And this is Rad Cuts coupon. Some heals. That's good. Let's quickly go into...
Your mom ain't much for saying goodbyes, Jody Bell, so we're gonna slip this into your pack before you leave in the morning.
We just want you to know how proud we are of you, and that we will be praying hard for your safe return.
And don't you
Alright, so I'll show you guys this. This makes... I don't know how to save this guy.
Blood for the deluge!
Blood for the deluge. I don't think you can save this guy. I think he just fucking dies. That changes when you go and make some dinner. Well, what are you playing now? Oh, I'm playing Wastelanders. So if we shoot the oil tank, that's GG. We can't shoot the fucking oil tank because we'll kill Private Beltran here as well. That's the leader. So we can take him down. 95%, 95%. Don't even know what the fuck that percentage is. So I guess we'll kill the leader. But before we do that, might want to move... there. All right. I fucking just want... If I hit this, they all die, but then she dies too. Let's do ambush. Oh, that's gonna fucking suck. Kill him. Kill him. Alright, where did the... Am I missing someone on this battlefield? For fuck... Really? You had one job, Hawk? Like, one fucking job? How did you miss that? Alright. Good fucking job.
Rangers, this is Major Prasad. I took an outflow pipe through to the far side of the dam. Now it looks like
Haven't come this far to falter now? No, I haven't. Like, all these early combat is easy. Like, the early combat is really fucking simple, but it gets, like, it gets stupidly hard eventually.
Look what they did to Joey. He's dead.
Come on, we have to keep moving.
Damn right. Gotta get poor Joey back to AC.
Our orders, there's no way back across the lake. Our only hope is to press forward.
I don't care. I'm finding a way back.
I can't get this girl to join me. Private Baltran never joins me. I fucking hate it. I heard there is a way to get her to join you, but we need you. You can still fight. Get moving or I'll kill you myself. We're leaving without you then.
So, you're gonna help these savages finish this off? Fuck you. Shit.
Yep, that seemed like the perfect choice. Now I get loot. Right. Is there anything lying around here that we could probably loot? Not really. Oh my god.
Another gut puppet to my name. You hearing this, Erastus? You ought to be here. The deluge of blood has begun, and I'm winning, big brother.
Okay, we've got some grenades now as well, although I don't think I have any sort of explosive expert that really uses grenades or can use it better. But that should be fine. Ready? Enter command. I don't have nerd stuff, so just disable the defenses, I suppose. Quick, fucking quick. Let's pick this lock. Now tell me there's... Oh, armor. Okay, let's quickly see. I'm assuming this guy's gonna be sort of frontline, so we want to give him the scout's armor. Yeah, we'll give him the scout's armor for now. But now I don't think anyone has the ability. There we go. Disable that fucking trap. Weapon crate. Ooh. Ooh, my oh my. Let's quickly see here. Okay, this one is a lot better. It's got fewer ammo, which might not be as good, because if we miss once with this revolver, we're sort of fucked. Because we only have 4 shots.
Rangers, Prasad here. Took care of the hostiles who jumped me, but those bastards are still up there on the dam. I found a spot to hunker down and give you some cover.
Okay, what does this give me? Crit chance. This needs to go to Hawk.
This'll be mostly on you. Good luck. And hurry.
More ammo. One of my favorite parts of this entire game is coming up now. Alright, now take a look at this. Pay attention to this, guys. The way they introduce the characters is amazing.
Ah, damn it. Looks like we killed them all. Guess the fun's over. Wait a minute. Maybe not. Howdy, Hotlander. Oh, as much fun as it is killing folk long distance, I like it best when the deluge of blood happens up close and personal. You know what I mean? The rest is gonna be sorry he stayed home. He loves him some entrails. My big brother. He'd have loved to taken a piece out of you, but that's okay. I'll bring him one later.
Okay.
You don't know much, do you? The Dorseys are the harbingers of the deluge, the motherfucking end of the old world and the beginning of the new. And it all begins here, you little prairie dog. What I do to you, the Dorsey's gonna do to all of Colorado. So squeal all you want. No one's coming to save you.
Rup.
Holy shit! They done killed Jared! Dog it. Never shut up. Heads up, Rangers. More incoming.
Here we go. Fuck. I'm already out of bullets. How's this even possible? Run there. Now we have to reload. Yep. I have... Okay. Hawk, you're in the wrong fucking spot. It's 57% chance, 95% chance. 57% chance, almost guaranteed gonna fucking miss. I don't know how I'm gonna get that bitch up there. We have to take that guy out as soon as possible, though. It's 54% chance. You see, if we don't take out that guy, this is a nightmare. Oh. He's gonna shoot me with a fucking rocket and drop me like a stone. Yeah, that turns to 34%. God damn it. What are we doing? The soundtrack for this is insane. Alright, I'm sort of feeling this spot. Gonna fucking miss, I know it. Oh, Hawk, good job. See that? Like, what the actual fuck, bro? All my health gone? Like, fuck me. Okay, can I move? Gonna run the fuck away? Yeah, just run away. Okay, good job there. Of course, my guy's standing in the middle of the fucking nowhere. This makes sense. Okay, if I don't... Fuck me. See what I mean? This is miserable. Alright, just hide. Can we get there? Target is blocked. And you can't move at all because... Fuck me. Okay, never mind. Just move there. Hopefully she'll finish him off. Jesus! Alright, good job. Good fucking job. We almost died. Outer Worlds or Outer Wilds? Outer Worlds is really good too. It seems like when good teams have bad companies, they make amazing games. I wonder what Dreamhaven will give us. Sneaky low left corner. Outer Worlds was really fun. I really enjoyed Outer Worlds. We've got a rocket. We could always make this guy... Okay, we could always turn Coyote into an explosive expert and then give him a rocket launcher. So he starts every single one of our fights with a fucking rocket launcher. For the DLC of Gorgon. Hasn't that already launched? I'm pretty sure Gorgon has already launched, but it doesn't really do anything. Spilling through her bloody fingers. First aid, it's clear to you she's in shock. It's incredible she's still conscious.
Nice work finishing off that jerk's crew. Did you find any other survivors?
Hyperion? I think Hyperion is the one you're waiting for. Gorgon already launched, although you'd have to start a brand new game in order to see what is in Gorgon. What happened to you?
I got jumped by more of these fucks as I was sneaking up here. I got them all, but the last one got me with a skinning knife before I finished him. But I asked you a question, Rangers. Did anyone else make it?
Private Bell? She should be here soon.
Bell's a good kid. Thank you. You did well. Now... I'm bleeding all over the paperwork. We need to head for Colorado Springs. Establish a headquarters at Peterson Air Force Base. Support the Patriarch, no matter what. We do that, and the Patriarch sends aid to the Arizona Rangers. We don't, and the Rangers are fucked. And that brings me to the secret orders.
How secret? Who else knows about them?
Only me. Got them from...
Alex, how you doing, bro?
Got them from General Woodson. When we first heard from the Patriarch, General Woodson sent an advance team to Colorado, led by Angela Death. But they went dark. We have to find them.
What do you know about this Patriarch?
Not much yet. He's the boss of Colorado. He's rich, and he's willing to share food and supplies with Arizona.
100% story game, Alex?
Firepower. So we better not mess this up.
No, Kylie K. Haven't. I usually eat after stream. Who is Angela Death?
Part of the Ranger squad that took down Base Cochise 20 years ago. Only one who's still alive.
If you played number 2, by the way, if you played Wasteland 2, Angela Death you meet right at the beginning of 2, and she's an integral part of that story. You know, she's the only one that survives the final battle.
Almost died on a mission in California, but she found her way home. I can't believe they didn't tell you about her in training. Give me a second. Catch my breath, and we can go.
How do you think your wounds are? Euthanize her. This will help. You may feel a little drowsy.
All right. Do it. warm.
Give me your loot. Alright, what do we have here? An army rifle, some bullets, a bit of, what's this? Junk, and more armor. Okay, so we can actually now kit out this, this chick with some armor, and we can give him some pants. This is Major Tom, by the way. We'll grab him in a moment. Like, in a second, we'll grab him. Get stash here. Nothing else to loot. Alright, Major Tom. How you doing, bro? Perception. Hiss. As you get close, you see the cat has a dog tag rather than a collar, which is embossed with the name Tom. Come on, cat, we'll catch you. Take out the cigarettes from Jody Bell and wave them at the cat. And now we have an animal buff. Indicating critical chance, 3%. That's what I'm talking about. Different animals give you different sort of buffs and stuff. So getting an animal buff is really fucking good, especially on a sniper.
Them Hotlanders yet? Erastus! Jared's dead! They killed him! Gunned him down like a dog! What? No! No! If I ever catch who did this, they're dead! Every last one of them dead! You hear me? My brother will be avenged!
Why's that about how you doing, bro? Sort of realistic, but also sort of fantastic in a way. It's not fully realistic, but it's also not it's not the kind of fantasy that you might be thinking of.
Was that Major Prasad? They got her? God damn it. Fuck this place. Fuck it.
And here we go. Yeah, someone like Fallout. I mean, it is the creators of Fallout 2, I think. Or Fallout 3. They had a hand in it.
Three, when there were 50. Cold logic says I should turn you away. That there aren't enough of you left to do the job at hand. But that Dorsey ambush was my fault. And I owe you more than explanations and apologies. So, here's something more tangible. The Dorseys didn't just attack you. They attacked my city. This one was trying to burn down our jail. If you want some vengeance for what was done to you, he's yours.
All right, chat, what are we doing? He's your prisoner, you can have the honors, or do we kill him? I personally would like to kill him. Alex, what I meant was it's from the developers, so the people who actually worked on Fallout, I believe, 1 or 2. They broke away and started this company. All right, so we're killing him.
Be my guest. Well done. I wish I could give you all the Dorseys. And maybe, before all this is over, I will. But for now, let me address your immediate needs. In addition to this base and the aid I promised your general, I'll be giving you the resources to return your force to full strength. Recruiting, training, and equipping. It's not enough. I know. The men and women you lost can never be replaced, but it's what I can give you. I hope you'll accept it.
I don't know much of a choice. Thank you, Patriarch. We appreciate anything you can do for us. All we want is to complete our vengeance on the Dorseys, but we won't say no to your help. Better than nothing as long as our deal is still in place. No deal. If the ambush was your fault, then you owe us. Give us our supplies and let us go home. Maybe let's not piss off this guy right at the beginning. You saw all the fucking people he had.
I'm glad to find you so amenable. I hope that means we're going to get along.
We'll see. I don't trust you already.
Introductions. My name is Saul Buchanan. I own Colorado, though you'll meet some who disagree. This base is your new home. From here, you'll aid my people and, more importantly, do the job I brought you here to do. Now, yes, Joe?
Pardon, Patriarch. It's Daisy. An update on the Garden of the Gods?
All right. Sorry, Rangers. Still putting out fires. Two of my best are waiting for you inside. Darius Quan of the Marshals and my old friend Sergei Greatsky. Go see him. I'll be in when I'm done here.
Right.
Welcome, Rangers. I'm Marshal Darius Quan, and this here's Sergei Greatsky.
Good to meet you, Rangers. Glad to see some friendly faces. Been rough around here these last few days. Dorseys attacked us too. Snuck inside Colorado Springs and killed a lot of people. Situation's under control now. Mostly.
What were the Dorseys after?
The Patriarch. Thank God they never got near him. He's the only thing keeping Colorado from tearing itself apart.
And sorry about these alarms. Something must have triggered the old security system. Trouble is, there's a bunch of angry robots guarding the computer that shuts them off.
Oh,
How
yeah?
you deal with them is your call. Your base, your rules.
Angry robots? Why are there angry robots?
Yeah, weird, huh? They weren't active when we looked the place over a few days back, but... let's talk after you kill the alarms. I can hardly hear myself think.
Alright, we have some upgradability now, which means we can either go more into sniper rifle shit, more into animal whisper shit, which increases our animals' attack damage and opens up some perks, or more into sneaky shit. I sort of have a feeling we're probably gonna go for snipper rifles. And then for Hawk, actually, yeah, for Hawk, we'll do that. For Hawk, not having nerd stuff is gonna suck dick. I'm gonna recreate Hawk anyway, so may as well just take nerd stuff for this one. I think it's nerd stuff. Yeah, we'll do nerd stuff. Sneaky shit. Your security system is showing signs of neglect. We're from IT, we're here to fix it. Yes. 110 years, Jesus. What a relief proper upgrades have not been done. Oh, that's good. Alright, let's register ourselves. Dusty and old, and when you press the power button, it flickers to life. The computer beeps and whirs for the first time in years. As it boots up, security alert flashes across the display. Every attempt to access a menu is made with command access only. Eventually, you query the machine for command identity. It replies, command empty, designate new command, install yourself as command. Security alert cancelled. And GG, we've turned everything on.
Well done, Rangers. Good to see the place up and running.
8 ways and 3 streams. But like a Let's Play campaign?
Now,
that you have to talk to Akko about?
Oh, yes. The reason you're here.
Okay.
As you may know, I have a daughter and 2 sons. Liberty, Valor, and Victory. 2 of them conspired against me, and the third blackens the Buchanan name with every breath he takes. Consequently, I banished him. They've been skulking in the shadows ever since, but lately there's been rumors that I'm on my last legs.
David, how you doing, bro?
Of course. But apparently my dear children believe them, and they've started making new plans. Protection? You think I need protection? Stop trying to be smart and listen.
Fuck you, dude.
I'm not worried about my children defeating me, Rangers. They won't. Not even Liberty. What worries me is the destruction they'll wreak as they fail. They'll tear my land and my people to shreds. They'll burn everything I've accomplished to ash. That's why they have to be stopped before they can start. That's why you, Rangers, have to find them and bring them home to me ASAP. And when I say bring them home, I mean bring them home alive. They're my blood. Kill them and we'll have a problem. Do I make myself clear?
I think we should just kill them. Perfectly clear. What if taking your kids alive is impossible?
You've already done the impossible by making it here. I trust you. Find a way to make it possible.
Oh, fuck
now,
you.
Let me tell you where they are. Victory's holed up in Aspen. Valor's under the protection of the Gippers in Denver. And Liberty's raising an army against me somewhere out on the Eastern Plains. Anything else you need to know?
We'll need more background on your kids before we go after them.
What do you want to know?
For one thing, you must have plenty of competent people in Colorado. Why ask us to deal with your children?
Divided loyalty, that's why. I trust my guards, but they don't leave my side. Ever. Everybody else is making plans for when I'm gone. The 100 families, the Gippers, the Marshals, they're all out for themselves. And they know my kids would make good figureheads, give them some legitimacy. Any Coloradan I send to bring Vic, Val, and Libby back home might think they'll get a better deal elsewhere. But not you. I'm the only one who can save your people.
Okay.
Nobody else can get supplies to Arizona before they starve to death. That's why it's you who's doing this. You've got the only loyalty that works. The loyalty of self-interest.
Yep. What should we know about Victory?
Boy's never been right in the head. Since he was a baby, he'd torture cats, terrorize the servants, set the house on fire, and he's only got worse. The things he's done to the women he finds. Anyway, I finally had enough and put the little monster under house arrest.
This is a weird kid.
Guess they weren't prepared because he escaped a while ago and then came back with a gang of freaks and turned the place into a slaughterhouse. Now he's on the radio, laughing about what he's gonna do to his hostages and daring me to come after him. He, claims he's captured some Rangers as well.
There were other survivors from our convoy? That's great news.
Don't get your hopes up. Vic likes to play with hostages. Might not be much left by the time you find them.
These kids sound fucking messed up, dude. Kind of man is Valor?
Soft, spoiled, fiddled with computers all day instead of learning the arts of diplomacy and war. Finally packed him off when he accidentally crashed my security systems right before his sister's little coup attempt. Made him my official ambassador to the Gippers, hoping he'd do to their systems what he'd done to mine. That was a mistake. He took his revenge by convincing them to cut off oil shipments to my city. No oil means no heat, no light, and no food for my people. So getting Valor back and resuming oil shipments from the Gippers has to happen now.
Okay. So Valor isn't dangerous?
No, but the Gippers are tough and well-armed. And Denver's a death trap.
Liberty.
Liberty's got more brains and cunning than both her brothers put together. She's the only one who could actually run Colorado. Problem is, she'd run it as a goddamn slave state. Everyone in chains, everyone working for her. Wouldn't worry about her for now, though. Best to wait until you got a little more firepower. She's gonna be well protected.
You're expecting her to try to usurp you?
She's already tried once. Got all the way to the palace steps before we chased her off. She's been licking her wounds out east ever since.
Thanks for the info. We'll do our best with them.
You'd better. Anything else?
Let's hear about the Dorseys.
Uh-huh. The last dregs of a treacherous family. Thought I'd wipe them out years ago, but mistakes linger, Rangers. I know that better than most.
Do you think Vic, Val, or Liberty were behind the attack on our convoy?
Possibly. But I know the Dorseys from the old days. They don't take orders well. Then again, I wouldn't have guessed they'd have the guts to attack both you and Colorado Springs at the same time. So somebody put some fire in them.
Why do you say the ambush was your fault?
My staff and I coordinated the details of your arrival using coded transmissions on radio frequencies we thought were secure. Obviously, they were not. And you paid for it. I take full responsibility.
And yet he's not going to pay us for the bullshit. Alright, enough about the Dorseys.
Good. What else do you need?
Thank you for the briefing, Patriarch.
Of course. Now, if you want a chance to impress me and maybe get a little payback, that call I got outside was from Sheriff Daisy, the head of the Marshals in Colorado Springs. She's having trouble rousting some Dorseys who have been holed up in the Garden of the Gods since their raid fell apart. Why don't you go give her a hand? Show us what the Rangers can do.
Sir, yes, sir. We'll play along for now, but I think I'm gonna fuck this Patriarch later.
From you, Rangers. Do good work. All right, let's move out.
Alright, so that's sort of the start of this game. What do you guys think so far? Does Syndicate Wars tell you anything? It's like a game from 1996, like Cyberpunk style, with a 4 Cyborg squad. Digit, I've never played that. I'm going to sleep, even you remember, it's an amazing stream. Thanks for everything, mate. Keep up the good work. Good night, everyone. Kajim, thank you for trying out, dude. Really appreciate it. Take care of yourself, and hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. It is a great game. I think so. I'll probably buy it. Slave to the Cross, you will not fucking hate buying this game. You will get addicted to it though, so just careful. This game is just so much fun. The story of this game is everything, right? So a lot of this game is fighting, yes, but also a lot of it is just story. And your choices actually do matter. So if you've played the game once, there's, I think, at least 4 or 5 different endings, depending on the choices that you make and depending on which people you help and which you don't. So you guys have already met the Patriarch, but you just heard the Patriarch talk about the Gippers, the Dorseys. A lot of these characters have sort of allies that you can make. The Gippers serve God King Reagan, right? So they have this AI version of President Reagan of the US. He's their president still. He's in an AI. And they hate the colony just next to them, which is a robot colony, which they call the communists. And the robots hate the Gippers and the Gippers hate the robots because the Gippers hate communists and the communists hate the Reaganists. So it's a very funny, but also very good game. Visiting all in the game, Warcraft 3 and book-related articles, dealing with the Lich King, Arthur, Sylvanas, and crew, and I noticed some terrifying and intriguing facts and interesting choices that have led us to where we are in the Shadowlands. I'm working on typing it together so I can send it to you. All right, Driz, I'd be happy to watch it. Kaiser, how you doing, bro? Thank you for the follow. Really fucking appreciate that. Sounds like an awesome game so far. I love this game. So, I don't know. Do you guys want me to play it more in future streams? Like, would you like to see? I saw Slave to the Cross say we would like to see some kind of Let's Play. I'd be happy to do that. But it is really up to you guys. You know, whenever chat doesn't fucking die. Travel down this rabbit hole. I'm in love with the jokes in this game. The jokes is amazing. Kaiser, I am very good. Thank you very much for asking. How are you? Mind more of this? Did I just see an enemy somewhere? Pretty sure we just heard, like, that sound is usually from an enemy. Got some money, we've got the bombs. I've lockpicked that yet. Over this game. Alright, so if you guys want to see some more, I'll probably do another check tomorrow, by the way. Just after we've done our WoW chat, we'll do another check and we'll see. Like, I'll see how you guys feel about the game and whether or not you guys want to play some more of this, maybe play some WoW. It really is up to you. I'm easy either way, doesn't really bother me. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, since we've done about 5.5 hours of stream, I'm gonna take a break now. I'm gonna go get some food, fucking relax for a bit, and then probably get right back to work. What server do you play on in WoW? I have both EU and NA. Winestar. NA is Arthas, EU is Kazakh. Tasty, yeah, I'll do a poll tomorrow. In case we do play this game, I'll check if people want WoW or if they want something else. It's the same to me because I'm playing WoW anyways. Almost like the last week, I've played almost every single day some World of Warcraft. So I'll play whatever chat wants after the WoW discussion. If you want to see more Wasteland 3, we can play more Wasteland 3. If you want to see any other game, we can play that instead. I'm sort of easy, regardless of... I don't really have a game that I want to play specifically at the moment. I just want to hang out with stream, and that's really it. So yeah, I'm more than happy to play whatever chat wants. Anyways, guys, with all of that said, I want to thank all of you for coming out tonight, for hanging out with me, for joining me on this stream. Showcase the Valheim server sometime. We will definitely play some Valheim again as well. Like, that will almost definitely happen. I'm gonna give Jedith a raid. If you guys don't know who Jedith is, he's a friend, I suppose. I've known him for quite some time. I've watched his streams before. It's fun streams. He usually does a lot of Mythic Plus and stuff in World of Warcraft. So we're going to give him a raid. If you guys want to go say hello to him, at least just, even if you don't want to stay, just at least say hello, and then you can go do whatever it is that you feel like doing. I want to thank all of you for coming out, for hanging out with me, for spending your evening with me. I will see all of you back here tomorrow, same time, same place. And as always, guys, be kind to each other, be kind to yourself, and cut each other some slack. We're all in this together. Love you guys. Peace out, fam.